The midway point of 2003 saw some crazy moments, so today we are going to be reacting and retrospectively looking at June 2003. Welcome back to Fog Wrestling. We're going to go through all the Raws, all the SmackDowns, and you guessed it, the pay-per-views, which of course at this point began to be brand exclusive. So sit back, relax, and strap in as we begin, where only we can, with Monday Night Raw. We are 13 days away from Bad Blood. 13 normally tends to be unlucky, but tonight we got The Rock. Welcome back to Fog Wrestling. It's the June 2nd edition, 2003, on Monday Night Raw. The Rock's here for the highlight reel. They keep going one up each week, but I think The Rock actually came across to a bit of a jobber tonight. I don't know if I'm the only person that felt that.
Yeah, I mean, we got lucky. We hit the jackpot. The Rock is back. Hollywood Rock. But, yeah, I don't know.
Christian Jericho treated him like he was this guy for the 70s that was, like, out of date and out of fashion.
You're irrelevant. You're in the past, big man, you know.
It's like, hold on, Jericho, he wrestled against Goldberg about 6 weeks ago.
Honestly, I think they maybe got The Rock confused with Freddie Blassie. If The Rock came out in a wheelchair, I think Bishop would have wanted 3-minute warning to batter him.
Speaking of Freddie Blassie, he passed away during...
Rest in peace, Freddie.
I think it was like during this show, which is weird.
Yeah, it was definitely announced during the show by JR, so shout out to Freddie. I mean, he was only on Raw a couple weeks ago. It was a very memorable appearance.
Yeah, a good last appearance for Freddie Blassie, getting there with Austin and the Dudleys. But The Rock kicks off this show, and it looks like he's face again. Obviously, The Rock's beloved at this point. Hollywood Rock, though, great period of time for a few. Great period for him as well, reinventing himself. Great wee story, but I think if he's going to come back for a one-off appearance, it doesn't make much sense to be a heel. So it's correct switching it.
Yeah, I mean, to be a heel, then I think you kind of there needs to be a game plan. There needs to be like a week to week. You need to get heat. If The Rock comes out and cuts a heat and gets heat and cuts a heel promo and whatnot, it's like, where do they really go with that? Nowhere. So you're better off kind of just taking the big pop while you can get it.
Yeah, the cameras look. Oh, you looking at the people's booty? Hell, Sacramento, let's get out there. Well, The Rock's...
Plus, people were starved of The Rock, you know what I mean? So of course they want him. They're not gonna boo him.
Yeah.
You take someone as good as The Rock away, like people are just desperate to see him.
Well, it wasn't Sacramento, it was San Diego. Close enough. But we kick off. We have 3-on-3 women's match. Trish, Ivory, Jacqueline versus Jazz, Victoria, and Molly Holly. Literally all the women here getting fired together into one match. I mean, not though. Here, all 6 of these women know how to work fucking better matches than most women today, if not all of them.
Absolutely, decent wee finish. Trish gets tossed over the top rope, face planted on the outside.
Breaking the nose, essentially. Well, I mean, she didn't break her nose, but I think Trish Stratus tends to land on her face quite a lot.
She's a good seller.
No, she is, because she makes you believe, holy shit, that's all over. But X Factor to Jazz from Ivory picks up the victory.
Wasn't expecting Ivory to win.
Yeah, against Jazz.
Probably expecting her to take the pinfall, to be honest. So maybe we'll get Ivory versus Jazz. Maybe they've got a wee title match coming up.
Yeah, but
I can't imagine any other reason it would happen.
Ivory to me is someone that's like massively underrated.
No, definitely. Unfortunately, what I think hurts Ivory is she, in her, I think when she was at her peak, she didn't have anybody to work with.
Yeah.
And the only person that she could work with wanted nothing to do with her, really.
That
being China.
Reality is, folks, see Ivory smokes off 4 of the fucking four horsewomen.
Yeah.
People would pretend otherwise.
Yeah, people would pretend that's not the case.
Bailey's better. Aye, fucking swivel on it.
And here, Ivory's fucking way better looking than Bailey. Gotta be fucking in denial. Fucking Ivory covered from head to toe with the black trousers on and the white fucking shirt and the hair tied up still look better than Bailey. So, it is what it is. But yeah, unfortunately...
And that's a real character, by the way.
When Ivory had her main kind of run, the only... Trish and Lita were very, very green. They'd just broken into the company. You'd Stephanie McMahon trying to wrestle a little bit. That wasn't fucking happening. You'd Chyna, who was all just refusing to job out to any female, didn't even want to work with the females, just being hard to work with. As JR has pointed out a lot of times, because she thought she was a star.
And Jericho.
No, but it's true.
Fair play to Jericho. People bashed him for that. It's like, you know, why fucking lie?
No, listen, he's not necessarily. He's not saying she's a bad person or anything like that, but she was hard to work with, and I tell you what, people haven't hesitated to fucking say shit about Hogan, and he's fresh passed, and he's just passed away.
Yeah, and plenty of other people.
Yeah, people will have an issue with Jericho giving his honest working opinion with China, who's been unfortunately dead now for what, about a decade.
Hell, I watched Survivor Series, 99, not too long ago. That Jericho China match, he carried her through it.
No, he did.
Fucking hell, it lasted about 20 minutes.
He's doing the job, like, and he certainly carried China. China just wasn't a good worker. There's a lot.
No.
But here she wasn't. Who really cares? She was a star, wasn't she? At the end of the day, because the way she looked, but she wasn't as big as she thought. JR said she wanted Austin money. She thought she was better than Austin. She thought she was a bigger star than Austin because she was a female.
She
thought Austin could be replaced, but she couldn't. And it was like,
I mean, to a degree, I get that because there was no woman fucking anywhere near her. You could say, well, Rock, I mean, he's getting towards Austin, but Austin's Austin, and you know what? Speaking about getting too big for your boots, like, yo, there was periods, right, where China was like massively over, and here they were talking about her winning the belt. And I'm not saying she couldn't have won the belt. I think you were going to put the belt on McMahon. You could very easily put it on China, but at the same time, man, it's like, I think they did as good a job as they could have done with China in '99. I don't really see what else she could have done with it.
agreed.
Because she is truly one of a kind, though. Speaking of stars, Goldberg, he arrives to the arena because he's got the hot word that JR's got a cookbook. And King basically just puts up for a poll on WWE.com. Is it going to be a bestseller or a flop? What do you think it's going to be?
Well, I don't know how the cookbook went on, but we do know that JR has launched a successful range of condiments and stuff like that. So I'd say it's went on to be a success. JR's barbecue sauce. You've got the main event mustard. I mean, main event mustard better than
You want some main event mustard on your hot dog? That sounds like a hot dog that would fucking get...
How can
tagged.
Jim Ross have like an epic name for a bottle of mustard and Johnny Gargano's got fuck all epic about him?
I know.
Main event mustard. Simple, but it works.
JR's all seasoning barbecue sauce, boy. But yeah, I'd like to get my hands on this cookbook. I mean, everything would probably be out of date, like, but I'd take it nonetheless. Test finally gets dumped here by Stacy Keibler, but he points out, you know what? That's all good, but we're contractually obligated to each other, so you can't go anywhere, legs. And she's going to get forced into working with him. But Hurricane comes out for a match, and Randy Orton jumps him from behind. Out comes Triple H and Ric Flair. It's time to play the game. I actually thought this was Ric Flair's best promo. And Donkeys basically just buries Shawn Michaels.
No, it was great.
Speaks about how Shawn, you know, he hasn't spent $30 million, he hasn't made love to 3,000 women, he hasn't wrestled 350 matches a year, he hasn't did all the drugs in the... Oh, he's done all the drugs in the world, brother. Shawn Michaels has done it all.
See Ric Flair, right? As poor as I think is Ric, he's just got that ability, don't he, though, to deliver a top tier promo. Or I'd even argue a top tier match.
No, when Ric Flair's on it, he's on it. See, when it comes to on the mic, and he's in the mood.
He can match. He can match anybody.
I think that's the problem, though.
But I do feel like for a lot of his run since he came back, he's half-assed. It's just been half-assed. It has been average at best. His feud with McMahon, I thought was good, but it wasn't great. His feud with Undertaker, I thought was okay, but wasn't great. His feud with Austin, I thought was pretty damn poor, and a lot of his time being Triple H's lackey. He's been just that, an absolute lackey. But, you know, Ric Flair does have that ability to turn it on and to be the best. And we're seeing that here.
No, we were. Michaels comes out, says, you know what, I don't need to sleep with women or spend millions.
You didn't pass me the torch. I ripped it from your hands.
I'm not that little boy, Rick, sitting in front of the television every week, pal. I mean, at this point, who's had the bigger impact of wrestling in 2002 or 3? Michaels or Ric Flair? I mean, it's not just a case, oh, he's got 16 world titles.
Tough. In WWE, I'd say Michaels.
I think the problem...
But in whole and wrestling, you've got to give it to Flair.
Yeah, I think the problem is for Flair, though, it's like, you just associate him more with, like, Hogan's era for the 80s, and therefore Hogan always outshined him. Well, I feel like Shawn Michaels reinvented the wheel.
No, definitely. Yeah, no, for me, WWE, obviously, it's Shawn Michaels. I think if you're talking wrestling on a whole, though, it's Ric Flair. But just before we move on here, here's the description for JR's main event muster. Just thought I would read this out. It says, quote, JR's main event mustard is a brilliant tag team of honey mustard and jalapeno that creates a magnificent and healthy, sweet and spicy taste. End of quote.
I don't even like jalapenos, but that makes me want to.
Yeah, a tag team of honey mustard. I'm buying that. $6, guys. Main event mustard has to be done.
What other ones has he got?
JR's hot barbecue sauce.
JR's triple threat teriyaki beef jerky. That sounds brilliant.
JR's pepper power slam beef jerky. Sold out.
It's fucking dear.
Triple threat teriyaki.
I'm not a fan of beef jerky, to be honest.
Fucking try it though.
Yeah, I mean triple threat. Wonder if it's got triple flavour to it or something, but who knows? Damn it! But yeah, Flair, Michaels, scheduled for Bad Blood. Should be a good match, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be. I'm looking forward to it.
Hurricane then runs in, hits Orton with a chair. The good guys, they stand tall. Out came Nash as well. It was alright, yeah, it was some good shit.
The Slobberknocker gift box.
47 quid. 75?
That's his wife's favourite. Got some JR grilling gear here.
Kick out of 2.5.
Good stuff. Yeah.
We have a seasoning that we used to.
JR's chipotle ketchup. JR's all-purpose seasoning.
But see, this is just the draw factor this guy's got. You know, I mean, people are buying this because like, oh, that guy used to commentate when wrestling was good. I'll buy his fucking mustard.
Well, you know, Johnny Gargano's not going to bring out size 3 gutties, and people are going to be like, oh, I need them for my son for his PE, his gym lessons, you know? Like,
not a fucking chance, right? Scott Steiner versus Steven Richards. So what's Steven Richards on at this point? 60 grand a year or something? And
75, I believe.
He gets fucking squished here though, belly to belly, defeats him like that. Bischoff then comes out and says, you know what, it's going to be Test versus Steiner. Whoever wins gets Stacey's managerial services at Bad Blood. So yeah, Bischoff ruling the roost here. Where's Austin, goddammit? Breaking news, Freddie Blassie has passed away. It cuts to JR and King, and yeah, sad, especially because we seen him a couple of weeks ago. But then we have Austin and Bischoff. Main event tonight, Evolution versus Michaels, Nash and Hurricane. What a 6-man tag. And then it turns out they're going to have a redneck triathlon at the pay-per-view, whatever the hell that is. Goldberg is in the back. He's doing an interview, but then he looks at the television and Jericho's flinging paint all over his car. Goldberg runs out. He gets in the car.
See the speed of Goldberg? You can see this is a guy that actually was an athlete, and people can say, oh, he was shit. He was... No. This guy would run through people. There's no one. This guy was trying to compete to be in the NFL. See fucking speed him. Watch someone the size of Bill Goldberg running through you.
Aye, running at that.
And I know a lot of people say, oh, Matt Riddle would kill Goldberg, right? And I mean, yeah, if he fought that version of Bill Goldberg that he met when he was like in his 50s, he probably would have. But this Goldberg's... he's a scary guy. I just don't think you wouldn't want to mess with him.
How many times do we watch current wrestling and you see CM Punk and Sami Zayn running to the ring and they're wee
it's like slow motion.
They're wee vegan, brittle boned fucking bodies.
You just feel like their legs are going to fall off.
No, you feel like if they ran into you, it would be no impact. If Goldberg ran into you, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
You'd fucking end up in San Diego.
That time Big Show ran into AJ Lee and just fucking flattened her.
Aye, steamrolled. Right, time for the highlight reel. So, Christian is guest hosting tonight. He's like, right there, it's the Peep Show. It's not the highlight reel. First guest is The Rock. The Rock, he's put to do his normal stick, but then Christian's like, right, no, Rock. Then he just basically just says all the Rock stuff, and he puts himself over it. And it's like, you know what? Christian has got it all. Like, he's actually in a promo here with The Rock, and he doesn't feel out of place, but there's one problem. Just doesn't look like The Rock, and that's the problem with Christian.
Yeah, Christian's great, but I'm just never going to believe that he's on the left. See when he say, I'm the new People's Champion, The Rock, it's like, you just can't... I know he's a heel and it's bullshit anyway, but it's kind of hard to believe it.
He's like, I'm the new People's Champion, I'm on fire. The Rock's like, you are on crack.
Fucking brilliant.
The Rock's like, I don't want to hear it. Christian, he then tells Christian that his daddy's a hoe. And Christian's like, he's a patriotician. Christian then talks about how awesome I am. And The Rock's like, well, you know what, Christian, how about we forget about you? I want to talk to the people. Right, I actually thought this bit was weird. So, The Rock, then, like, right, not only do I want to talk to the people, it's not like he just leans over the barricade and he jumps into the crowd. And, I mean, without lacking a better term, The Rock kind of gets groped here, doesn't he?
Aye, pretty much. People are all over him.
Like, I'm not even joking. Like, if this was a woman, there'd probably be a fucking case here.
Yeah, probably. But no, I just, honestly, man, I think this was more common back in the day. And I'm not, Trish Stratus isn't at the level of The Rock, but I think that even if Trish was out there and she was getting the same treatment, I don't think it would have made a big deal of it. I really don't.
No, it probably wouldn't have, but it's just like superstardom here. People like you touch Steve.
That's the price you pay.
Aye. Because it's no often they go into the crowd. Slapping the fuck out of The Rock's back.
I slapped the fuck out of Devon's back, and I didn't ask him for his consent either. I just
the table.
Although honestly, man, his back was about 2 miles long, so he probably didn't even fucking feel it.
Yeah. So
see when they say that you have to see them in person. See when I seen Devon walk past, I was like, what the fuck?
Who's this guy?
Just a big massive fucking boulder. It's like, what the hell is going on here?
Get out.
So yeah, I see when like Joey Styles would repeat that same line. Oh, he's ECW. He's 7'2", 5. You need to see him in person. 500 pounds. TV doesn't do him justice. Well, that was true with Devon. Like
it was, but The Rock asked the people who's the real people's champion. We don't really get an answer, but I think Jericho comes out. Jericho's like, right, shut up, Rock, and then The Rock, I believe, he gets trapped in the crowd before he can come in. And then he's like, yo, some of these people are saying I suck. What the hell's going on? I get more pie in a day than they get in a lifetime. And then he's like, you know what, Jericho? That spear, it hurts. Don't you downplay it. Because obviously Jericho's feuding with Goldberg. But then...
He's not had it yet. He's escaped it.
He finally gets in the ring. And then Jericho and Christian start battering The Rock. And it's like, what's going on here? Like, The Rock's just getting battered. Then Booker T makes the save. And you're thinking, what? And The Rock does a Rock-a-Rooney, but... It took way longer than I thought it really required.
It was no a bad Rock-a-Rooney though.
Yeah, but
not as good as a spinner Rooney, but it was a decent attempt. I think a good attempt. Is The Rock the best person out of Booker T not to do the spinner Rooney?
I'd say so.
Better than McMahon's.
Aye, and Taker's was all right. Oh wait, he didn't do it because he fucking battled it. But yeah, I think the problem. Do you know what the problem is here with Rock? It's like part-time Hollywood. If this is like a year prior or 2 years, we're getting a tag match here. Every day of the week.
Yeah, just maybe couldn't risk an injury or something like that.
Yeah. Even if we did get battered. Austin then tells Jericho and Christian, you're no leaving. You're not going anywhere. Bill wants something to do with you. Then we got Kane versus Rene Dupree. Right. This match was a bit sloppy. I think Larry Sistones have been a bit sloppy.
Yeah, this match wasn't great. It really fucking wasn't.
Yeah, I mean...
I tell you what, I think Kane and RVD's, their level of opposition hasn't really been great. Whether you Larry Sistones or whether it be the Legion of Doom.
It was alright at Mania when it was the Dudleys, but since then it's kind of just fucking nosedived. Two teams at the complete different ends of the
we didn't
career.
even get to see them.
No,
Face the Dudleys at Mania, it was
pre-show.
Morley and Lance Storm.
What did Dudleys do though?
Fuck all. They got it was a show.
No, they wrestled on Raw or something, did they not?
Aye, the winner takes on.
Aye, well,
It wasn't Mania, was it?
Was it not a triple threat tag match as well?
Yeah, the may have been, but it wasn't at Mania. It was RVD and Kane versus.
Anyway, it wasn't Mania, right? But I thought what happened.
No, but do you think that's mental, right? That the Dudleys were left off of Mania and Kane and RVD. I know pre-show, but it wasn't on it, right? Because it's not like back then. The pre-show was they'd seen it.
Yeah, no, four bona fide Hall of Famers, they miss it, and it doesn't feel like a massive deal.
Whereas,
as much as they should be on it.
Whereas now, it's like any jabroni gets put on the card.
Yeah. No, it's crazy, but...
Look at SummerSlam, look at that TLC match we just seen. Look at that fucking absolute jobbers that are getting a SummerSlam match. But we'll see as we're watching this. I'm sure SummerSlam 2003, I'm sure SummerSlam 2004 or 5, I'm sure we'll look through the roster and we'll go, holy shit, he wasn't on SummerSlam, he wasn't on SummerSlam, she missed out on SummerSlam. Well, you're going to have all these great people that didn't make it. And that's what happened back in the day. It wasn't just a case of, well, we want everybody to be a part of the show. It was, if you're good, you got on the card, and if you're not good, you don't, and if you're still good, you might not make it.
Yeah.
And it was a survival of the fittest.
Right.
Now it's just here, stick all the jabronis on because we're all one big happy family.
Right, up next, I don't know what was going on here with Austin and Kane, so Austin's like, what? Kane, what happened to the fire? What?
Yeah, this was...
Roll up. And then Kane grabs him, but do it. Do it.
Do it, you son of a bitch.
It's like, what happened to the Kane? I busted open in the Hell in a Cell. What happened to that guy? I beat for the WWF title.
Yeah, Kane, Austin's just fucking bashing Kane.
Now, what is this?
Son of a bitch, you coward.
Scott's blog of Doom's bashing this. He was like questioning, was Kane in backstage trouble? Like, what did they do? Now, obviously, this is planting the seeds for Kane getting unmasked, right? Which will happen soon. But I don't know. It felt off.
Yeah, it did. I just don't know why Kane would take this shit. But I guess that's the point Austin's trying to make. It's like, what the fuck's happened to you?
Yeah.
You're not the big red machine anymore.
But
big red pussy.
it happened out of nowhere.
Big
It's
red
not
bitch.
like there's been a couple of weeks of like Austin like looking.
True, but I do think we've seen maybe Kane in the last couple of weeks maybe losing matches and maybe just not being this big, threat, this strong, invincible, unstoppable character that we're used to seeing.
Yeah. Right, up next, Matrix style video for Gail Kim. Triple H then leaves the referee's locker room. He tells Evolution that I could maybe go out the Hell in a Cell match. Up next,
Matrix?
Aye. I don't recall it, but here that's what happens. So Gail Kim's coming in soon. But we watched it on the Internet Archives, and they should have it up to date.
I mean, maybe it happened, they just didn't see it. I can't really recall it.
Yeah, I can't really recall it, but here it sounds pretty good. But see, a bit of effort put in. I mean, here, we're going to debut you and we're going to put you in the Matrix. Like the movie. Here, red or blue pill. Now it's just the shite pill. Big brown pill.
I'm interested to see how Gail Kim's WWE career goes, because I honestly cannot remember anything
Much
about it. Yeah.
Right, Booker T teams up with Goldust, not The Rock, and they take on Christian.
Not quite Goldberg either, is it?
No, it's really not. But I tell you what, miscommunication here. I mean, Canadian miscommunication. Jericho and Christian, they get their wires tangled here, and then axe kick for Booker. 1, 2, 3 on Christian. I mean, it was a fun match. Obviously, Booker T versus Christian will be happening at Bad Blood. Booker then gets cracked in the skull with the Intercontinental Championship, but then Goldberg runs out. Jericho rolls out the road and he spears the referee.
I mean,
Was this Charles Robinson?
well, I mean, he's took a lot of punishment over the years, hasn't he? Fair play.
He
to
got
him.
bit by a bat the other day. He had to get rushed to the hospital.
Fuck, he's a good seller.
Yes.
Little Nate taking the spear, and when you take a spear for Goldberg, it's not good for the wrestler, so it's not going to be good for the referees, and this leads to the referees protesting that they ain't doing it. They had enough. I mean, we've seen that they've been getting beat up lately or inadvertently hit. We've seen that El Hebner got whacked with the sledgehammer from Triple H against Nash last time out. Little Nate here getting absolutely pummeled by Goldberg. So I don't know if we're going to get a referee strike going on, but the refs aren't happy.
Well, they're not happy, and that basically gets Austin and Bischoff to bring in Mick Foley. Well, they say they're going to bring in another referee, and the fans are like, Foley, and I think
Austin's like, I know someone sick that can be in this match.
Kevin Nash and Triple H need Foley, I think.
Well, Foley's probably going to be the one taking the fucking bumps, isn't he? I mean,
Right.
As sad as that is,
Main event
I
time.
tell you what, I'll be shocked if Kevin Nash takes a bigger bump than Foley.
No, I fucking damn right. Foley's going to be bouncing about that.
I think Nash is climbing to the top of the cage. The top of the cell.
Don't think so. Right. Evolution versus Michaels, Hurricane, Nash. What happened? Hurricane must have got concussed or something, because the ending of this match, I mean, Hebner counts to 3. No, he counts to 2, right? And then decides, fuck it, his shoulder's actually down, then rings the bell. Flair was busted open for no reason, like he always is.
Yeah, Flair's
Nash can't work.
Yeah, Flair's
Michaels has been dealt a shite hand. Orton's green as fuck, and Triple H's nose is massive. I mean, it's just a bit of a mess.
Flair's literally bleeding everywhere, and it's not a traditional blade job where his forehead's been fucked because somebody blew on it. He's bleeding from the back of the dome. So I don't know what happened here. I guess he's maybe took a bad landing, hit his head off something. Was it a collision of heads? Not too sure. But yeah, Triple H has a pedigree on the Hurricane. Earl Hebner stops counting at 2. You said maybe he was supposed to kick out. I'm no buying that, because to me, there's just not a fucking chance that the Hurricane is kicking out of the pedigree. I'd say at this point in WWE, one of, if not the most protected finisher. Possibly outside the Tombstone Piledriver.
Orton pinned him though. It was a bit delayed. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
I'm not buying it. I don't know what happened.
But this wasn't a period of time where if their shoulders aren't down, we're not counting it. This was a period of time when McMahon...
Just count the fucking finish.
McMahon was like, that's the
Here's
ending.
the finish,
I don't give a
there.
fuck what their arm looks like. So why would Hebner check his arm? But you're right, it's not like it was Nash or Michaels and it's like, well, maybe they would kick it. Hurricane would never.
No.
So I don't understand what this was about.
Unless it had something to do with the referee, the whole thing, the referee's not wanting to work. I don't know if that's possibly something to do with it, but it was just strange.
But Hurricane's like looking around like as if like what something happened. I just...
No, but I think if Hurricane's supposed to kick out of this, or if someone's supposed to save Hurricane, I don't think Triple H is doing a pedigree. He's doing like a spine buster or something.
Yeah.
Or another move that, another signature move, or like the knee to the face, or like a Triple H, pretty common for doing neck breakers, back breaker. I think he's doing a move like that, or the spine. Listen, we've seen Triple H beat people with a spine buster.
I just don't
Jobbers, but we've still seen him do it.
I just didn't get this with Hurricane, because you're right. It's like there's no way.
I think Triple H has actually beat the Hurricane with a spine buster.
Yeah, he probably has.
Now, there's a possibility that it happened on Raw, but there's also, did he eliminate Gregory Helms with a spine buster, Survivor Series 2006, or am I making this up?
I think everyone in that match kind of got jobbed out, to be honest.
I think that Triple H is beating Gregory Helms with a spine buster. How do you find that out? Listen, you guys are good. Somebody tell me if that's true. Point is, Triple H is not hitting a pedigree on Hurricane for that not to end the match.
So the conclusion is Earl Hebner just lost the plot and thought...
Potential screw job or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, right, that is it for Raw. Bit weird, bit botchy, and you know what, it killed the match. The crowd were like, what the fuck's going on there?
Yeah. Strange, because we've got The Rock, and we've got a big main event, we've got a good promo for Flair. I mean, we got some good stuff. I did enjoy the highlight reel. I thought the women's 6-person match was entertaining enough. We got a Rock-a-Rooney. I mean, that wasn't a horrible show. I do feel like it should have been better than it was, though, considering the card.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But
I'm going to get a 7 out of 10.
I'll get a 7 as well. We're what, 13 days away for Bad Blood? They're saving it pretty late to whip out Mick Foley, aren't they? Must be next week.
Next week, buddy.
Has to be next week.
Kurt Angle won the Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck, and he won over Fog Wrestling on his return to SmackDown. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. Welcome back, guys, to the channel. Back with another SmackDown review, and we knew that the blue brand was missing something, and that something was Kurt Angle. He's back. Cannot wait to see him get back into the main event mix. Hopefully he tells Team Angle that they absolutely suck. Maybe we'll see a breakaway for them, but listen, Lesnar, Big Show, move aside, because the wrestling machine is back, and I hope that you've been keeping that belt warm for him, because it's about time that Kurt Angle wore some more gold. This time it's not going to be around his neck though, it's going to be around his waist.
I'll raise a glass of milk to that one. Kurt Angle, most underrated of all time, most complete of all time. He's the man. I mean, not only, right, can he do it in the fake world, he did it in the real world. And, whoo, that's what it matters, folks, right? The guy put milk over. Austin had beer and this guy had milk.
I tell you what, it's hard to put milk over in wrestling in that era and not come across as a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, if Johnny Gargano was fucking breastfeeding milk for his mother, you could almost accept it. You'd be like, well, that sums up Johnny Gargano. But back in the day when you had a roster full of like real masculine men, Kurt Angle drinking milk just should not have worked. But you know what? He got it to work, so fair play to him.
And he covered Austin the Alliance in it, and we'll see that later on the night. But first up, it's Piper's Pit Pal. And we've got Roddy Piper, Sean O'Hare, who kind of just hangs around like a bad smell. But he's there. He's there. You feel like Sean O'Hare's just there to lose on McMahon and Piper's part, don't you?
Aye, basically, we need someone that can actually bump and sell if Hogan has to get physical, and that person's going to be you, Sean O'Hare.
It's gonna be you, pal. But McMahon comes out, he says, you know what, right? It's that guy, real American hero. Why not? Let's bring him out here. He's gonna have to earn his contract, but let's celebrate Zach Gowen. Comes out with Hogan, Mr. America, brother. They're in the ring, and one thing leads to another, and it's like, right, next week, an arm wrestling contest. Piper keeps calling him special this, special that, and then they did what you would have done when you're in school, where somebody goes behind someone and then you push the guy over the back of him. But when you see 50-year-old men doing this, a bit weird.
Yeah, now Mr. America thought he was going to be the one in the arm wrestling contest trying to earn the contract for Zach Gowen, but I don't know. If Zach Gowen's going to get a contract, I think he should earn it himself. Isn't that the American way? I understand Hogan wants to step in and win the contract for his little buddy, but surely Zach Gowen should be a man. And as McMahon said, you got 2 arms, buddy.
You've only got 1 leg, you got 2 arms. I mean, 26-inch pythons.
You got as much chance of beating me in an arm wrestling match as a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. So McMahon getting all the wee lines in there.
This is how edgy it was, man. We just ripped the piss out of people who were missing limbs. And McMahon got it over. People are fucking loving this. But this is heel heat, man.
Zach Gowen was missing limbs, but today the wrestlers are missing chromosomes. It is what it is.
But that's essentially what it is. But Kurt Angle, we cut back to him. Wee milk moment 2001 when he sprayed Austin the Alliance down with milk.
Listen, they were putting Kurt over big time, man. You'd honestly thought the guy had died or something the way they were paying tribute.
But look at this, right? June 5th, 2003. This guy debuted late 99. So at this point, he's been in the company about 3.5 years, right? Look at all the Kurt Angle moments. Literally hundreds of them, man. Just, Milkamania is massive, right? Then you think of his matches. You think of him interacting with McMahon. I should have been number 1. All the stuff with Austin playing the guitar, the stuff with Taker backstage, coming out in the milks, the wee scooter, the glasses.
Yeah, if you take the current WWE roster and you look at everybody's career in the last 3.5 years, barely anyone's got anything noteworthy to talk about.
Yeah.
Kurt Angle could have retired for a neck injury tonight on this show, and he'd already easily assembled a Hall of Fame career, like an A-list Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it during the show. Look at not Austin Theory, we call it Grayson Waller, right? Guy's been on the main roster, folks, like probably the same time that Kurt Angle's debuted in WWF into E, and look at the difference. I'm not saying Grayson Waller could have had a Kurt Angle career, but you know what you need to do? You need to give them every chance and actually push people and not wait around and waste years of mediocrity.
Only chance these guys have got are no chance in hell. Right, up next, got Undertaker versus Chuck Palumbo. I thought the match was alright, to be fair. Now, Scott's blog of doom rated this match a D+. I think that's harsh. I think Taker Palumbo was decent.
It was a decent match, 2 big guys going at it, but...
Now, Taker's bandage kind of fell off his leg halfway through, and it was distracting me a wee bit.
Aye, it was like wrapping around him, man, like somebody that's...
Initially, I thought it was like toilet paper, and he'd forgot to wipe his arse or something.
Which would be a bit embarrassing for the dead man, the shit man, but I think this is a downward trajectory here for the FBI. I feel like 2 weeks ago they would have beat The Undertaker here. Undertaker essentially just fucking battered them 3-on-1.
Yeah, but you really expect Chuck Palumbo to go over The Undertaker?
No,
Maybe
but...
a no DQ sort of, count out or some shit like that, but Undertaker hits the choke slam, gets the win.
And then he batters him 3-on-1 at the end, so...
Yeah, and the FBI bail. We'll see what happens this little feud. Are they going to come out on top? Maybe they need another Italian in there, who knows? Rey Mysterio's family can be seen in the front row. Dominic! So we got Dominic in there, Aaliyah, and what's the other one? Christy? Vicky?
His wife, Mrs. Mysterio.
Is she not called Vicky? I know Vicky Guerrero, but is she not called Vicky as well?
It might be Vicky either way. It's Mrs. Mysterio. We'll go with that. We then saw a quick look last week at Big Show laying out Brock Lesnar. And we're getting Brock Lesnar versus Big Show for the title next week. Dare I say this is the ring breaking match?
Might be... has to be.
Just look at the moments you're getting, man. And that's when it was the first time we've ever done it, right? Not here. We're going to do it with Big Show and Braun Strowman in 2019 and pretend it's great.
What I would say is at least the ring breaking thing doesn't happen as much as the barricade.
You can't do it.
But I tell you what, I think, see if it wasn't as much hassle putting in effort into a ring break, I think they'd do it more often.
No, I would agree with that. I would actually
It's a lot easier to set up the barricade spot than it is to set up the ring spot. You literally have to... Well, I mean, it has to be the main event, really, and you have to actually break down the ring and have it set up, and so it's a lot harder to do the ring break. But how many ring breaks have they done? 3? Is it just?
Well, if you want to count Brock with a forklift destroying the ring,
Yeah, it's a different kind of ring breakage.
which was good. I like that. That was all right.
Anyway, let's move on here. So up next, we've got a video tribute for Freddie Blassie. Rest in peace. Sad to see him go. Then we got Eddie Guerrero and Tajiri taking on the Basham Brothers in a non-tag team match. Now, normally when it's a non-tag team match, you think the non-tag team champs are going to win, but that didn't happen. Tajiri had the tarantula locked in. Guerrero then, with a frog splash to the back of the other Basham, Tajiri hits the buzzsaw kick. 1, 2, 3. Eddie and Tajiri retain.
Reverse out of there. Orderly.
Yeah, lowrider up and down this. I'm enjoying this tag team of Eddie and Tajiri. May I say it's a bit more entertaining than Eddie and Chavo. Albeit
Tajiri's better than Chavo.
Eddie and Chavo did have the vignettes, which I think helped them, but...
I'm not just bashing Chavo for the sake of it, but if he wasn't so associated to tragedy, would he really be thought of as much as he is? I mean, I feel like Chavo's rise to fame is the Benoit text messages.
Well, anyway,
would he have became ECW champion without it? I'm not convinced.
Down. Ooh, Chavo. Right, we got another angle moment, and it's him playing the guitar.
Ukulele.
Yeah, ukulele.
Give me crack corn and I don't care.
I want Olympic gold. I want... Kurt! McMahon's like, fuck this, I'm with you. Right, then we got Angle. Angle comes into the ring. Crowd are going mental. He gets a face reaction. Angle says that felt great. Play that music again. Music gets played. There's a what chants getting shouted. Angle says he missed him. Angle gets a what chant going. Then he gets the crowd to chant "You suck," and the crowd are chanting "You suck," and Angle's playing along just like he played that ukulele. He is the choir boy here. He is the one that is orchestrating the chants. But then, it's a Big Show. So Angle wanted to talk about the one person that helped him, the one person that contacted him in hospital. I don't think he was talking about the Big Show though. Big Show comes down, gets in Angle's face, says that, "I don't respect you, Kurt. I'm a big angry giant." Backs him into the corner, starts talking trash, saying that you don't want to face Brock, because I'd hurt you, Kurt. I'd put you back in the hospital. And then Kurt whips out some sort of like gum tape. "Hey, put this in your mouth, you big smelly bastard."
I mean, Big Show just comes out with the same rhetoric though, doesn't he? "I'm bigger than you. I'm not happy that you're back. I'll injure you. When I beat Brock, you can be the next guy in line." But Kurt just fucking buries him. But see, it doesn't matter how good your promo is. See if somebody says, here's a breath mint, you're done. Yeah,
anyway, Kurt jumps onto the middle rope and all of a sudden he's taller than the Big Show, but Big Show grabs him, going for a choke slam. Brock makes his way down to the ring, gets in there. Big Show's like, "I'm not wanting any of this." Big Show leaves, and then we have Angle basically tell Brock, "You're going to lose to the Big Show." Thinks that the Big Show's got his number, but Angle thanks him for keeping in contact. Brock doesn't really know how to take it. I mean, 1 minute Angle's trying to pay him a compliment, trying to thank him. Next minute Angle's saying, "You're losing your title next week, boy." So, mixed signals here for Kurt. Is he a face? Is he a heel? Is he a tweener?
I'm looking forward
or is he an in-betweener?
I'm looking forward to this bromance though. Some funny segments. inbound with Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. And people say Brock Lesnar's crap, man, on the mic. Honestly, some of these moments between him and Kurt in the future are good, are great. When he slaps him and the milk comes flying out his mouth, man, and sprays over that woman. That's some good shit, pal. But if you like the Cruiserweights and Ultimo Dragon's coming. Lord Ja. You a fan of Ultimo Dragon? No?
No. I mean, I will reserve my judgment. I'll see what he does, but from what I remember, his WWE career is very short.
He was in Here Comes the Pain.
He wasn't in SmackDown vs. Raw.
That's all you need to know, brother. Anyway, Chris Benoit versus John Cena. Was Chris Benoit in SmackDown vs. Raw 2008?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I think he actually was, and they took him out.
Why'd they take him out?
No, I can understand why they don't, because he probably took it his family, that's why. Right, Cena versus Benoit wasn't your typical match because it ended relatively quickly.
Do you think it's mad though that like we live in a day and age where like they can edit guys out of games because they're online? But obviously because of all the other previous wrestling games, they couldn't edit out Benoit because they're on like a previous generation.
But that, to me, that is absolute... I'd be raging, right? Let's say that you buy the WWE 2K25 game because...
You're a loser.
Well, yeah, that, but let's say you bought... No, but let's say like 2K23 or whatever one it was, you bought it because you only care about Brock and he's the only guy you like. And then they remove Brock for the game because that Janelle Grant shit. That's bullshit. See, if you paid for the game, you shouldn't be getting... The only thing you should be getting is content added. You shouldn't be getting anything removed.
Yeah.
I paid the full price because Brock Lesnar was part of the roster. I don't fucking want Brock Lesnar getting removed.
For fucking hee-haw, by the way.
And if Chris Benoit just held off on what he did for a little bit longer, a few more months, he'd have been in WWE 2K... WWE 2008 SmackDown vs. Raw.
I get it right, mate. They weren't 2K back then. They were shit.
And that ECW roster was shite, by the way. It needed Benoit.
Tommy Dreamer, GM.
You can't even use him. Fucking disgrace.
Who signed off on that? No Van Damme?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no Van Damme, no Benoit. Oh, God, it wasn't good. Okay. Sandman on Raw. I mean, whew.
What are we doing? Anyway, Cena wraps his way to the ring. He buries the Cruiserweight division. A reference to Lord Littlebrook. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that must be an American thing, brother. But we get the match between them, and it wouldn't be a Chris Benoit match if it taking some form of blow to the head. And, of course, what happens here is he gets hit by the chain square in the noggin. And, honestly, I mean, I've seen this meme going around, but you can look back at any Benoit match and say that was the turning point. And I'm yet to see a match where I'm like, fuck, he actually didn't take any bumps in that. He came out with a black eye.
From what I recall, Benoit had a lot of black eyes.
Why is that, folks? Like, I know he's a wrestler, right? But I don't recall as many wrestlers coming out with, like, black eyes and battered faces as much as this guy. Something weird's going on. Anyway, Cena gets the pin after Rhino comes out, chain into the face of Benoit. 1, 2, 3. Big John wins. Up next, we got Jamie Noble and Nydia taking on Tori Wilson and Rikishi. A wee bit of mixed tag team match here. You get the typical spots. Nydia going face to face with Rikishi, and you've got Taz. She's a tomato cold, and then Rikishi just has to bottle it and tag it.
Yeah, I mean, mixed tag match. It was, I mean, you say bottle it. I think that was one of those mixed tag matches where the rules are you do need to tag it, but Nydia gets Rikishi's ass in her face, which is, I mean, Taz suggested that she may like that being for the trailer. Don't think anybody likes that.
That's another guy's finisher that's to his character. He's got a big ass, and he's not afraid to fucking use it. And tell you what, man, it was funny seeing that. You'll never get sick of seeing Rikishi doing a stink face to a heel. Don't you not?
No.
Honestly, I would fucking... See as much as I hate the bloodline and current WWE, how much money would you pay to see Rikishi at like 60 with his shitey arse rubbing it in the face of like 90% of this modern roster?
I'd love it. It'd be great.
Fucking, you know, like Charlotte Flair,
Becky
Lynch's plastic faces getting wiped up.
Preferably unwashed arse.
Aye.
Which apparently Rikishi would do sometimes back in the day.
Which is fucking brilliant. I think he did it to McMahon. Hey, McMahon does like shite.
McMahon probably requested it. That's how Rikishi started doing it. McMahon was like, here, see that stink face you give me tonight? Don't wash your ass.
I like the sweet corn, pal. Anyway, Rikishi and Tony Wilson win, and be a filler match, brother, but it was alright.
Tony Wilson was looking good.
Looking good, damn it. Right, Ray, he's like, I'm healthy, I'm ready to take the title. Eddie comes out and basically says, here, you're no fucking welcome back here, Beaner.
Orale, you better win that title, I say, or you're not allowed back in Mexico. Well, maybe he'll get deported back to Mexico. I don't know, but it's going to be Ray versus Matt freaking Hardy. We then see Vince and Stephanie's office, and he tells her that you're doing a bad job and you need a new assistant. Now, she doesn't want a new assistant, but she's getting one, and that new assistant is none other than Sable. Sable's laying all over Stephanie's desk looking all sexy, and Stephanie says, this is who you're going to pick, the woman that tried to sue you for sexual harassment, and McMahon just kind of owns it at this point. I am not a pervert. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, and then he tries to spit it on Steph. He's like, you're just jealous of her looks and the way she is, because you're not like that. And he thinks he's got the upper hand here. He just kind of walks away all smug, which is great. And Sable, like, seductively goes over to Stephanie. But this just shows you how, yes, Sable sued the company years prior, right? But this would be the equivalent of, like, Janelle Grant coming back in 2028 and them turning it into a storyline.
Could that happen?
No, but why in 99, right? So this gets said about Vince. This case happens, and then a couple of years later, Sable's back, and in 2003, McMahon's not this evil guy, right? But in 2025, he's Hitler.
It's just the world we live in, isn't it? It's just this, like... It's just the world. I mean, back in the day, this whole Janelle Grant thing, people would have just accepted it for what it was. Some woman being basically a prostitute to enhance her career and enhance her finances by sleeping with the boss. Whether you agree with it or not, that's just kind of how it happened. I mean, pretty much the same thing I believe with Harvey Weinstein. Like years ago, women slept with him to get their roles in the movies, and that was okay. People knew it happened and they just accepted it. But the Me Too movement comes around and all of a sudden, there's no such thing as consensual affairs to profit.
To the top.
You know, you can't be doing that. If you sleep your way to the top, you're automatically a victim. So yeah, that's what it is, isn't it?
It is what it is. But up next, it is what it is. It's Matt Hardy, Rey Mysterio, cruiserweight title on the line, and normally, I mean, if this is modern day, like, what the fuck's a jobber wee cruiserweight match doing in the main event? Well, guess what? Matt Hardy and Rey Mysterio would fucking main event Mania today, so this is great. I liked it.
Matt of Facts tells us that Matt is taller than Rey Mysterio. I don't think we need it. The facts there.
Micro, man.
Yeah, we have the Mattitude, the Mattituders, Shannon Moore and Crash Holly. I don't think adding Crash Holly's done anything to Matt Hardy. I would have just kept.
Hasn't done anything to Crash.
Well, no, I would have kept it as Hardy and Shannon Moore. Both of those guys get ejected. That leaves just Matt Hardy and Ray. And yeah, I mean, we get a pretty long main event match here.
No, it was good. Obviously, you had those two getting ejected, which was pretty funny. Matt thinks he's beat, but then they come back out. They use the cruiserweight title. They hit Rey Mysterio, twist of fate, but Ray kicks out to a massive pop, and this is when I respect this decision of, right, we're actually going to have Ray kick out of something he shouldn't kick out of. I don't know why, because it's the main event. It makes it feel more fucking special, doesn't it, though?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well, if this was in the mid-card of SmackDown, he wouldn't have kicked out of this. But this is how you elevate a main event. It's wee things like this that they just don't have a fucking clue of how to book it today.
But now, unfortunately, in wrestling, everybody, despite their place on the card, kicks out all the signature moves.
Yeah, no, it's infuriating.
Back in the day, like, a signature move would have been enough to beat, or a finisher certainly would have been enough to beat somebody. But because they're obviously wanting to try and push Ray here, it's the main event and it's for the title, they're gonna have him kick out this big move that normally he wouldn't kick out of. We have Moore and Crash Holly getting back involved. I was expecting to see Eddie Guerrero come out and help Ray. It didn't happen though.
Yeah, I think it's definitely leaning towards like an Eddie Ray Tajiri against the Matt crew.
Could happen. We then, Hardy's pissed off that the leg drop didn't do it, and we get a roll up by Rey Mysterio, and he gets the win. So yeah, there you go. Rey Mysterio wins. Cruiserweight match by name, not really by nature. Didn't really see many cruiserweight spots here. I guess Matt Hardy's not really a cruiserweight guy. They did have the whole gimmick where he couldn't get under the weight, the 220 pounds. So yeah, is that Matt Hardy done with the cruiserweight division? I'd say so.
US title will be around the corner, I think.
Yeah, SmackDown needs the US title. The only problem is if you move Matt Hardy into the US title, mix up, how far down the pecking order is he?
Well, he's definitely going to be below guys like Cena, Benoit at this stage, isn't he? I mean, I'd say he's pretty close to a podium position, no? I mean, because at this point, Taker, Big Show, Angle, Brock, they're going to be your world title guys on SmackDown. Big Show will become US champion at some point, but I mean, I wouldn't say Matt Hardy's much below Chris Benoit. And,
not for me, but I think that McMahon would. I think he'd be below the likes of Rikishi as well, and a Rhino and stuff like that. But here,
I don't know if he'd be below Rikishi at this stage. I don't know. Rikishi's pretty fucking low down, like his arse.
The ass is hanging low. But anyway, Rey Mysterio wins, celebrates with the belt. There you go, gives it to Dominic. Rey Mysterio wins his first singles title in WWE.
I think it's insane how Dominic and Rey go to such lengths with kayfabe in 2025 when no one else does.
Yeah, and as much as I respect it, it's not worth the while, because unless everyone's doing it, unfortunately, well, maybe not everybody needs to do it, but
people that matter.
Yeah, it's I think even back in the day, it's even if a couple of people didn't do it, it would have just ruined it.
But thankfully back then everyone kept kayfabe and it was good. Anyway, I will give this show a 7 out of 10, as it was also good. And I liked the main event. I liked McMahon. I think we could have got a bit more of McMahon, Sackdown and Hogan, but what they're doing is they're putting a wee bit more effort into SmackDown's shows, because there is no pay-per-view on the horizon.
Yeah, that's true, and I think with the individual brand pay-per-views, you need to book a little bit smarter, because instead of having a pay-per-view that you build up to every 4 weeks, you're now going to be every 8 weeks.
So you need to kind of build up to a Mega SmackDown or a Mega Raw, which shouldn't make those shows better. But I'll give it a 7. What are you giving it?
I'm going to give it a 7 as well. Enjoyed Kurt Angle's back, great. Enjoyed the opening McMahon segment, good title match at the end. It was good, 7 out of 10.
Brilliant.
Bad Blood maybe this Sunday, but Bad Blood is returning tonight on Monday Night Raw as Mick Foley and Triple H renew their epic rivalry. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Wrestling, here to review Monday Night Raw from June 9th, 2003. And I'm going to have a nice day because we get Mick Foley back tonight. The return of the Mixter, 3 faces of Foley. Well, I don't know what one we're going to get. Well, I mean, technically we got the 4th face. It's 3 faces of Foley, but I don't know. Why does no one ever talk about the most important face of them all? Mick Foley.
Is it because Mick Foley is Mick Foley, though? You know what I mean? Mick Foley's not really a character. It's just him.
Yeah.
He's just some guy.
But shouldn't it be the 4 faces of Foley then, or does that not make any sense?
I don't think Foley's a character, though. That's my point, though. I feel like the other 3 are clearly characters.
Yeah, but Mick Foley's also got a face, hasn't he?
Either or. All 4 of them's great, and not many people.
Yeah, but it's see when you see the face of Mr. It's like when McMahon was on SmackDown versus Raw, half was red, half was blue. It's that was known as the 2 faces of McMahon, wasn't it?
I don't know if it was just a cover of a game.
Well, it was, but anyway,
it's much better than this shit. Well, not this
shit, the point is, right? Mick Foley's great. I don't care. How would you rank them? The 3 faces of Foley.
Dude Love's last.
But that's not to say Dude Love's bad.
I just don't think Dude Love
never got a big enough run.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was good. I think it was funny.
There just wasn't enough Dude Love.
I'd probably go Mankind, Cactus Jack, Dude Love. I don't feel like Cactus Jack got a proper run in WWE. Mankind's what got flown off the Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
Mankind is what was teaming up with The Rock and doing the stuff with McMahon.
Yeah.
Mankind was the guy in the hospital. I mean, it's Mankind.
I mean, what? Honestly,
Mankind every day
the other 3 faces that really didn't do much. Cactus Jack took on Triple H, and Dude Love messed about with Austin. But
did
for
that
the
weird manoeuvre with his knees.
but for the most
that
part,
Nash wouldn't dream of doing.
yeah, Nash's quads would just hyperextend at the kneecaps, I think, if he did that. But for the most part, that was pretty much it. Anyway, we get Austin. He's in his office. Triple H comes in. He wants to know who the special referee is going to be. Austin won't answer, so Triple H tries to threaten him, but realises that won't work, and then he just leaves. Austin, I think, has been a bit weird the last couple of weeks. Not really dig. I don't know if Austin's on paracetamol or something, but...
He's on the beer.
Yeah, I don't
He
think...
told Triple H to have a nice day, which was
yeah,
nice.
well, I mean, that kind of gave it away. But I don't know. I don't think... Last couple of weeks, Austin's been a bit off, in my opinion. Right, then we get Rosie.
Put a bit of respect on Rosie.
Yeah, Rosie versus Goldberg. Rosie, I believe, the older brother of Roman Reigns.
Looks like him. Just a fat Roman Reigns.
I'd actually say Rosie's better than Roman Reigns.
People wouldn't have that though, would they?
I mean, probably not, but...
Better error.
Yeah, better theme song.
Yep.
The clock is ticking and it's time to kill. You got 3 minutes.
And at least Rosie didn't have fucking losers sticking fingers up for him.
Aye, and he battered me young, so...
What a guy. What's not to love? But Chris
Anyway.
Jericho came out.
He ain't gonna batter Goldberg, is he?
Nope, he's not. But you know what? What did he do? He hit a Samoan drop on Goldberg. And I mean, Rosie's very green at this point. And you're going against a guy that's just always
Been green.
Aye. Like a banana that just doesn't go to fucking yellow.
It's like the Green Giant, but instead of sweet corn, it's just green corn.
Shite. But I mean, I tell you what, I thought the match was alright, Goldberg and Rosie.
I mean, it was never going to go 15 minutes, was it?
But see, I don't...
Could you imagine a 15-minute technical wrestling match between Rosie and Goldberg?
No, I know, but do you not feel like in previous eras when they had these guys that were like sloppy, it worked? It felt real. It felt authentic. It felt like two big bits of meat hitting each other.
Two meaty men, as they would call it these
No,
days.
but you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you here?
I do.
See today, that's the problem though, right? See back here, this was short and sweet. See today, they would try and make this go longer than what it needs to be, and it would just weigh down the fucking quality of the match. It would be downright disgusting. With bad numbers.
Bit like the Fog Entertainment analytics, downright disgusting, guys.
Check out that channel.
If you haven't
guys.
subscribed, go and do it.
Yeah, Dexter Resurrection drew at one point.
I'll admit, all the content's kind of shite, but it's worth checking out. Here, if you like us, then you'll like that channel.
That's it.
It's the same two people.
Aye, there's no difference. Same shite.
Probably talking about better products than wrestling, to be fair. Right, Goldberg wins, hits the jackhammer. Always impressive when, he's hitting the jackhammer on big 350, 400-pound guys. And he seems to do it with ease.
No,
unlike that last time he tried to lift up the Undertaker.
Sad. They're all getting old.
They are. Anyway, I like Goldberg, so it is what it is. Now, then there was a poll. You can vote on who the referee is going to be. Austin Foley, Shane McMahon, Terry Funk, or The Rock. That's the options there. Bit strange. I don't know why Terry Funk would be on the list. It was just a weird poll, wasn't it? It's like
it was never going to be Austin. It was never going to be Mick Foley.
When was the last time we even seen Shane McMahon?
Yeah. Survivor Series 2001.
I think it was Raw the next night, actually.
But either or, right? It's fucking that time period.
Up next, we get Rob.
Actually, remember when McMahon appointed Bischoff?
Oh, he did, aye. Shane was in the limo, aye.
That was weird, though.
It's like, this guy's coming for your job if you don't perform the next 30 days, and Shane O'Mac appeared. Unless that was an AI version of Shane, I don't know. I think AI was that good back then.
Tony Khan again?
I think Tony...
Yeah, when's Tony Khan going to pull the trigger on
Hold
that?
on here. See if I was Tony... Could you not pretend that you've got Vince and Shane?
Just call him Vince and Shane, man.
I would do a cardboard cutout, like when Mick Foley faced Rocky in TNA.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Aye.
I'm taking on a world champion tonight, and he faces Rocky Balboa. I think try something. You got to do it. Anyway, RVD versus Rene Dupree, and yeah, it's a roll up at the end. Who won? Can't remember.
Yeah. What I would say is about this match is Kane. The whole gimmick is that Van Damme wins, but then you've got Kane not coming out to help him in the beatdown. And you had like a weird scene afterwards where like Van Damme's like, why didn't you do that with Austin last week? And Kane's just like touching his mask. Kane's what? I mean, it's going to lead to the unmasking, but I think Kane pretty much for the past year, ever since he returned against the Un-Americans, I think he's been quite shite.
Yeah,
I like the tag team with Van Damme, right? It's all right, but it's not the Kane we need. See these people saying the worst thing they could have done was take the mask off him. I don't think they understand pro wrestling.
Yeah, I think the best thing they done was take the mask off him. What I don't understand is though why they had Rob Van Dam beat Rene Dupree. Now people will say, but they've been getting a shitload of offense lately, and they'd already beaten Kane and RVD before, and it's like, well, yeah, that's kind of my point. This was the last show we're going to see either member of La Resistance before Bad Blood. Why have their unbeaten streak come to an end tonight?
Yeah.
I would have just continued it. Or even have a DQ finish. Felt a bit strange to have La Resistance be unbeaten for a couple of months just to have them lose on the Raw heading into Bad Blood.
Look at the faith though, man. La Resistance in like a month and they're going to put the tag titles on.
Now you need to be in WWE about 5 years before they consider bringing you up for NXT.
And that's after you've done 20 years on the Indies, so yeah, well done. Austin Bischoff, they spin the wheel to pick the offence in the Redneck Triathlon. I mean, I don't mind this, right? But I feel like if you're spinning the wheel, it should be for Raw Roulette.
Aye, Raw Las Vegas.
You know, you get the pie eating here. Bischoff's like, oh, strawberry and apple pie. But Austin's like, here, The Rock, poontang pie. And then there's like, oh, there's jokes. And then Lawler's, creaming his pants at the thought of this. And JR's like, you're sick, King.
Alright, King wants the pie. He wants to enter instead. We get some memories with Freddie Blassie. So rest in peace, Freddie.
But see, this was McMahon.
This is real, though. You've got people that actually met Freddie Blassie, talking about Freddie Blassie, giving you their personal experiences with the guy. You had McMahon, you had Stephanie. It was just, an actual real tribute. Not
Rock,
like
Hogan, Austin, all speaking about this guy, saying that, the business, this guy helped shape it, putting him over, and like it actually felt legit. It didn't feel like they were reading from a script, and McMahon knew how to deliver these, man, didn't he?
Yeah, McMahon actually paid proper homage to wrestlers that had passed away.
No, absolutely. Now, we have our next match, Trish Stratus and Ivory versus Jazz and Victoria.
Yeah, Rob berated Kane, by the way, for not doing anything. He's like, what the hell, come on, you big red retard, when you going to start helping me out? Right, we get Trish and Ivory versus Jazz and Victoria. Ivory picks up the win here over Jazz. That's twice now. Match wasn't great, but who cares?
This is your women's division, folks. Deal with it.
Aye, I mean, I guess we're going to get Ivory versus Jazz soon.
It's going to go down that road, but this is all this match needs to be. Couple of minutes. King doing some of his fucking, sexual commentary. I mean, what else do you need?
That's it.
That's all you need then, isn't it? Chris Jericho, he's trying to leave the arena, but then Christian talks him into staying. No, you've got to stay, man. You've got to see the Peep Show later on tonight. There's a Spinneroonie contest. I'm looking forward to the Spinneroonie contest. Are you?
Alright, give us it. Come on, who can do the best Spinneroonie?
We then got a video package for the UK tour, and we might go watch Resurrection at some point. Do you want to watch Resurrection?
No.
Why not?
I mean, we've already passed it, haven't we? It's like...
Fuck, I know, but I like them.
Well, we'll watch it.
I'm pretty sure it was Austin against Jericho in a beer drinking contest in
fuck,
Newcastle.
need to watch that then.
I mean, that sounds fucking... No, but I don't know. I think it was weird back in the day that when they actually did the UK pay-per-views, they felt like authentic and like unique.
Aye.
Like an actual like fucking specific pay-per-view.
Almost felt like they were catered towards the UK audience or something like that.
Aye, it was good stuff, man. Like references to Ant and Dec and Newcastle. That's when they're on the... What do you get?
Remember McMahon, he'd always bring out the taxi cab or the big red bus or the phone box or something, like...
Well, that was a wee bit El Generico, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, I mean, that stuff was getting whipped out to about 5 years ago. Pretty much. But up next, Steiner versus Storm. Test comes out, he does commentary. I thought Test was actually pretty good on commentary, and he's talking about how Steiner's pissed and that Lance Storm's got him beat, but then... Downward spiral, 1, 2, 3, Scott Steiner retains, and then what happens here is Test comes down, batters the fuck out of Steiner, and then basically just plants one on Stacy Keibler, and he's like, I'm gonna make you my whore. And when would you get this today?
Great. Absolutely great.
This is heel heat.
Yeah, I mean, if Punk's refusing to hit Becky, then I'm sure he could have... No, but you seen that back in the days. You just cannot win. They've pretty much just emasculated all the men, and castrated them on. They cannot do nothing. Like, see back in the day when you had like Stephanie McMahon getting in, like the odd time Jericho would put her on the walls of Jericho, or The Rock would hit the rock bottom, but like sometimes if she was just going to slap them or whatever, and they blocked it, instead of hitting her, they would like kiss her or something like that. I'm pretty sure we've seen The Rock do it, and I know we've seen Jericho do it.
Yep.
But we're not even in a. If you look at wrestling today, it's like, if Becky Lynch slaps CM Punk, it's like he can't do fuck all. He can't strike her in retaliation. He can't fucking lock lips on her, or else that would probably be even considered worse in today's world.
Yeah. No,
that would be look, Punk just SA'd Becky Lynch. It's like, fucking hell, man. It's professional wrestling.
It's not real.
It's not real. Grow the fuck up.
No, it's actually insane, but this was great for Test, and I'm looking forward to this match. The feud's been alright, and we've got Stacey's services on the line, so, I mean, that's all you need in a storyline.
Bring Vince Russo back and he'll stick them on a pole.
Stick them on a fucking pole. Anyway, the cell then gets lowered. The fans overwhelmingly think Foley will be the guest referee. To me, what was the point of doing the it was obviously going to be fucking Foley. Austin comes out, and then he whips out.
I'm not a big fan of these polls, by the way, and especially
They're
tonight.
over the internet, though.
Yeah, no, they are, and again, that's something you got to give McMahon credit for. He did do his best. When he wanted to push something, he did. Even I remember when they were pushing that shitey video service that they had, and I forget.
Fine.
Was it Fine?
Aye, it was. Aye, I think it was Fine. I know what you're on about.
No, it wasn't Fine. Tout. Aye, I think it was WWE Tout.
Could have been both.
No, I think they maybe pushed Fine a little bit, but Tout was WWE's own thing, so I remember them pushing that big time. And it's like, see, when McMahon wanted something, he did push it.
Oh, no, he did.
Fair play to him.
He knew how to get it over. Absolutely. But Austin introduces Foley. Foley comes down to the ring.
And it makes sense, though, because if the internet's getting bigger, then yeah, why wouldn't you push WWE.com? And if they're doing polls, that's interactive, so that's going to make people feel like they're actually a part of the show. That's going to make people feel like their opinions count. So, I mean, it was good marketing and it made sense.
See, think of it though, right? Foley comes out here, he's like, oh, you know, the kids are only remembering me for flying off the cell. See, at this point, that's 5 years ago. Think how much has happened since mid-98 to mid-2003. And now, go from the tail end of 2025 to tail end of 2020. What is the difference? Like, what drastic things have happened over the last 5 years? Compared to that 5 year period from 98 to 2003, it's scary, but I wasn't really a fan of this promo for Foley. He started making a big deal out of 1, 2, 3. All I've got to do is 1, 2. And it's like, yes, Foley, you're the referee. I understand that outcome. Triple H, I'm going to beat you up. You're just a normal guy.
Maybe not. Maybe doesn't need to do 1, 2, 3. Maybe Nash will go for a figure 4. And Triple H will tap out. I don't know if Nash's legs could bend.
I think if Triple H rolled it over and countered the fit, I think Nash would disintegrate.
Nash would need to be a spider. You need 8 legs for Nash to attempt that.
Triple H essentially gives Foley an arrow to back out of being referee, but Foley keep going 1, 2. What do you make of the 1, 2, 3 thing? I think it was getting a wee bit fucking tired.
I wasn't really doing it for me, but here.
Like, Nash did not get mentioned here, right?
Nash feels like a spare part.
Yeah, like, this match is just Triple H versus Mick Foley. Like, Mick Foley is in there just to do all the spots on Sunday. I don't even think I've ever seen this match before. I will be fucking flabbergasted, right? If Kevin Nash is flinging himself into steel steps and, like, you know, doing all that crazy stuff, because it's no opener's game. Ric Flair comes out, introduces Randy Orton. Come out to Evolution. Well, no, actually, it wasn't Evolution's music. He came out to Flair's music, and then it's Randy Orton versus Hurricane. But hang on a second, who's coming out with the Hurricane? It's Shawn Michaels. And Shawn Michaels, what a man, huh?
Aye, great. Making the save.
It's a shame. It's a shame that all these legends that stay with the company in 2025, they're killing their fucking legacy, in my opinion.
They're all becoming bitches.
Like Shawn Michaels.
Sean Hickenbottom produced NXT. I couldn't give... Sean Hickenbottom's produced nothing but shite on WWE. That's all he's produced for the last, 3-4 years. Listen, I'll always remember Shawn Michaels as, the greatest in-ring performer of all time. But yeah, the longer he stays in WWE, ruining his legacy, Triple H, I'll remember him as being this great heel wrestler. And yeah, again, his booking's fucking awful.
Like, see,
Undertaker quickly becoming a sellout, in my opinion. Whether it was his decision, people are blaming WWE because they wanted Michelle McCool to be involved in Undertaker's podcast, right? And maybe WWE did push it.
Taker's his own
I
man.
personally think Taker probably wasn't really against having his wife on his show with him. But let's say it wasn't Taker's idea and that WWE were pushing it. Taker, I'm sure, is man enough to turn around and say, no, I've employed this guy. I like the setup. I like how he hosts the show. I'm keeping him. If you don't like the duo of me and him, and I'm sorry I refer to the guy as him because I don't actually know his name, but if you don't like the duo of me and him, then fine. Don't have our podcast. I'll do my own thing. We'll go our separate ways. I just think it's pathetic, man.
I know. No, I listened. Well, I didn't
And
listen.
also, you look at some of Taker's comments on LFG, that big fucking retarded looking woman, and he's trying to pretend that you've got all the looks to be a star in this. Taker, come on. You were active when Trish Stratus was the main woman, and you're saying this Bailey chick, I don't even know if you can call her chick, but you're saying this Bailey thing has all the looks. All the looks, Taker, come on. Come on, you take no look at the women. I won't really go into the 80s or 90s, but even if you look at like the later 90s and the mid 90s, like Sunny, Sable, Trish, Stacey Keebler, Tori Wilson. Come on, Taker, you're claiming this Bailey person has all the looks.
The problem
Fuck
is,
off.
if they wanted to push her as like a Kane type figure, as something disfigured, then it could work.
But they can't.
She would have a look for that.
But they can't.
Maybe that's what he meant, but I doubt it. But you're right, they can't do that. That's the problem. Like, I actually think if you wanted to push her as that would work, because she's fucking deformed and hideous. But they can't do it, because they're pish and woke.
Have you ever noticed, though, even when it comes to like Piper Niven or Nia Jax, have you noticed how careful the commentators need to be around?
She's a fine-sized lady.
No, but see when they're announcing that, like, they can't really... Not the way, like, when it's in the men, and maybe not even now, but more so back in the day, it's like they would put over the sheer size advantage that they had, the weight advantage that they had.
No, totally. But see,
like someone's trying to slam Rikishi and they're like, oh, you ain't going to get that ass up there, you know?
No,
it's
but
like...
I was listening to that Angle. Angle's on that podcast with Taker and his wife, and that's what she is, Taker's wife.
And she just interrupts, doesn't she? She
No,
ruins the
It's not
flow.
even that she just interrupts. It's like, she's like, oh, Kurt, they say you were funny back in the day, and it's like, yeah, he was, but you weren't fucking there, Michelle.
Yeah, it's almost like she's trying to be the judge. It's like, were you actually? It's like, yeah, he was. What do you mean? She's asking it as if it's not true or it's up for debate. It's like, fuck off, Michelle. Kurt was a legend. Is a legend still.
But put it this way, right? There is no locker room that Undertaker's not been a part of that we would want to hear from. So, like, the guy retired 5 years ago. Let's face it, folks. Anyone that's come into wrestling in the last 5 years, I do not give a fuck. In any form of interview they do. So therefore, Undertaker covers that. See, who could Undertaker be interviewing that I would rather Michelle McCool's thoughts on it than him?
Nobody. And that's the thing. It's like, we just want to hear Taker and Angle of a conversation. We really don't want to hear Michelle's opinion on it. We don't need her butting in. If she could do an interview to, like, if she could just be the host, then maybe it would work. Maybe it would be okay. But that's not how they set it up. They set it up as if she's Taker's equal.
Yep.
And that when, like, if Kurt Angle asks a question out to the Undertaker, then Michelle McCool needs to give an answer as well.
But see,
like,
Kurt was talking about...
No, but, like, we want to hear about... Like, say if Taker... Like, say if they're talking about matches, right? And Taker says to Kurt, what's your best match of all time? And Kurt's like, well, it was probably my match with Benoit. Or maybe my match with Shawn Michaels, right?
Not him.
Right? And Kurt could, like, throw it back. Be like, what about you, Taker? What about you, Mark?
Probably mine with Shawn Michaels.
But then Taker's like, everyone's best match with Shawn Michaels. But then you've got Michelle Cool's like, Well, mine's was probably when I teamed up with Layla and Lay Cool took on, when I took on
Piggy June.
when I took on Melina, and it's like, who gives a shit?
I know.
No, but who gives a shit?
No, but no, the thing is, like, Taker's matches with Michaels and Kurt's matches with Michaels and all their best. You remember them? You the pay-per-view.
I couldn't tell you one Michelle McCool match.
Yeah,
I think I remember her and Layla going through a table in a tag team match at some point. Might have been against Beth and Natalia.
Yes, but like Taker and Michaels, like Mania 26, Mania 25, Rumble 98, right? Bad Blood 97. The pay-per-view just before that, In Your House, can't remember the actual title of it, right? And then there's other matches. Off the top of my head.
With Angle and Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 21. Vengeance.
The Rumble spot in 2005 wasn't a match, but here, I remember that. I don't remember fuck all for Layla and Michelle McCool.
Yeah.
Nothing, nada. I'm a sexy Kurt, all that stuff. But what I was going to get into, so Kurt Angle's on talking to, move on quickly, but Kurt Angle's talking to Taker, and he's like, 2006, I told Vince that if I don't leave, I'm going to end up killing myself. Not literally, but I'm taking that many pills. I need to leave. Please grant me my release. And he's like, God damn it, pal, you're your way.
Why couldn't Benoit just have done that?
True. No, but it's like, Kurt Angle was very close with Vince. But the guy that was closest with Vince was Undertaker. And like, those two talking about Vince hits different if it's just those two. Michelle McCool sticks out like a sore thumb there.
What do you make of Vince saying to Kurt Angle, you can face any of those guys, but don't take on Daniel Puder? But Vince is the same guy that's like trying to get into actual legit fights with like Brock Lesnar and shit.
It's kind of funny though.
A bit hypocritical, aren't you? Like, here, Kurt, Olympic gold medalist, don't be fighting that Daniel Puder guy, but here I'm allowed to fucking fight anybody I want because I'm Vincent Kennedy McMahon, damn it.
Perk Angle, what a guy. Anyway, Ric
No,
Flair.
by the way, I seen a few people comment on that film. Angle wouldn't have done shite against Rampage or whatnot. He got beat. He didn't get beat by Daniel Puder, right? He was having a like an amateur wrestling match with this Puder guy, and that Puder goes for like an illegal maneuver and tries to break his arm. It was unprofessional for the guy. And look at Angle. Did he act like Raja Jackson? Did he start pummeling the guy? No, he got up and fucking got in his face and went, "What you doing that for, you asshole? Like, why are you going to the ground?" People make it as if, oh, look at that, Angle got his ass whipped by that. He didn't. I mean,
but see that forward.
No, but Angle was wrestling the guy, and then he went for a move that's illegal in wrestling. And then Angle realised what he was doing and got a pin on him.
Yeah, but also see those arm bars. I mean, they
don't do that in wrestling.
No, they don't do it in wrestling, but also it's like you've got to bear in mind in UFC. See, once you get into one of them, you don't want your fucking arm to get snapped. See the fact that Kurt Angle managed to get out of that and pin him.
Yeah, but Angle
fucking
wasn't expecting them to do that because that's not what they were doing. That guy, you know what I mean? That would be like the equivalent of like you bring in Anthony Joshua or something like that to have a boxing match with Roman Reigns, and Joshua's jabbing him, then Roman Reigns pulls out a gun and shoots him. And you're like, oh, look, Joshua thought he was a big man. Joshua thought he was a good boxer, but he wasn't as good a boxer as Roman Reigns. It's like, well, hold on here. I mean, in boxing, when do people pull out guns? So, people that say, oh, look, Angle got beat by that, he didn't get beat. I mean, he was having an actual amateur-style wrestling match with the guy without even trying, to be honest, and coming off a shitload of injuries. And that guy put on a shoot manoeuvre on him and, tried to break his arm, and Angle...
I think the fact that Kurt got out of it sums up how good he is.
Yeah.
Most people... put it this way, anyone in WWE gets into that, maybe apart from Brock Lesnar, because I think Brock would have killed him, probably would have had to have tapped. Because the guy's going to snap his arm.
Angle was never tapping.
No.
That's the thing.
I think it took his arm getting wrapped in his arse.
Yeah, no, Angle's arm would have snapped, and that's... But yeah, I'd rather talk about incidents like that than anything today.
Kurt Angle, though, as a professional, he was well within his fucking rights to be like stick the head through him there and be like, what the fuck are you doing?
And he didn't. He got up and they had words and I mean, fair play, that Daniel guy offered the handshake, but I say fair play, like he tried to take Kurt out, so
yeah.
But people are blaming Paul Heyman for that, so.
And then he got slapped about in the Rumble.
It was weird though, because you got Hardcore Holly, Sparkplug, bullying this guy in the Rumble when this Daniel Puder guy could have killed Hardcore. I always thought that was funny.
Yeah,
you got hardcore Holly like fucking trying to beat this guy up and acting like a tough man, when in reality, if this Daniel Puder just went like, no, but I mean, I tell you what, I can't remember exactly, Were those three all out in the ring when they started beating him up, or did Hardcore Holly come out after Pudor?
I'm pretty sure Guerrero and Ben Waller 1 and 2. Then it was Pudor. And then he probably thinks, this is nice and easy. Then he started getting chopped to fuck. And then all you heard was Hardcore Holly's music.
Yeah, but I would like to have seen... I know, but I think Holly took it one step I would like to have seen what Hardcore Holly would have done if the Rumble started with Hardcore 1 and Pudor 2. I'd like to have seen if Hardcore Holly would have went into his bully mode with 90 seconds still on the clock until a third guy ran down.
But see, does this not sum up how bad modern wrestling is? I'd rather talk about the first 4 in the 2005 Rumble than fucking anything today. Oh, right. Anyway, Daniel put
but I tell you what, you talk about McMahon capitalising. I think they should have had a fucking real MMA fight between Angle and Pudor.
Why not? Nah, I think you risk it with Hardcore Holly. Do you risk it with Kurt? What if Pudor beat him? Don't think he would have, like, but what if he did? Kurt Angle gets fucking buried.
Well,
Pudor do it to Hardcore Holly then.
Daniel Pudor gets a massive fucking rocket strapped to his back then, doesn't he?
Aye, well anyway, Ric Flair's got a massive blade job strapped to his forehead because he's bleeding here.
Hold on, if Kurt was capable, if Kurt was getting the better of Brock Lesnar, I'm willing to bet that Kurt would beat Daniel Pudor. Like, you know what I mean?
don't think Brock and Kurt, we don't doing anything illegal like so. Anyway, speaking of illegal, it's definitely not illegal to do a blade job because Flair does it every week.
No.
Bleeding here, RKO to Hurricane, they brawl. And then this was weird actually. Shawn Michaels just beat up Ric Flair and Orton on the ramp and then fucked off. Like there was no comeuppance, just 2-on-1 beatdown.
It was a bit strange, wasn't it?
And then he fucked off. It was like he was back on the gear or something. Triple H yells at Bischoff. Who knows? He's not happy, right? Spin-a-Rooney contest. Right, Booker T, Christian. I mean, who did the best Spin-a-Rooney?
It was Booker T. Like
Kings was awful, actually.
Forgot about Kings.
Christian said, who ordered the pizza with extra pepperoni? That was quite good.
You either love it or hate it, like, don't you? I mean,
but he gets called pathetic, and then they get into a bit of a brawl. I mean, I thought it was pretty good there.
It was alright. Right, then we got Devon Dudley versus Rodney Mack. One of these guys looks white, the other looks black. It's no Mack.
But somehow Rodney Mack's the black supremacist.
Rodney Mack gets the win, he gets the black out. I think he should change it to the white out because he doesn't look black enough to...
No, I'm sorry, man. Like, Rodney Mack's no black. If you ask the average person...
The Mac ain't black.
If you ask the average person what colour Rodney Mack is, they're saying white. Aren't they? I mean, I think they could have done a storyline where Teddy Long discovers...
It's like a white guy that's been sunbathing for about 10 seconds. I mean, that's...
Do you know how they should have done a storyline where Teddy Long does like a DNA test? Rodney Mack and comes back like 100% Caucasian?
You know, they should have borrowed those lie detectors for McMahon and Mr. America and... Rodney Mack, are you black? You know...
No.
Ding, 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 ding.
Good night. Right, Goldberg after that match. Blackout. Good night. Right, Goldberg, right, he's ready for Sunday. Then Jericho hits him with a chair and he kind of just runs off.
Right, Jericho playing cat and mouse.
What I would say is, I don't think the run's been that good. I'm not saying it's been bad, but it doesn't feel like a guy that's in a... It doesn't feel like a top guy that's in a feud with Jericho. He kind of just feels like a guy that's getting fucking outsmarted by Jericho.
Well, we'll see what happens at Bad Blood, but, I mean, he is getting paid a lot of money, so...
Well, he's getting paid a lot of money, right? Austin's looking for Foley. He then tells Foley to drop this being afraid nonsense. He did it to Kane last week. He did it to Foley this week. And then essentially what happens here is Foley comes out. Triple H is out there. Foley's like, you know what? I'm not going to referee this match. But guess what? I'm going to do it. And then return to my boring average life. And then they get into a brawl. And Triple H busts him open. Then 1, 2, 3. Triple H comes back in, batters him. 1, 2, 3. And then essentially what happens is Foley's busted open. Surprised. Out come Evolution. Out comes Kevin Nash and Michaels for the save. Jackknife to Triple H, and then Foley counts 1 last 1, 2,
I actually
3.
can't remember if Flair was bleeding. He's bleeding almost every single week.
No,
Is this the week where the back of his head was butt, or was that last week?
No, this was this week.
I remember
But
it was
his head was red here, but I think it was just for the blood earlier. I don't think he got busted open again. Well, actually, I say that.
I mean, the back of his skull was literally, I mean, just
It was a crimson match.
crimson red. Anyway, guys, honestly, it wasn't a great Raw.
It wasn't. Yeah, I think the fact we spent half it talking about Daniel Hooder might sum it up. I will give it a. I mean, I like Foley, but this. Let's be real. This Nash Triple H feud hasn't been good.
Yeah, the Nash Triple H feud ain't great. Austin wasn't great on this show. Bischoff really wasn't on this show much. I know they had the wee wheel spin thing, but yeah, not a lot happened there. Yeah, no.
I'll get a 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get a 5.
I mean, Bad Blood on paper should be good, but I've got a sneaky suspicion.
I'll get a 5 as well. Probably the worst Raw in a long time.
Yeah. Considering, like, you had Foley return, the Hell in a Cell.
Was it one of the worst Raws since the brand split?
Probably, because I
so.
wouldn't say we've gave many Raws worse than a 5, to be honest.
I don't think any Raw would have got worse than a 5. I think a 5 is like the lowest rate we can give
I think
it.
SmackDown might have had a 4. But,
Anyway, this wasn't good, but it should have been good because you know, a lot of big names.
who's size of Triple H's nose there?
Yep.
Deary me. Anyway, 5 out of 10. SmackDown, then Bad Blood. With 3 days to go to Bad Blood, this was SmackDown's equivalent to a pay-per-view, and let's just say they tore the ring down. Welcome back to Fog Wrestling, June 12th, 2003. Big Show, Brock Lesnar, WWE title on the line, and it created one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I guess from an in-ring standpoint, absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think it's up there. I mean, I wouldn't say it's at the top. When I think of physicality and, like, in-ring spots, even though technically this wasn't an in-ring spot, but I think Undertaker throwing Mankind off the Hell in a Cell, to me, that's number 1.
Yes.
I don't think that's going to be topped. That's like...
Well, no, it can't be topped. If we think there is another moment, it needs to come forward, because it's not going to be topped in the future.
Yeah, so I think that's, like, I think that is the number 1 move / spot in a physicality in ring style. To me, that's probably never going to be beaten. But yeah, the Brock Lesnar,
Edge's spear to Jeff Hardy, that one's up there.
Yeah, that's up there. But yeah, listen, I mean, I think Bubba and Matt falling through, maybe not as much, but I think them going through the tables, that's a pretty iconic spot as well. Listen, there's a lot. But I certainly think this Brock Lesnar Big Show one is up there for the ring break. It's probably in the top 10, isn't it? It's probably in the top 10.
To me, like, when I think of wrestling, I think of this moment. I do. And I think when you think of it that way, it's got to be.
Well, there was no need for about 3 or 4, I think, sir. But
well, I believe this moment is right up there.
Also, we'd seen a lot of Brock versus Lesnar lately, and they just needed something different, something new, something fresh, and we certainly got that. We didn't get a definitive ending or whatnot, but who knows? Kurt Angle's supposedly next in line, could be potentially getting a triple threat.
Yeah, I think that will be the triple threat at Vengeance, so I mean, I'm looking forward to that. But one thing I'm looking forward to tonight is the rematch of last week's main event, Cruiserweight title. Rey Mysterio versus Matt Hardy. 2 guys that can work. What was it? His wee Matt fact? It was Matt ain't ugly enough to wear a mask or something. Something along. That's a great wee Matt fact. But great wee match. 2 guys that know what they're doing, man. Yeah, main event it last week, but this is what the mid card should aspire to be. Rey Mysterio versus Matt Hardy.
People would say this is even below mid card though.
No, they would, because the Cruiserweight title. 4-minute match, 4.5-minute match. Ticks all the boxes.
It's good though, fast paced. I mean, the only thing that wasn't great was, I mean, the ending, the West Coast pop. It was a little bit. Ray was a little bit sluggish when he hit the Hurricane Rana. I mean, I said Ray. I mean, maybe it wasn't Ray. Maybe
I
it was
think
Matt.
Ray's still carrying a knock for a couple of weeks ago when he got carried out the arena.
But yeah, listen, the Hurricane Rana spot from the West Coast pop was a wee bit underwhelming. But other than that, really good, fast paced. Quick match, and that's what you want, a cruiserweight match. Like, I think a cruiserweight matches should be like hard hitting, high impact, high flying moves where it's a fast paced match and there's a lot of energy and it doesn't drag on. For me, I want to see different styles, and when it comes to the cruiserweight division, I don't want to see a 15-minute match where the pace is slowed down and you've got sleeper, and that would be very easy to do with Rey Mysterio because, I mean, Matt's a lot bigger than Rey despite both being cruiserweights, but no, I liked it. You know, it was good. It was a very solid opening to the show. Rey Mysterio retains. Matt Hardy not very happy. Could we be about to see the end of the Mattitude following? Because I don't know, Shannon Moore and Crash Holly not really adding much these days. Matt's lost the cruiserweight title. Where does he go from here? Well, we've got news later on that the US title's coming back, so maybe Matt will shift his focus. We've also heard that Ultimo Dragon is on his way to WWE, so yeah, I mean, I think that Matt might actually move away from the cruiserweight division now.
He should move away from it. It's like he's too good not. If he's not going to be in the cruiserweight division, he's not quite world title material, as we know.
Here, we've seen Matt in the last 6 months though have feuds with like The Undertaker and Brock Lesnar.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
albeit mini feuds, but feuds nonetheless.
Nothing stopping Matt Hardy for getting a shot. Probably not a run though, as we know the future. But Piper's Pit is up next. It went international. It came Tajiri and Eddie. Orderly home.
Sushi, tacos.
You want to drink some tequila, and they're eating sushi, they're eating tacos.
Tajiri trades his belt for some sushi.
This man right here is a champion. And he's like, can he have that belt? And Sean Hoover's like, I want that one. And then he gets it, and Eddie's like, you're not getting that belt, Holmes. But Tajiri traded it in, and he drank some tequila, spat it over the face of Roddy Piper. They fling the table. We lie, we cheat, we steal. Ooh. So I don't know if this is leading to these two against Piper and O'Hare, but what a weird fucking tag match that is.
It is. Not one that you'd have on your bingo card, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Then we cut backstage. Stephanie and Sable, they're not liking each other very much, and I don't know if this was a botch, but considering the fact it's tape and Sable probably would undermine Stephanie at every turn, she kind of just like puts under her breath that the US title's back, and Stephanie's like, oh, thanks for taking my thunder away. So yeah, the US title's back. Yeah. SmackDown probably needed it just as much as Raw needed the IC title.
Yeah, listen, that's one thing that I'll never really understand it from this era when, yeah, I get it, the US title was never there to begin with, so that's fair enough, but Raw taking away the Intercontinental title. I mean, did they do that just so they seemed like they were on a level playing field with SmackDown? I wonder if that's the reason. Why did Eric Bischoff get rid of the Intercontinental title? I'm curious.
It was just that weird period where they were like unifying every belt. Hardcore, and the Intercontinental get unified, and then they fucking unified the IC title and the World title. Just fucking weird. And then obviously, but you unify it. They kept unifying the belts, but all it was is the lesser belt got, discontinued. So it's not really a unification, is it? It's
no, not really.
Basically just saying Saranara. Speaking of Saranara...
Loser loses our belt.
Right, A-Train versus a returning Billy Gunn. Andrew,
man. Right. Now, we've got Tori Wilson announcing them down to the ring. Says that here, you're attracted to this guy if you like back hair. A-Train comes out.
This guy's stock is fucking nosedived.
Yeah, and then she puts over Billy Gunn. Best cheeks in the business, I believe she said. I mean, some people would say...
Maybe according to Chuck.
Yeah, some people would say Tori Wilson actually deserves that award, but she's giving it to Billy. Gunn comes out looking in pretty good shape, beats A-Train in a quick match in about 3 minutes with the Faymaster. Him and Tori celebrate, and yeah, she slaps his arse, and then he slaps hers. I mean, today this would be...
Do you know, I think it's safe to...
sexual assault or some bullshit.
Do you think it's fair to assume that Billy Gunn in 2003 is like the equivalent of Thierry Henry putting on a New York Red Bulls shirt in like 2014? It just feels like...
What a random...
I know, but do you not feel like it's like time has passed him by? It's like it almost feels like you just need to go to you just need to go to TNA, son. But see, I don't think there's anything wrong with admitting that. See 2003 WWE. We've seen it with the Road Warriors, right? See Road Dogg, he's away. See Billy Gunn, guys like that. See by 2003, it's a new era.
Do you think
everybody's got a shelf life?
Is there room for Billy Gunn in 2003, but just not as Mr. Ass? Do you think if Billy Gunn
Yeah, I think it's Billy and Chuck. He was great. I have no issues with that. But coming back as the one Billy Gunn.
Like, see Bradshaw. Do you think that JBL saved his career?
Yes, yeah. I think Bradshaw, by this point, you're thinking, son, it's time for you to go.
So you think Billy Gunn probably just needed something new? A new look?
Something like that, yeah. Because it's the same with Farouk. Farouk will be retired within a year here. So, it's sad, but this is what happened when wrestling was good. They constantly promoted new people. New stars were created. It's like, to me it sums it up, right? See, Billy Gunn's peak is like 98, 99. Not many people's going to dispute that, right? Which is like 4 or 5 years prior to this. Look at wrestling in 2025. There is guys that have been on the roster. Like, there's guys that have been on the indie scene 20 odd years. There's guys that have been in the main events. Look at the Sami Zayns, the Kevin Owens, the Seth fucking Rollins of this world, right? These guys have been in it since the mid 2010s. Why are they still there?
That is true though. See when wrestling was good. See, unless you were a top guy. See, unless you were a main eventer. Your cycle probably only lasted about 4 or 5 years, and then you got replaced by the up and coming guys.
Yeah,
and that's just how wrestling worked. But now wrestling's so shite that there is no one really up and coming to replace you. So you can, it's like in wrestling, like the mid card was always changing, and it was only really your main eventers that would kind of stick around because they were your top guys. But you look at it now, and like, for example, a Sami Zayn, he's 10 years. That guy's been around for more than 10 years in the mid card.
Yep. And again, why is it not? Why is there some fresh blood? Not because what the problem is, we live in an era in 2025 where it's there's like they have like their wee clique, their wee fucking indie gang that they're too afraid of getting rid of. I mean, the ratings have never been lower, folks, and why they would never just hit the reset button, I don't know. But back in these days when there was ruthless aggression, McMahon wasn't afraid of pulling the trigger, and there's loads of people like Billy Gunn. It's like, if you look at the attitude, look at the likes of Gangrel, Ken Shamrock, The Godfather, even like Val Venus by this point, a lot of them are gone. It's like, none of them really reinvented themselves. I mean, I thought he was good. I mean, The Godfather was good, and I thought Val Venus was good in right and centre, and I thought the Big Valvowski working with Eric Bischoff was good, but do you not think by the time we're getting in deal 4, it's like, bye-bye?
Yeah, and we actually seen Val Venus return. Didn't we not too long ago?
Yeah, now he's away.
The Big Valboski, and I don't know if he's gone, like maybe he's on heat or whatnot, but I like Val Venus, but you're thinking your time's kind of done here.
Yep. But that's the problem with wrestling, man. For about 15 years, man, they just haven't been able to create anybody, and it's tragic. But up next, we got The Undertaker player. He's taking on Johnny Stamboli. I mean, The Undertaker here wins with the last ride. It's no real surprise, but how many more weeks in a row can we just see The Undertaker burying the FBI?
Tell you what, this wasn't as competitive as last week's match.
No, each match is getting less competitive, but I feel like...
So if it's Undertaker versus little Nunzio next week, which it might be, if that's what they're... Because he's already faced Chuck Palumbo, now he's faced... Is that what they're going for? Taker to defeat Nunzio next week in like a minute?
Maybe it would be Taker against the FBI at Vengeance, but I don't know what Taker's doing at Vengeance. We'll have to wait and see. But out comes Stephanie.
But I tell you what, I think that'll be good though. So you can say what you want, but I think these brand split pay-per-views are good if they give lower mid-card. Lower guys are getting an opportunity now to be on paper. I think this was honestly, see if you're going to have a brand split, I think the way they have it now is that I think this is the perfect formula. You have a legit brand split with separate titles, separate rosters, separate fucking brands, separate GMs, separate commentators, separate everything, and you have separate brand exclusive pay-per-views minus the big 4. I think that's the perfect way to go about it. SummerSlam's a 5 or 6, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, all co-branded, and the other pay-per-views.
And it just naturally makes them feel bigger.
Yeah, I think this formula works, and there's no surprise to me. Yeah, they have a couple of drafts, and they have a couple of what else do you drafts and like brand whatever they want to call it, brand lotteries and whatnot. But this kind of formula pretty much sticks between now and up to what, 2008, 2009.
Yeah, aye, no, it does definitely. And to me, I enjoyed it, but I think you could see towards the latter years. I thought SmackDown in the latter years was beginning to suffer. Would you agree? Because that's when you were probably maybe going to get your mid card. It's going to be like fucking Jimmy Wang Yang versus Deuce and Domino or something.
I would say from definitely. I would say from now up to like 07. I think the brand split definitely worked.
No, it did work, but it's time to get those arms working because it's an arm wrestling contest. So Vince comes looking fucking jacked. I mean, what age was McMahon here? 58, 59? I mean, jacked to the gills coming out, making Hogan look like a midget, man. McMahon's got the 34-inch pythons here. Zach Guyon looking like a diddy, man. So Hogan's like, let me tell you something, McMahon.
I don't know, but I can just imagine McMahon training his ass off leading up to this.
Yeah.
McMahon knowing that he's going to get in the ring and do an arm wrestle with Hogan. I think McMahon would have... I think he's probably not slept for the past 4 weeks.
He's just in preparation for this. So
just lived at the gym.
He's taking on Hogan, but the only thing here is that if Hogan wins, he can stay and watch, but if McMahon wins, he's out of here, pal. So Sable then accuses Hogan of cheating, to which they do a rematch, and then Sable flashes Hogan. Hogan then, his arm just fucking hits the floor.
Goes limp.
The mat, and McMahon wins. Great. I mean, when was the last time we even got take out the fucking the flashing? When was the last time we even got in like an arm wrestling contest?
Yeah.
Like these things that were actually like interesting.
Nothing interesting or entertaining happens in wrestling nowadays.
It's just fucking match.
Nothing.
See Bronson Reed and like Braun Breaker taking on the Usos or LA Knight and Punk or Sami Zayn and like Rollins, like just in different variations of those match. Would Raw last night, for example, or a couple of nights ago, not been better if it was like Bronson Reed versus LA Knight in an arm wrestling match? Just something fucking different, man. But
yeah,
no.
And then 2 weeks before that, you had the lie detector. Just fucking interesting, funny, entertaining shit.
Yeah, some good shit. But this leaves McMahon with Zach Gowen. McMahon's taking it easy on him. But then Zach Gowen begins to bring it back. But what does Vince McMahon do? He kicks his one good leg for under him. McMahon slams him down. He's like, get the hell out of my ring. He says, I want athletes, not some freak.
Yeah, Zach Gowen launched forward during the kick, by the way, and headbutts McMahon.
Busts him open, which
McMahon
was
gets
funny.
busted open, which was kind of cool. I'm going to believe that this was an act, though, for McMahon went it. There's no way Zach Gowen was actually winning the...
Oh, I fuck damn right.
So McMahon loved him.
I would say Zach Gowen, he's not... Not the scary thing is, see Zach Gowen, see by today's standards, he's not even small.
Nah, he looks like a normal guy.
See next to McMahon and Hogan here.
He looks like a Make-A-Wish kid.
And that's exactly what he is. See today, man, this guy could call...
Was he in the army?
Oh no, but that's what I mean. They're treating him as a Make-A-Wish kid.
Yeah, but this is the guy that
Was he in the army?
Oh, I think that's how he lost. I don't know how he lost his leg, no? Am I making this shit
No,
up?
he had cancer. Or is that the story they're going? I don't know. Either way, he didn't have a leg.
I thought they said he lost it.
He had cancer. But that's what they're saying kayfabe-wise. I don't know what the real reason is.
I'll need to look into that.
Either or, up next, look into this, because it's Benoit and Rhino versus the Basham Brothers, with the debuting Shaniqua. The Basham Brothers, we were debating the other day in a video, would they either or them make the top 1,000?
Yeah, and a lot of people want that top 1,000th video, guys, but listen, I'm sorry to disappoint.
I would need $1,000 fucking put in my bank account before I do that.
And here's the thing though, right? Let's say we actually agreed to do it right here, right now. The preparation and time and effort that would take for us to do, you're talking at the earliest, it would be weeks before we could even make it. Now, some people might be going, oh, it would be that hard, just name your 1,000 people and then make... No, see if you want a proper, in-depth, detailed, and one that is, like... one that's accurate. If you want like an accurate top one, then that just takes time. We need to actually go through like the entire basically history of wrestling, look at every single roster, pluck every single name that's been in the wrestling business, and then somehow narrow it down to 1,000. If you want us just to like literally have a list from 1 to 1,000 and then just start filling in with names that we can remember off the top of our head, Do you know how many people you're actually just going to miss? See how many people you're just not going to remember?
Yeah, it's
And then you'd be going through the list, and then the comments would be like, "Oh, I can't believe you never put in I can't believe you never put in, let's say like a Ken Shamrock, or I can't believe you never put in Raven," and you're going to be like, "Oh fuck, forgot about Raven, forgot about Shamrock." So honestly, we if we just did that, then we'd have a top 1,000 list, and I'm not even joking. We'd probably miss out. I'd say a minimum of 50 people. A minimum, we just miss out a minimum of 50 people.
Our wrestling knowledge is good, right? But a thousand's
No, it
too
doesn't.
big.
It doesn't
it's
matter.
too big a number.
It doesn't matter how good your wrestling knowledge is. That number's too big that you will just, due to the amount it is, you'll miss out people. It's like people that have, like, I know a quick analogy here, but people that have kids, right? It's like, and I think this is 100% accurate. See, the more kids you have, see when it gets to become like a ludicrous number, you can't have like the same connection with them. You can't have the same bond.
Yeah.
See if you have like 3 or 4 kids, right? And then someone else has like 14 or 15 kids. It's not going to be possible to have that same sort of personal, close, really, really strong, close connection with all 14, 15 of your kids as you would be able to have with like 3 or 4, because it's a numbers game, and that's just how our top 1,000, it just due to the sheer size and numbers, you would be missing people out. Not intentionally, but you would just miss people. So what we would really need to do is we would actually need to go through the entire like history of wrestling and like get like a massive wall chart, like an investigation style wall chart, and whether it be pictures or names, we would need to get like a graph or something like that, or a board, and name, and we'd need to get like about 5,000 wrestlers, and then work for the top, and every time you put someone into your top 1,000 list, you'd need to scrub their name off, and just going through the entire list. Honestly, it would probably take you about half an hour to decide each number. Maybe not one, alright? Maybe not one, maybe not 2, maybe not 3.
Yep.
But let's say after you've completed the top 10.
And also...
See the pick number 11. You're going to have to go through like 5, 6, 7,000 wrestlers' names and think of the debate and, but is he deserving more? Is he more deserving of number 11 than this guy?
Well, that's the problem, right? It's me and you doing it. It's 2 people. You could have wrestling's that you could have someone at 39th who I might have at 407th.
Yeah, but even if you were doing it yourself.
No, I know, but when you fact the more people you have, the problem. But obviously, there's only 2 people here that are sad enough to talk about wrestling. But
Listen,
anyway,
if you just wanted to throw a list out there and you want to really care whether it was accurate or not, you could be like, Shawn Michaels.
How's the Rock no made that?
Shawn Michaels, I'll stick him in at 13th. Chris Jericho, I'll put him in at 17th. Bubba Ray Dudley, I'll stick him in at like 44th. You could quickly come up with a 1,000. No, well, not quickly. It would still take minimum hours. But it depends. If you want like a detailed, accurate top 1,000, it's something that it would be a project. It is what it fucking is.
Totally. But
no, but you've seen like What Culture. We will move on. But you've seen like What Culture and stuff. Sometimes they'll rank every Mania match.
Yep.
Here, do you guys? They don't just wake up that morning and go, you know what? We're going to rank every Mania match today.
And also, they're a company with like hundreds of people at it. You know what I mean? We're 2 guys. So, see the way Simon Miller, right, voices it? Think he's editing it?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's probably not even putting the list together.
Yeah, exactly. He's just voicing it, and that's one of the problems.
He probably gets a piece of paper handed to him. Here's your list. Go through it. All right, okay.
Alrighty, right. The Basham brothers defeat Benoit and Rhino. A wee bit of distraction there for Shaniqua. Benoit gets punched in the face. Benoit was looking fucking jacked, man. He always is.
Benoit should arm wrestled McMahon.
He fucking should, and I don't think Benoit would have lost. But the Bashams win. Bit weird though, isn't it? The Bashams beating Benoit. I mean, a bit dirty, but they've just fucking came out of no. There was like no hype packages for these guys. Nothing. Just fucking rocked up.
Can
2
you
quality
imagine,
guys.
Can you imagine the hype package?
Yeah, there wouldn't be much hype. Right, John Cena versus Funaki. Cena raps about
Could just
NSYNC.
imagine some sort of fucking sex dungeon or some pish like
I know.
this.
But no, it's weird, right? About like mentioning NSYNC about Michael. Like, see by the year 2003, NSYNC's fucking done. I think they broke up in like the year 2000. It's like fucking out of date material here. But does that not just show you though, like how like 3 years is a long time, but there's like the reference.
3 years in wrestling, nothing's changed now.
Yeah, and it's insane. It's actually insane. Like you actually look at like cultural. It's like if you think of like the music industry, right? See, like the late 90s, it's very heavy on like your boy bands, isn't it?
Aye.
But see once you get into like the early 2000s, it's like switched to like rock and rap. When wrestling is just so fucking stagnant.
By the way, just man, there's a comment here on the channel from Reese Angel.
Oh.
He said, "You should stop stressing people's age. It's not 96 to 2000 anymore. All the top people in wrestling is old now." Yeah, that proves our points, because wrestling fucking sucks and they've not been able to create any new stars. So literally everybody that they've got at the top is people that they've been pushing for like the last 15 fucking years.
Yeah.
Whereas when wrestling was good, all the people were young because up and comers were coming up to replace people. The people at the top were changing. The people in the mid card were constantly changing because there was always this new generation coming through. Nowadays there is no new generation coming through because it sucks.
There's fuck all, man.
Never. Look at the brand split in 2002, right? And people go, "That's the best roster they've ever seen assembled." I can only think of 3 guys that were over the age of 40.
Hogan, Flair,
DDP.
Nash is over the age of 40.
Nah, in 2002.
Yeah. Nash is old. Nash is like 67.
Are you sure Nash is that old?
Hall would have been that old. I'm pretty sure. Point is, right, he's 66, so Kevin Nash would have been... He's been 43. Yo, see the NWO, right? Hogan, Nash and Hall and Flair and DDP. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
But see then, they had legendary status.
No, I know.
Look at your guys in your 40s now. Fucking bums that have never achieved anything.
Gargano.
Anyway,
Sami Zayn.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on, brother. Right,
No, but hold on, before we move on, just actually look at the people that were in your 40s back then. Hogan and Flair, 2 of the most iconic names for the 80s.
Yeah.
Right? And then you've got DDP.
The 2 guys.
DDP got into wrestling late, but became one of the most over guys in WCW. World champion.
Also, I'm convinced if Macho Man doesn't sleep with Stephanie, he's back in some capacity.
So the people that were in their 40s in 2002 were fucking have all people that had already had legendary A-list wrestling.
Yeah, but look at the other guys like Sting.
Yeah,
Sting didn't come, but he would have.
we're talking guys though that have had legendary A-list careers. Look at people in their 40s now.
Yeah.
Miro.
You see Sheamus, yeah, he's a world champion.
Damien Priest.
See in 100 years, see the name Sheamus.
The line starts behind me. Finn Balor. I mean, come on.
Right, John Cena defeats Funaki, decent rap. Burying Michael Cole, basically calling him a bit gay there, you know what I'm saying?
Buried Funaki as well. Mullet said he's going to boot him in the camel toe.
Yeah.
I'm more than you can handle, bro.
It was great, wasn't it? Big
I'll
John!
chop your mullet and put you in the camel toe.
Big John! Right, he wins. Right, Kurt Angle comes out. He wants a word with Team Angle. These guys come out and it's like, right, you've been demoted, Kurt, for leader. We're co-leaders. Shut the fuck up. Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin. Alright? This guy main evented Mania with a broken freaking neck. Won the Olympics with a broken freaking neck. Who do these two think they are?
How can Team Angle continue with the only guy that's called Angle not being the leader?
Yeah, it was funny. Like, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? I feel like at this point, the world's greatest tag team just need to fuck off and leave Kurt alone.
But like the corporate ministry, and Undertaker and McMahon are the two guys at the bottom of the faction, and everyone else has got like leadership status.
I earned the you suck fucking burial from the fans. Right, he then got battered backstage by Team Angle, so I think that's this group officially over. But anyway, it's main event time. Brock Lesnar, the big show. I mean, it's a decent match, right? But it's all about the suplex through the ring. And you know what? I think they have reinvented themselves recently with these two. And you think, the pay-per-view, the forklift match, I thought that was a pretty good match as well. I think that saved Judgment Day, to be honest. And I mean, Bad Blood I thought was alright, very fucking weird, but if you put this match and this ending onto Bad Blood, it elevates it massively, doesn't it?
Yeah, this match for this spot alone is probably better than the Hell in a Cell, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, we'll hear Sunday Bad Blood review, but I don't know, man. I just
emphasis on the bad.
Yeah, just fucking weird. I mean, yeah, Austin and Bischoff burping.
Listen, it was an okay pay-per-view with a bad main event.
Yeah, Mick Foley didn't do near enough.
And I don't care what you say, right? I think if a pay-per-view is okay going into the main event, then the main event
Knife edge.
The main event is make or break.
And it didn't make
I think an okay pay-per-view with a great main event can go down as a really good show. But, on the other hand, I think an okay pay-per-view going into the main event and you get a bad main event, I think that can pretty much just ruin the show.
The main event of Bad Blood was really slow. Then like a 4-minute spell where everyone was bleeding, it got pretty good. And then like Nash does his spot.
Then it just ended.
Kicks out. And then Triple H. So they basically do the mirror. They use a weapon, hit their finisher. Triple H kicks out, but Nash doesn't.
Now you're spoiling the review here.
Anyway, this was good. Can't fault this. I mean, it kind of went off the air a bit weird, but the ring broke, and this was the first time they'd ever done it. And
again, I just feel like this. If this happens on Raw, you probably get a better ending with JR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Cole. I mean, he's not bad at this point, but when you've got JR,
can you just imagine JR selling this?
I know. It'd be fucking epic. It would have been epic, folks, but what a spot. But, I mean, Mick Foley, loads of other guys have come out and said, you know, all the bigger moments, the best moments, they'd rather JR. You know, when you've got to think of it, like, look at the amount of moments on, like, 2003 SmackDown in, like, these years. McMahon, Hogan, Brock, Brock's all his years, pretty much. It's Michael Cole.
Yeah, I mean,
no JR.
Brock at the beginning when he first came in, yeah, he was on Raw, and was that before the brand split? I'm trying to think.
I think it was
Brock.
after.
I think Brock came in just before the brand split, didn't he though?
Nah, he was fucking battering everybody.
And then when the brand split happened, Brock was on Raw.
Yep.
But then it ended up on SmackDown after beating The Rock. But yeah, so listen, JR called a bit of Brock's career. But it was pretty much, I mean, it was the very beginning of it.
Yeah, and then when Brock returns,
JR's gone.
Yeah, so
I mean, JR really didn't. Brock is, in terms of Brock being a main event guy, JR didn't call any of his career.
Damn right. Right, anyway,
Oh,
folks.
but SummerSlam, I know, but come on.
I will give SmackDown. I'll give a 7. It was good. It was great in parts. Just some parts were a bit shite.
You know what? I'll give I'll give it a 7 as well. I mean, it's definitely. I was thinking an 8 maybe, but you know, I'll give an 8 actually. I will give it an 8, so 7.5. The ring break for me is just that's an iconic moment, and therefore I'm going to bump up the rating one. Other than that, I mean, it was you had the world title match, you had the arm wrestling stuff, you had a very good opening, you know, quick cruiserweight match with Matt Hardy and Ray. You had another good John Cena promo. I like seeing Mr. Gunn, Billy Gunn return. So I'm not going to complain. It was a great show with a great ending.
I mean, I just wish,
you know, it kind of goes back to the whole point I was making with Bad Blood. I think this was a solid show with a really good ending, so therefore it bumps up the rating for me.
I just wish in 2025 I could sit down and watch this. Like,
for the first time.
Aye, weekly.
Alright.
But we don't have that luxury, brother. Anyway, till next time. Peace.
It's a new era within the current era. Welcome back, guys, to Fall Wrestling. It might be the Ruthless Aggression era, but we say hello to the brand exclusive pay-per-view eras, and we begin with Monday Night Raw and Stone Cold Steve Austin and Eric Bischoff presenting Bad Blood. So this is a pretty, I don't want to say iconic pay-per-view. I think iconic would be a little bit of a stretch, but it's an important pay-per-view. It's a memorable pay-per-view because it is the first brand exclusive pay-per-view of this brand split era. We know that the brand split's been up and running now for about a year, but this is the first pay-per-view where we see as a Raw exclusive pay-per-view. So it was exciting going into it. It felt different. It felt new. It felt like, I don't want to say it felt like watching Monday Night Raw, but it felt like an important Raw episode. And maybe going forward that will change. But it was a bit weird seeing a lot, well, I say seeing, it was a bit weird not seeing a lot of the guys on SmackDown on a pay-per-view. Big title matches, like no Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, can't dispute that. But I think that's the problem. It felt like Monday Night Raw. And it shouldn't feel like Monday Night Raw. It should feel like a pay-per-view. And to be fair, there was pay-per-view elements. I mean, you don't get a Hell in a Cell match on Monday Night Raw. Put it that way. But it felt weird. And to me, Bad Blood, it's half of that. I would probably describe the pay-per-view as bad. It was decent. And then it ended with a bit of a damp squid, didn't it, man? Big sexy Kevin Nash just fucking dragging his carcass out there.
Although, if you were going into that Hell in a Cell match expecting it to be good, I'd be questioning your
knowledge
on professional wrestling. So, listen, I'm not saying it was bad. Maybe going forward, we'll get used to it. It could just be because it's the first brand exclusive pay-per-view. It felt weird. But it did feel weird.
It did feel weird, right? And maybe this has felt weird for Devon all these years, because guess what? We kick off with the Dudley Boys taking on Mac and Nowinski. But during Heat, those two said, don't you find it weird that your white brother's always telling you to get the tables? So this has obviously planted a seed in the back of Devon's dome that has made him question Bubba Ray's abilities and what he's pushing on him, because he's a white man. Is he bringing back the slavery? Was that the whole... Here, all the other Dudleys, were they all Devon Dudley's slave master in ECW? I'm not too sure, but that's what they're trying to tell him, even though Rodney Mack's a white man.
Yep, Rodney Mack, the whitest man out there.
Yes.
Whiter than Bubba.
He fucking is. I have no two eyes about it, man. There's only one black man in this match, and his name's Devon Dudley. And if you want to fire Teddy Long in there, then aye, but he wasn't in the match, but he was there. Player.
I mean, if you combine the colour of Bubba and Devon, and then you combine the colour of Teddy, Rodney, and Nowinski, you get a darker shade with the combination of Bubba and Devon. Even though that shouldn't be right, because combining the other three, you've got two black guys and only one white guy.
Yeah.
But Devon's a darker shade of black than Teddy. And I don't even, at this point, Rodney Mack may as well be, I don't know, white as milk. So it's a strange combination. I don't really recall this match being advertised or made official.
It wasn't, but essentially what it boils down to, the Dudleys are dominating. Devon, get the tables. Devon, though, ho 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 ho. He doesn't really want to get the tables. Fuck you, Bubba, you're white, cracker. And then this causes a bit of commotion, a wee bit of distraction. The Dudleys lose the match, and I'm just sitting here thinking at this point, the Dudleys feel a bit dead. They got reinstated a couple of weeks ago, and again, I mean, we talked about it on SmackDown.
I don't think they should have. I would have kept them apart. I think if you keep them apart longer and then you do eventually reunite them, to me that would mean more. And also, I just don't think the run from both guys was that bad.
In terms of split up teams, they were easily the best.
I was actually enjoying their respective solo runs. I could understand it if they were both flopping, Or if one was doing okay, and the other one was a major flop, and you were thinking, right, well, hold on.
Reverend Devon beat Triple H.
Yeah, and then for some reason they just kind of cooled down on the whole Reverend Devon thing. But yeah, for me, I would still have the Dudleys be apart and then maybe reunite them at a later point. But don't get me wrong, I think Devon returning at Survivor Series to help Bubba, that was pretty cool. Not denying that, but yeah, for me, a bit unnecessary. They lose to Rodney Mack and Christopher Nowinski. I mean, it's a win for Mack, he's unbeaten. Nowinski picked up a victory too, but, you know, kind of felt like just a throwaway match that was added to the show when it probably should have got a bit of a better build. But again, that it might just be teething issues with the brand exclusive pay-per-view. I'd like to think that going forward, every match can at least get a build. But you're going from going into pay-per-views where maybe Raw and SmackDown would have maybe 4 matches each, and now you're going into the pay-per-view where all 7 or 8 matches are coming from that one brand. And I'm not saying that, you know, if you've got 6 weeks of 2-hour shows, that's more than enough time to build up a good 7-match pay-per-view. But it might just be teething issues. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But this match could have been built up better.
We will see. I'll make a prediction. It's already happened, but I'm willing to bet that most pay-per-views that are brand exclusive will have random matches just thrown on last minute. To me, it's always tended to be the case with these pay-per-views. When I recall watching them, no, I've got the DVDs, brother, the DVDs, brown paper bag and all that. But I think up next we need a brown paper bag because I might need to barf because it's the burping contest. They spun the wheel on Heat. I mean, again, Heat just sounds more interesting than anything you get today, but they spun it and landed on burping. And, right, I wasn't really a fan of this, man. Austin and Bischoff, them burping. And to me, it sounded like the audio was just put in. And I don't see the need.
I don't think it was until the last one.
Yeah, but I don't think they
The last one was so phony, you could tell that it was not Austin burping. This was put on, and honestly, it's like, I just think it was overdone as well. I think it could have just been a one-off. You get 1 attempt each. I don't think they really needed 3 attempts each.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a bit shit.
I don't know.
Just a bit shite, folks.
Anyway, Austin won with the fake piped in burp. I mean, I like the Austin and Bischoff dynamic, but honestly, I look at this triathlon and I think they certainly could have picked 3 better options for sure.
No, they definitely could have, but Austin wins round 1.
The one I was actually most forward looking to, they didn't even do it in the end.
The singing contest? Damn right. Right, anyway, winner gets Stacy Keibler as manager. Scott Steiner versus Test. So, I mean, this match is infamous pretty much because Steiner comes out, then Test comes out, but Test is too bothered with his eyes on Stacy. Steiner then gets on the apron, and we all know the botch, folks. He jumps, but does not get anything on the jump. Like a dog, it just runs into a fucking fence. And what happens here, he clips like the Achilles heel of Test. But the angle, now Netflix, let's just point this out. Netflix version's very heavily edited. They don't even have fucking Headstrong by Trapped. They got some shitey dubbed theme, which is crap.
And I'm sorry, but that does take away what the...
Because the promo package for the main event's brilliant, even though the promo package is pretty much Foley versus Triple H, but with that song it adds to it.
I think actually getting to the point now where we actually might look for the unedited version online and watch it.
Yeah. Because they could be cutting out segments because they're so woke.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where I would rather watch it online through some non-affiliated website, something like I would rather even if the quality is slightly worse. I think I'd rather watch a slightly lower quality than watching this with like the piped in dubbing songs.
No, damn right. Because here, it's not like the Raw and SmackDowns are bad qualities, are they? Oh, when we get fired into them. Because, by the way, where's Netflix? You'd be waiting fucking years for them to deliver on that. But, I mean, a decent match. Test goes for the weapon. He wants to play dirty. He goes for the chair shot. Ricochets off the ropes. Steiner then hits the flatliner. I'm not a fan of the flatliner, to be honest. I prefer the Steiner recliner, but it's not one of those ones you can do as like a dazed finish, so I understand it. He wins, he gets Stacey. He's a happy man.
I'm just surprised King didn't enter himself into the match.
Triple threat match player. Well, I'm surprised he didn't enter himself into what was up next. Now, it wasn't the pie eating contest in itself, but the contestants were, well, not the contestants were backstage, but they were there with 4 women and...
Just on the topic of women, before we actually talk about this.
Well, it's not the actual competition, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, we've got them lined up backstage. Eric Bishop, Stacey Keebler's beautiful. Seriously, not here to simp over Stacey Keebler, but how anyone can like prefer Rhea Ripley over her, I'll just never understand it. I mean, you talk about Trish, and Trish is great, but I think when it comes to like natural beauty, like Stacey Keebler might be the hottest woman to ever be in WWE. That's what I wanted to say.
Doesn't look like, doesn't even look like she's got makeup on.
No, she's just like naturally pretty. It's like, and here there was a lot of women that were pretty, like, but for me, I just think Stacey Keebler's the top tier, but.
And also doesn't have fucking retarded tattoos all over her body like a certain Rhea Ripley.
No, you can understand why Steiner and Tess were in this match. Like, I'm just, see if this was an open invitation, fucking everybody would have came out.
The crowd would have been in the fucking ring. Make no mistake about it, but Bischoff, he's begging Austin to stop burping. Let's go down this corridor. So they walk in through this room, and there's 4 women there, and Bischoff's like, well, what was it they said? They said, what was it Austin said? Basically, right, you can start, Bischoff.
They're both so they're both arguing over who's going to get to go first. Bischoff says, well, here, I put the effort and I found these women, I should go first. Austin's like, well, no, wait, you found them, so therefore you should allow me to go first since you put them together. And they kind of compromise. Austin's like, right, you can go first, but I get to pick which pie you're going to eat. And Bischoff's like, well, I like all 4 flavours.
This can't go wrong.
Yeah.
It can't go wrong. Will it go wrong? Probably. But up next, we got Christian.
You know what's weird though as well, right? I always felt like in situations like this, when they brought in women for these scenarios, I'm not saying the women were unattractive, right? But do you not think in comparison to the women on the roster, they just looked like levels below?
They looked a bit rough as well. I think they always tended to go for.
Do you think
the street look?
Do you think that was something that they did on purpose to make the divas look
better?
That
makes sense.
Or do you think it was because the divas, the majority of them, actually looked that good?
Bit of both. I think a bit of both.
Right.
I believe because. I think it's just because back in the day, in these times, man, like women and men, they had a look.
But even like with that hot lesbian act, you know that thing with Bischoff and he brought in the lesbians. I mean, yeah, they were attractive, but they weren't attractive as. Like,
no, I know, but I think it could just be a case of if they actually went on to have wrestling careers, maybe you'd look different at them. But at the same time, they don't look anything special and. See these 4 women that we see here, they probably will never get seen again. And maybe there's a reason for that, but you're right, I think more often than not when they did stuff like this, they didn't feel special compared to the other women, but...
I think in 2025, if WWE were bringing in hot women for segments, they would look better than the majority of the roster.
Oh, fucking yes, of course.
But back in this era, when they brought in women for segments like this, they didn't look as good as the divas. That was the point I was making. Whether that's on purpose or by design, or could it just be a combination of, the divas were the... Because what is it King and JR used to say? The hottest women on television?
Yep. Can they make that claim anymore?
Seen Piper Niven?
The fat as fuck.
I mean, who's going to say... Who can Taker sit and watch LFG and then turn around to the camera and say, you got the hottest women in the world?
And it pans that Bailey bastard.
No, that would make Taker a liar. He'd be 6 feet under. He'd be dead if he said that.
Liar.
Dead man talking. You done it now. Right, anyway, up next we've got Christian versus Booker T. Possibly, for me, maybe the match of the night.
I enjoyed it, yes. I thought this match was pretty good. Christian tries to get counted out. The referee's like, no, if you do that, wee man, he wins it.
Obviously, the referee never got a slice of Christian's pepperoni pizza, did he?
He didn't. King pointing out that Booker T, came from a broken family and
he's black.
Yep.
His mother didn't do that good a job of
raising him. He did time, JR. He did time.
Yeah, I mean, every week you've got King there, putting the boot into Booker T. JR trying to put over Booker T's mum, saying she did a great job of raising all the kids, and King's like, all of them? Booker T, he did time. He was in prison. So, yeah, but good match. Christian kicking out of pretty much everything Booker T had to offer. I mean, we seen Christian hit a version of they called it the bookend. I'd have personally called it maybe the peep bottom.
You could have called it that.
The peep bottom.
It would have been alright.
The peep
Obviously,
bottom.
the rock bottom, but he's called it the peep bottom.
He's the new people's champion. Christian eventually makes his way up the ramp. Referee say, if I count you out, you're going to have to fake it, forfeit the title to Booker. So Christian manages to make it back to the ring, 9.5, climbs in through the middle ropes, rolls it through the other one, grabs his belt. Booker gives chase around the ring. Christian runs back in, whacks Booker with the title, gets DQ'd, but keeps the title because I guess the ref never made it clear that if he got DQ'd, he would lose the title. So here, classic heel work for Christian. It's just something you don't get enough of nowadays, but I thought this match was good. Would it have been better if we got a clean finish? Maybe, but...
It doesn't need a clean finish, though.
This was
I feel like if you're getting a clean finish, Booker T needs to win. And this reign doesn't need to come to an end just yet, so it had to be dirty, and I like it.
Yeah, no, I liked it as well. Christian there.
See, people that don't understand this and think this ruined the match, they don't have a fucking Scooby snack about wrestling. This adds to Christian's heel work. But obviously today this wouldn't fly, because the match needs to end clean, or else it's not a good match. I mean, is there a point in wrestling where I would look at it and be like, the true great matches of all, like the greatest matches of all time, normally have like a clean finish?
Yeah, I think like main events and Mania and shit should probably have a clean finish.
I would tend to agree with that. But I'm not going to sit here and spin it and say every match that doesn't end clean's poor, because there's some epic matches with interference at the end.
Oh, yep, of course.
But we saw Kevin Nash. He was taping his wrists while JR was hyping the match up for later on tonight. He's taping it. We're tanning it.
Yeah, so there you go. Right, up next we have Kevin. Oh, we got the pie eating contest. So
I thought you would say Kevin Owens there.
Fuck no.
It would be a legit pie eating contest with him.
Yeah, well, he'll eat any flavour of pie. Fuck me, he'd have consumed all 4. Right, so you got Bischoff comes down, Austin comes down. Bischoff's excited. Austin points out, remember you told me you like mature women? Eric's like, yeah, did I? And then Austin says, well, since I have the choice, I'm not going to pick any of those 4 women. Bischoff's upset. He's like, what are you talking about? I spent time, I put effort into finding those 4. Who are you going to pick then? And then Austin's like, well, back to the whole, you like mature women, Eric, so I found you a couple of mature women myself. I did some picking, and out comes Mae Young and Fabulous Moolah. Now, Moolah just gets to the ramp and then decides to do a 180 and take off. Moolah was never really the comedy act in this, wasn't she not? She was kind of...
It was always Mae Young.
Mae Young was always the star.
I tell you what, people...
It's funny, like, because Moolah may have had the better career in wrestling up
everyone
to this
remembers
point.
Mae Young.
But everyone... And they've even changed it. Remember originally it was the Fabulous Moolah Classic?
Yeah.
And then they changed it to the Mae Young Classic because I think Fabulous Moolah, there was reports that she was a bully or something. Or...
Aye, some shit.
How pathetic. Here.
Well, I don't know what she did.
I don't know.
I need to look into it, but regardless.
I know, but what could she have done that was that bad? That, oh, you know what? We're gonna try and take away everything you've achieved in wrestling, and change. No, come on.
Well, I don't know, but Mae Young, people bash all these segments she's in.
Andre the Giant was
fun.
supposedly a bully.
Well, apparently he was a bastard.
So should
and a racist.
And he threw his weight around. So should we change? Should we change the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal and call it the Bronson Reed Battle Royal? Just because he's a fat fuck? No. I mean, Andre the Giant's an iconic figure in wrestling, and therefore the Battle Royal being named after him is a worthy name. Anyway, Mae Young comes down. Bischoff's like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that, Austin. And then Austin's like, well, since you're not doing it, I guess Lillian just announced it. The forfeit. That's 2-0 to me. Lillian's about to announce Austin the winner. Eric Bischoff's like, you know what? Actually, nah. Don't do it. Don't announce it. He kisses Mae Young and he goes, how about that for eating pie, Austin? And yeah, Austin's like, that's not really what we had in mind here. Then Bischoff's in the corner and he's like, I don't know, throwing up, trying to wipe his lips clean. Mae Young comes from behind and boots him in the nuts, and then he falls into the seated Rikishi stink face position. Mae Young then strips off and she's wearing these fucking suspenders.
According to ClassicWrestlingReview.com, she stuffed sardines in her underwear for this segment. So Bischoff's reaction was legitimate.
Oh.
That's according to that. Fucking disaster, to be honest, but fair play to Bischoff for taking
then,
it, regardless of sardines.
Yeah, then she does the Bronco Buster, the X-Pac made famous. Bischoff.
This just was sad and old, wasn't it?
It was great though.
I know it was great, but do we think
not for Bischoff? Like,
do we think X-Pac could do a better one at like 90?
Probably not.
With his arsehole ripped?
Here, I thought she did alright for her age. I can't put her over. Bishop then...
I wonder how much money Mae Young was on to be doing this.
I don't know, but Bishop then rolls out the ring and he's like fucking disgusted. And he says, Austin, it's your turn. And Austin's like, right, okay. And Austin's ready then. He says, wait, I need to get ready. Boot, stunner. And Austin decides he ain't fucking eating any of Mae Young's pie. And he forfeits. And this gives Bischoff the win. And it now is tied in the triathlon. 1-1.
And King was standing in the ring. It was just brilliant.
Yeah, King's in the ring. And then he gets back on commentary. Or I don't know if it was on commentary or while he's still standing in the ring. But he says that pie's sold. It's got crust on it.
And JR was like fucking fuming with him.
And JR's like, that's not right, King.
That's not right, damn it. Kane stares into a mirror backstage. What Kane will we get tonight? Who knows, but Wwe, it's La Resistance. What was it, Rene Dupree was 19 here?
Alright, 19 in about 4 months.
How great, I mean, how mental is that?
Yeah, put Bash America, and then they go over and they beat the American champions.
Pretty big night at Buffoon George W. Bush. Wwe. France, glorious plaisant Jackie Chirac.
You know, I remember putting over their own French president back in the good old days when you could be a heel by bashing America. You look at the world we live in now. If a wrestler was bashing America, they'd be getting cheered, especially in these Democrat states. So yeah, La Resistance beat Kane and RVD. I mean, it wasn't the greatest match of all time. RVD does the roll and the flipping senton over the top rope, wipes out his own tag team partner Kane, and then La Resistance with the double flapjack, and they pick up the win. So yeah, La
really looking
Resistance.
forward to Kane taking the mask off.
Yeah, definitely. But La Resistance, the new tag team champions, and it was a shock. Honestly, man, wasn't expect. I'm not saying I didn't think that La Resistance could win, but they won really quickly. It was.
But this is McMahon putting a bit of faith in them, because they've done well. So far, and if we're being honest, Kane and Van Damme, it's getting a bit stale. The mask comes off soon.
And even like King and JR, they were kind of shocked by it as well. Half thinking it was a genuine reaction. Right, up next, got Goldberg versus Chris Jericho. You know, okay for a Goldberg match. We get the spear through the barricade. Goldberg busts himself open. Jericho then takes advantage, tries to dominate Goldberg. Goldberg comes back later on in the match with a spear. Jericho kicks out. Goldberg hits another spear. Then he hits the jackhammer. And that was enough for Goldberg to get the win.
I mean, they're claiming on this website, right, that, he's fighting uphill battle Goldberg. Chanting Goldberg sucks because they conditioned their audience to dislike WCW. I'm going to massively fucking disagree here. Why? Jericho is a WCW guy. Right?
Yeah, Booker T's a WCW guy.
I know Hogan was WWE, but he was a WCW guy as well. I just don't like Steiner. They love Steiner. Crowd love him.
Holla, if you hear me.
I don't understand this narrative of like, they're only chanting Goldberg sucks because of he was in the, they're supposed to dislike WCW guys. I think out of all the guys we mentioned, the reason they probably don't like Goldberg the most is because he's the worst worker at them all. I like Goldberg, but he is easily the worst worker of all those names.
Yeah, I mean, is it really that though?
Well, why do you think? Why do you think they're chanting it?
Maybe
we're in Texas. Would they? I couldn't imagine they'd prefer him over Jericho.
I don't know. Maybe they're just not into Goldberg. Maybe they don't think he's that charismatic. Maybe they don't think he's that entertaining. Is Goldberg as charismatic as Hogan?
Well, fucking course not.
Or Booker T.
I said during this show when we were watching it that Goldberg's return or not return debut, he doesn't feel as big as he should. And it's weird though. I think he felt massive against The Rock, and then I thought it was a decent feud with Christian. I don't think the feud with Jericho's been bad, but he's just came across a fucking retard in it.
Anyway, he got his win the night, busted open. But I thought it was an okay match.
I liked the match, but yeah, Goldberg sucked. Chance the crowd don't like him. Right, we see a hog pen.
11 minutes, so it was pretty. Yeah, we do see a hog pen, but we won't be using it because
The wheel is spun, and it's a singing contest.
And I'm thinking, oh great, this is going to be good. Austin's no happy. Bischoff's like, well, I've heard you sing, Austin. I've got a great set of lungs. Austin asks Terry, have you heard me sing? She's like, yeah, unfortunately, Steve, I have. So, yeah, singing contest might not go down too well for
I actually think
Bischoff.
Austin's an alright singer.
Yeah, me too, but
He's in the ring with The Rock.
he didn't have much faith with himself, right? Anyway, up next we've got Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels. It was a good match. Shawn Michaels is involved, so it's never going to be a bad match, but I certainly don't think it's anywhere near one of Shawn's best.
Well, it's not as good as a 24 match.
No, probably not. And yeah, Ric Flair, just not convinced with Ric Flair.
Yeah. Could it just be by this point Ric Flair's done? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being done at this age.
No, there's not. But you know what? I mean, I don't know if Ric Flair was ever as good as we were led to believe he was or told he was.
Like, I'm not saying I've never seen a good Ric Flair match, but have I ever seen a good Ric Flair match? You know what I mean? It's like one of these fucking myths. I've seen a lot of this guy wrestle, right? I've watched a lot of WCW.
Now, the commentary team did say that they weren't talking about Meltzer, but they were on about, like, 5-star classics.
Yeah.
And they referenced that Ric Flair was the guy that put on the 5-star classics before Shawn Michaels came around. And it's like, nah, I mean, maybe Ric Flair was the guy that put on the better matches, but if I had to make a list, right? If I had to make a top 10 list of the best matches featuring both Michaels and Ric Flair, I actually don't know if I'd put one Ric Flair match in the top 10.
Oh, no.
I don't know if Ric Flair's best match is better than Shawn Michaels' 10th best match of all time.
See, Ric Flair,
I don't know.
he's the promo guy. He's the guy that comes out in the robe. He's the 16-time world champion. Woo! I just don't think in the ring he's that good.
Yeah, but he probably was in the 80s.
Yeah, but
I just don't know if
that's the his style doesn't work. Like, yo, Hogan.
People know what they're getting for Hogan. Beat him up, Hulk up. What you gonna do, brother? Block the punch, big boot, leg drop, boom. People are content when they get that for Hogan.
Yeah.
But with Ric Flair, you're kind of led to believe, oh no, Ric Flair's way better than Hogan. He's going to put on this technical wrestling classic. And I think 9 times out of 10 we don't really get that.
But anyway, right, so Orton comes out.
It's the
Super
back
kick.
It's the back body drop. It's the Irish whip into the ropes, barely gets up over them on it anymore. It's the getting tossed off the top rope into the ring.
Yep.
Chop block to the knee, figure 4. Don't submit anybody with it. And then that's pretty much.
I've seen a clip. Him, Ric Flair, Hurricane, Chavo, and like Hugh Morris sitting in a hotel room watching the simulcast in 2001. Don't know why Ric Flair was in a hotel room with those three, but he was.
Yeah. Anyway, we get Flair's got the figure 4 in. Shawn Michaels reverses it. Flair manages to get the ring. They brawl to the side. Shawn Michaels sets up a table. Randy Orton runs outside and I guess tries to attack Michaels. Michaels hits him with a sweet chin music. Michaels then puts Flair onto the table, climbs to the other turnbuckle. I thought he was going to go to the one nearest the table, but he goes to the opposite one, hits like some sort of crossbody. Normally when you do a crossbody, you do a standing crossbody, but Shawn Michaels, he did that reverse kind of crossbody.
A flying splash, we'll call it.
Yeah, but he did it. It's not what I was expecting Michaels to do, but here puts Flair through the table.
Weird that we've seen a table spot here though.
Yeah, Flair, and it's a no DQ match. It's a normal match, so DQ rules apply. Flair cracks the back of his head off the table. I guess maybe got impaled. Ric Flair's bleeding. I'm not really surprised. Michaels then gets in the ring, hits a sweet chin music on Flair, but then Orton comes in, whacks Michaels with a chair, puts Michaels on top of Ric Flair. Referee turns round, doesn't he see it, counts the 3. Ric Flair has a win over Michaels.
And JR is selling the fuck out of Michaels had the match won, Ric Flair won, but Orton looked good. They all looked good. And I like it.
And again, similar to the Christian thing, you just miss this in professional wrestling when heels would fucking cheat.
Yeah, I don't recall the last time, man, I sat down, watched current wrestling, where there's like an ending of a match that does a bit of everything for everyone involved. And it's like intricate. This was good. Like honestly, the end of this match is perfection. You couldn't really fault it. For what they were trying to do, they done it. They ticked the boxes. Anyway, Redneck Triathlon. Bischoff comes out. You know, he mimes his song. And then what happens is Austin's like, what? Then Bischoff sings it, bit shite. Austin's like, right, let's spin the wheel. Then he just puts it towards the hog. And then he comes out, batters Bischoff, fires him in next to the pigs, and the pigs didn't really want anything to do with him.
No, the pigs didn't like it. The pigs wanted to be left alone.
Who the fuck's this guy? And then like JR was like, he soiled the pigs. He basically like he's defiled the pigs. Like making it like Bischoff's went and raped like 5 fucking piglets here. I was like, right, JR, fucking reel it in.
I think King says, don't worry, they're going to be baking tomorrow.
Aye.
Something like
There's
that.
going to be breakfast tomorrow, King. And then yeah, I mean that was it. I like the redneck triathlon. I mean it peaked with me young. I think the burping one was just a bit fucking weird though.
No, definitely. I was disappointed we didn't get to hear Austin sing though, but yeah, can't have everything in life.
Yeah, aye, this was it. JR says Bischoff deflowered and defiled the pigs with his presence. In brackets, Vince must have fed him that line.
It's a Vince line.
It's just a weird fucking thing to say.
That's a Vince line.
Anyway, main event time, right? Nash versus Triple H.
Say it, Jim. Say it.
Say the fucking word, right? Aye, Triple H, Nash, Hell in a Cell, Mick Foley. Some decent moves, some decent spots. All in all, though, could I say it's the worst Hell in a Cell match so far? I fucking probably could. At least the boss man got hung at the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, you had that one on Raw that people say wasn't great, but...
Between who?
Kane and Mankind, but I prefer that over this, I think.
Yeah, but there's no build to that.
Oh, and honestly, that to me felt a little bit more like a segment than an actual match, didn't it? This is for the world title.
Yeah, pay-per-view main event where like 3-month build.
This is like a payoff match, like that Hell in a Cell match on Raw. That was like that was pretty much to set up a match.
Yeah, absolutely. But here you had a barbed wire 2x4. You had a wooden box that cracked off Nash's skull. Foley's bleeding. They're all bleeding. There's a lot of blood, right? You're always going to get blood. So I mean, I thought the match was all right. It started really slow. It was like a spell where it was good, but the part that you know doesn't sit well with me is Nash does a catapult into the barbed wire board, right? Then he hits a jackknife. Triple H kicks out. Triple H then hits Nash with a sledgehammer and then hits him with a pedigree and then pins him.
So yeah.
And like Foley was also turned on Triple H for no real fucking reason, cause he got the sledgehammer out in a Hell in a Cell match.
Yeah, it didn't really make any sense to me. It's like
what would have been better is if he got the sledgehammer and then he like hit Foley in the knees, or like he hit him in the midsection with it, and then he went to hit Nash, and then Foley then fucking like grabbed
yeah,
off
but what reason would Triple H just have to randomly hit the referee? It doesn't really make much
doesn't
sense.
like him.
Yeah, but hold on. You want to hold on to your
slow count then.
You want to hold on to your title here. You know, it doesn't really make much sense for Triple H to pick an enemy with Foley. But yeah, Triple H kicking out the jackknife, but of course Nash can't kick out a one pedigree. Albeit he did get hit with the sledgehammer beforehand, but although you know what, I agree that finishers should 9 times out of 10 finish the match. So I've no real issue with it.
Yes, but my issue with it is as well, if Triple H can kick out of it, why can't Nash?
Well, I mean, Nash did get hit with the fucking sledgehammer beforehand, like, and
yeah, but
last time
Triple H get hit with the fucking 2x4 barbed wire.
No, true. I mean, I get the point you're making, but here Triple H is married to Stephanie, and Kevin Nash is not. So
right, folks, that is it. That is your bad blood review.
Evolution come out. They help Triple H
yeah.
to the back. Evolution starts slabbering at Mick Foley. Don't know what Mick. Well, I don't know what Mick did wrong. Well, he attacked Triple H, but that's after Triple H hit him first. So.
I will give this pay-per-view
You know, I'm
gonna
tied
get
between
a-
a 5 or a 6. I'll probably get a 6. I'll get the benefit of the doubt. I mean, yeah, listen, none of the matches were overly bad. I don't think anything was bad, but at the same time, nothing was great. And I like the redneck tryout. A 6 out of 10 is good, and I think this pay-per-view was good enough. I'll get a 6. 6.
I'll give it a 6 as well. Some decent moments, but overall, it's kind of just got that feeling in your
But
mouth.
it's a generous 6 into it, like it's a...
So what pay-per-view's next for Raw? SummerSlam?
That's not Raw.
That's what I mean.
I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
Raw's pay-per-view. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Is the next pay-per-view going to be the joint production for Raw?
Could be.
SummerSlam 2003. What? Aye, we've got Elimination Chamber to look forward to.
Aye.
Might be better than this.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. So what? 6 out of 10.
Yep.
Raw up next. Looking forward to it. Any predictions for that Raw?
Who's next?
And Goldberg's next, guys. Woo. Boring. Was Stone Cold watching a Lance Storm match, or was he watching the Triple H Kevin Nash feud on repeat? Welcome back to Vulgar Wrestling. It is June 16th, 2003. Finally, things are getting interesting. Kevin Nash is at the main event scene. You know what? It's not all on Kevin Nash. Yeah, we like Kevin Nash, but Evolution is beginning to feel like Evolution, right? Yeah, it's not quite the theme song. It's not quite... It's more some wee weird vocalist shite version, but we're getting there. Orton is beginning to feel like the legend killer. Batista is probably a few weeks out, but Kane's going to get unmasked. Austin's burying Lance Storm. It just felt better this Raw. And it was Nashless, wasn't it?
Felt like we're back. Yeah, Nash wasn't here tonight. He had a concussion. He was nursing that. Suppose Nash will just be glad that he's got an injury that doesn't revolve his quads for a change.
Damn right. Normally, I mean, honestly, when was the last match Kevin Nash had with foot injury in his quads? But concussion nonetheless. Probably that crate to the skull that done it to him. Or the sledgehammer. We'll have to wait and see. But one guy that definitely worked a few concussions in his puff is Mick Foley. He comes out, he's like, you know what, I loved it last night getting back. It's been a while since we've been in the ring. WrestleMania next year, it's in Madison Square Garden. Next week we'll be here in Madison Square Garden. Just maybe I can get back in the ring one more time. Mick Foley teasing this here.
Did you say WrestleMania? Madison Square Garden?
Aye.
Is that where 20 was?
Yeah.
Can't remember that.
Maybe you can't remember that. Shots for the iconic entranceway. Rumble 2000. That Mania. What, Rumble 2008 as well. I miss when they used to host big events in Madison Square Garden, do you not? That iconic entranceway.
Did feel big.
Yeah, it did, man, and they normally do. That is wrestling, man. But anyway, here comes Evolution. What do you make of the song?
I mean, it's alright. It will get better, I think, once Motorhead come in and Lemmy gets his hands on it, or should I say his vocal cords on it. But yeah, listen, Evolution... I feel like they have been hampered because this faction pretty much got announced way before Mania. But because of the injuries to Randy Orton and Batista, it just lost all steam. It
died a death.
Yeah, the momentum was pretty much...
A couple of weeks ago, looked like Flair was going to... Well, I mean, he was literally teaming up with Michaels against Triple H. Evolution looked on its
I
arse.
wonder how things were played out like if Evolution never actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, this Reign of Terror would be remembered 100 times worse, because this was actually good. They gave Orton the mic, and I thought Orton did a good job, and this is how, back in the day, they actually gave people the rub. They helped people, they created stars.
Orton felt like his own guy here.
Yes.
Whereas, see today, when you're watching, let's just say The Fission, for example, like Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker, they just do feel like absolute lackeys.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it matters which one takes on who or which one grabs the mic. It just feels like you're getting Seth Rollins as lackey speaking. Whereas Orton here did feel like he had his own presence. He felt like he had his own personality, his own individuality. He felt like, here, I'm Randy Orton. I'm the young man in this group. I'm the young, good-looking stud. It felt like Randy Orton had just as much as importance as the other two, despite just being like the new guy in the faction.
Yeah, because it's not this is, folks. This isn't, we'll wait 10 years till we actually push this guy. This is sink or swim. This is McMahon saying, right, you're going out there with a mic, you're going toe-to-toe with Mick Foley, and Flair and Triple H aren't going to help you until things get physical. So if your arse folds on the mic, it's your ass, kid. But he offers Foley a spot in Evolution because the whole gimmick tonight is who's going to become the fourth man in Evolution. But Foley says, I ain't interested in a Four Horsemen wannabe group. Right, let's just call a spade a spade. Evolution's better than the Four Horsemen.
I mean, at this point, maybe not.
Oh, no, not at this point.
But I think by the time it's all said and done, I think we can agree
the
that...
theme... I mean, there is a case that, like, Evolution, right? Like, all four of them feel... I'm not going to say they feel equal, like, completely... But compared to the Horsemen, it's the Ric Flair show in the Horsemen.
And also with hindsight, I mean, maybe when Evolution disband, you can prefer the Horsemen. But I just think when you look back on it and you also go on to see, you look at what Batista and Randy Orton achieved. I mean, the Four Horsemen was basically here. Ric Flair's the star, and everyone else kind of works around Ric.
And Arn Anderson will put his four fingers up.
But with the Four Horsemen, like, yeah, you think you got the best there ever was in Ric Flair and the best there is now with Triple H. But then the other two guys, the young up and comer, and the guy that was literally just kind of there to be the enforcer. Oh, the enforcer! No, the enforcer, the Animal Batista, the guy that was kind of just there to be the muscle. Those two, Orton and Batista, both go on to have legendary careers. So, yeah, I mean, I can't think of a faction that comes close to Evolution in terms of everyone had, like, huge success.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at D-Generation X, I mean, it's quite clear that Triple H is the leader and everyone else is kind of just, like, mid-card guys.
Yeah, if NWO stayed as a free, they would have a pretty close shout, but they became 300 in the end. But Mick Foley gets battered, and then of all people, Maven and Al Snow.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting these two to make the save, but they do. They clear the ring. Is it too much to ask to have a six-man tag tonight? Well, apparently it is, because Mick Foley's done wrestling.
But you know what, man? He's doing bumps. See, if you're doing bumps, I think you should be wrestling.
True, but I guess he wasn't allowed to wrestle. Triple H beat him, retired him, so...
Well, he'll be back. He'll be back at the end of this year, won't he?
That's true.
He enters a fucking feud with Orton. Sure, he wrestled with Edge.
Yeah, maybe Triple H gives his blessing.
Maybe he does. Anyway, Eric Bischoff backstage screaming in the face of two old women.
Great.
Demeaning them, burying them, making them feel powerless. This wouldn't fly in 2025.
Absolutely not.
But it was some good shit, damn it. They went got some weird ass Matrix vignette for Gail Kim, but this looked interesting. Didn't it?
Yeah, when are we going to get Gail Kim's debut? Maybe next week? Possibly.
Red pill, blue pill, who knows? Up next we got the Dudley Boys and Ivory taking on Rodney Mack, Jazz and Christopher Nowinski. Couple of black boys teaming with some white boys.
Decent match. Six person tag. Once again, Ivory gets the pin on Jazz, and at this point I'm just thinking, right, why don't you just have Ivory versus Jazz for the belt? Like, what's the hold up here? Come on.
I know, like, what are we waiting on, man? Come on, man. Teddy Long, I'm a Mick Militant, yo, yeah.
Surely they're not waiting on the next Raw pay-per-view.
Yeah, but that's SummerSlam, isn't it?
They'll have a fucking long wait.
Something tells me they won't be on SummerSlam. Anyway, Kane and Rob Van Dam, they've got a tag title rematch for tonight. Rob Van Dam basically says if we lose, we're done as a team. I'm not having it anymore,
Yep.
big man.
Kane's willing to accept it.
Right, we then got Foley, Maven and Snow backstage. Snow was in a Hurricane shirt, which is... I mean, when you're wearing a Hurricane shirt, you're fucked.
Yeah, doesn't look... The future doesn't really look good for Al Snow.
I mean, I think the future's beyond Al Snow in 2003. I think it's a fucking miracle the guy's still employed. Still like the guy. Love the guy. I think Al Snow's seriously underrated.
Would he be in your top 1,000 of all
Fucking
time?
damn right.
Yeah, I think he'd be my top 100. What does everybody want?
An iconic phrase, some great iconic hardcore moments, and just good.
Like, I get it, not everybody can be my top 100. I mean, technically only 100 people can be in my top 100, but I think Al Snow would make it. I have faith.
Right, up next, I thought this was brilliant. Garrison Cade versus Lance Storm. Match doesn't even get underway. Austin comes out.
You have Evolution first, look it on. Maybe they're trying to recruit Garrison Cade.
None of these two are going to get an Evolution.
Maybe they're trying to recruit Lance Storm.
Maybe they're trying to recruit Austin.
Oh,
With his wee blanket and his pillow, but brings out the blanket and the pillow.
Boring.
I mean, this is fucking great. This is calling a spade a spade. They wouldn't dare do this. Oh, that's so demeaning to the talent these days. You couldn't do it.
Imagine someone did this to the women.
I know. Oh, fuck, they'd be blacklisted. They'd be treated like they were a serial killer.
Imagine Wade Barrett came out and did this to Nikki Bella. That would give her something to fucking cry about.
Boring. He's like, I'm having a dream. What? Oh, wait, it's a nightmare. What? It's just fucking... We can't do it justice. I think Austin the last couple of weeks have been a bit weird, but this was fucking... This was brilliant.
Boring. My God, you're the most boring son of a bitch I've ever laid my eyes on.
I can't sleep. I've tried to watch paint dry, I've tried to watch the grass grow, but this'll have to do for me. Woo! Great, Landstone gets beat by Garrison Cade. I thought this was brilliant, no complaints for me. Right, Christian and Jericho taking on Goldberg and Booker T. Bit botchy. Jericho gets busted open. He tries to do the face buster to Booker T, and it just doesn't really work, doesn't it? No, Booker T just doesn't want to go.
Nah, it was a bit of a failure, but I thought the match was pretty good overall.
No, it was pretty good.
Booker T hitting Christian with the belt.
King making references to Booker T being in jail.
Oh, he's got the belt. He's a thief. He's stolen that belt.
Some great shit. I mean, they're working Goldberg's shoulder. And again, an actual injury carrying on from the pay-per-view. The days of this are fucking long gone, folks. It really, really is. But then, essentially, Goldberg gets hit his bad shoulder. Christian then goes for the IC title. You're thinking, oh, this bastard, he's going to get away with it again. But Booker T hoovers it off him, steals it, as the King would say, cracks Christian in the head. 1, 2, 3. I mean, this is your mid-card, folks, in 2003 Raw. Goldberg and Booker T versus Christian and Jericho.
Pretty damn good.
Can't fucking complain with it.
Who's next?
Right, up next, we get Bischoff coming out. Right, Mae Young's in a match. Who's she going to be against? It's Test. But then Big Austin appears on the screen. He's like, you know what? Yeah, you can make the match, but referee, what? Get out of here. I'm making this guy the ref. Out comes Big Pop.
Holla, if you hear me.
But then what's Test's move? Pump handle
slam.
Pump handle slam.
Just pushes Fabulous Moolah to the side like a bag of dirt. Lifts up Mae Young. Hits the pump handle slam. Steiner runs down. Time he gets in there, Test has already made his getaway. Test leaves with Eric Bischoff. They put Test over as this heinous guy that hit this maneuver on this 80-year-old woman. It looked pretty good, to be fair. It did. Test hitting a high impact move on 80-year-old
But see,
Mae Young.
this is great, man. It just is. So you get the comedy at Bad Blood, and then they're coinciding it with furthering this feud between Stacey, Test, and Steiner. But this fucking loser, Scott's Blog of Doom, is saying it sucks, saying it's bad comedy. This is how you intertwine stories. A payoff. The comedy of Bad Blood gets mixed here with Bischoff getting one back on Mae Young. And it furthers him and Austin's story. It furthers this story between Test and Stan. What more can you ask for from a writing perspective here? Ticks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, no, it was perfect.
It was
It
great.
was funny as well.
And that's the most important thing.
Mae
Right?
Young's a champ, by the way. Fucking sells all these moves and they look good. Because it would be easy for these wrestlers, every time they're doing a move on Mae Young, to like hold back and make it look pretty weak, and you could easily sit there and go, oh, you could tell that he didn't really give it his all, or that he held back, or he went soft on Mae Young there. But nah, man, Test literally just lifting her up for the pump handle slam and slamming her into the mat.
Right, one thing it's no feeling strong though is it's raining Rico. This didn't do it for me.
Yeah, so he's
For
getting,
some reason this guy loved it.
yeah, he's getting past stuff backstage. Oh, the moisturizer,
The glitter.
the hair, the glitter. Then they come out, some weird mannerisms here for Rico, looking pretty gay, sideburns on. I mean, Jackie Gayda's hot as hell, but I mean that's pretty much it. King was talking about her falling out of her outfit the entire match, and to be honest, I think that was more interesting, watching Jackie Gayda's puppies trying to escape the yard, so to speak.
I think at this
I
point...
think that was more interesting than watching Spike versus
It
Rico.
fucking was, but Rico is about 40 here. I was listening to something the other day where when he was in OVW or something, he lied about his age or something along those lines. Or no, he didn't lie about his age, but he didn't like reveal it. And Jim Cornette thought he was like 24, and Jim Cornette found out he was 38. So he must be at this point like 40. Rico at 40 doing this gimmick just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, honestly.
It's like, if it didn't really, I mean, I'm not saying it didn't work with Billy and Chuck. I like Billy and Chuck, but once that's done, I think you're done, Rico. And like a Rico case, it's good night.
Well, I don't know what the gimmick is. I mean, Billy and Chuck were pretending to be gay. Is Rico really gay or something? I mean, what's the score?
Well, this is Scott's blog of doom, right?
And honestly,
He says the gimmick's dead. It's WWE's version of being funny when Rico has the potential to be a heck of a star on his own. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mind Rico, right, when he's in Billy and Chuck, but let's not pretend that this Rico, has the potential to be a heck of a star.
I think this version of Rico, though, will last for about a year.
No, it probably will.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. I don't think that Rico in his 40s has really got much ahead of him. I think there's better people he could be pushing.
Damn right. Austin then yells at Van Damme and do it for America. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for America, man. Loud cheers here in Texas. If this was today, it'd be boos. Right, Maven versus Randy Orton. Good match here between Maven and Randy Orton. Flair and Foley at ringside. Knowing the fact that these two hate each other in real life, this just added a wee bit to it. Mr. Socko. King was debating, what would you rather, Mr. Socko or Mae Young's pie? And
Oh, God.
neither.
Now, earlier in the night, Bischoff made a reference saying that it smelled like sardines.
And that's what she did. She stuffed it down there. I must have been a rib on Bischoff, man. I don't know, that's just as bad as eating a Subway filled with shite.
Yeah.
It's a shite one either or, but yeah. Maven goes for a crossbody, and then the RKO out of nowhere. As JR labelled it, an out of nowhere RKO. Decent match, and I think it's about time Maven fucking was on TV. I think it's about time Randy Orton was actually winning some fucking matches.
Yeah, when you think about it, Maven's been around for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the 2002 Rumble. He was at the arse end of 2001, so...
But, yeah, like, 18 months later, he's still not really...
I don't know what it is with Maven, man. It's like... You remember him for quite a lot of matches and like and iconic moments, but... The fact of the matter is this, like, what the fuck did he do? Like, where was he?
I don't really remember that much from Maven. Like, yeah, the Undertaker spot, absolutely, in the Survivor Series match, yeah, for sure.
Well, maybe not iconic moments, but I remember... No, but yeah, I remember, like, Mania 18, like, the whole hardcore title spot. That was interesting. Like, yeah, Survivor Series 2004. I mean, the guy literally hosted an entire night of Raw. The stuff with, as you said, Taker in the Rumble and the fallout from that. The guy's had a lot of big moments just for it to... I mean, he won Toughen Off one.
I'm looking forward to seeing those nights where the winners of Survivor Series host it, because I honestly have no recollection of...
So Orton, Benoit, Jericho and Maven. I just can't imagine Chris Benoit hosting a night of Raw.
Now, I know Orton's not allowed to challenge his title, but I was wondering why he's not booking like a Battle Royal or something.
Very true. Right, but yeah, Maven loses here. Good match, no complaints. Right. Let's see here. We've got who won the fan vote about who being Evolution? Test won it.
Test.
So this guy's claiming that Test, Jericho and Kane won it. They did not. I mean, Test won it by like 28%. Test, right, tag titles match. Lara Sistons versus Kane and Van Damme. I thought this match was decent, but it's all about the ending of the match. So
best match Lara Sistons have had.
Yes, Kane and Van Damme putting a wee bit of effort in, helping their wee young fellow co-workers out here. So Van Damme goes for a manoeuvre, but then Kane gets pushed into the road. Oh no, Kane's fuming. Right, Kane DQ, bang. But then out comes Triple H. Kane, I want you to join Evolution. Forget about all that stuff with Katie Fick. You could join Evolution. Imagine Kane sitting in a mask wearing the suits Evolution wear.
Yeah, it just really wouldn't work, would it?
No, it really fucking wouldn't have worked. But then Austin comes out, he's like, "No, Kane, you can't do it, man. That's no right. That's not right." Austin's like, "How about you get a title shot next week in Madison Square Garden?" Then Bischoff comes out on the Titantron. Right, you can get that match, but you're going to have to put something on the line, Kane. If you lose, you have to unmask. And then it's like, what's he going to do? Is he going to accept Bischoff and Austin's offer of the stipulation title match, or is he just going to accept the offer of joining Evolution?
Well, we don't know, but he grabs them both by the throat until he makes up his mind. He then lets Triple H go. It looks like he's going to chokeslam Austin, but after lifting Austin up, he decides, fuck it, I want Triple H. Chokeslams Triple H. Austin's happy, Kane's happy. Kane's getting a title shot next week.
JR screaming his tits off, barbecue sauce in the air. Madison Square Garden title match, major stipulations. What's going to happen to Kane? Is he going to be an ugly bastard? Who knows? That is your Raw. I thought it was much better than previous weeks. I will give it a... I mean, I'm not saying the overall show was like great, but this is an ending. This is getting me wanting to tune in.
I'll give that a 7 out of 10. I thought it was a pretty good Raw.
Yes, I will give it a 7 out of 10. Also, Triple H. I'm looking forward to that match. I'm looking forward to Unmasked Kane coming out in chains. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, that's what we want, and we're about to get it. So.
Oh, yeah!
Put a little smack on it! Welcome back, guys, to Fog Wrestling. It is our time once again to lay the smack down for the 2-hour show of the Blue Brand. It is June 19, 2003. And last week, who could forget that epic moment, that epic match? Well, maybe epic match is not quite, not quite the words I should be choosing here, but I will stand by epic moment when we have Big Show and Brock Lesnar suplex off the top rope, through the ring explosion, referee getting flown everywhere, and to end SmackDown on that is a high. But don't worry, if you thought Big Show was getting robbed out of his title shot, he isn't, because he's getting another one here tonight.
Do we really need it though? Do we need another one? I understand.
Well, hold on, I'd say we do, because it ended in a no contest, so...
I know, but... I'm sick of Brock and
yeah, but here, I just appreciate us getting title matches on free TV.
True.
The good old days.
Not that we got a clean finish tonight, but I tell you what, there was no ring breaking tonight, but it was a decent show on the Blue Brand, and I think the Blue Brand, for the first time in a long time, is consistently better than Raw.
It is, and I didn't think I'd be saying that with the Bischoff and Austin regime, but...
Absolutely. But I think were they labelling this like the final encounter?
I believe so, yeah, it was getting built up.
Something like that, final encounter or whatever. But anyway, opening sequence, so Big Show. It's Nunzio versus The Undertaker.
I thought this was a good match, good psychology. It was short, and it was Nunzio pretty much on the back foot the entire match, trying to run away from Taker, trying to use his speed. Nunzio with a little drop kick off the ring apron to the outside once the FBI distracted Taker. Taker then catches him mid-air, throws him into the ring post, gets him back in the ring, couple of punches to each member of the FBI before Taker lifts up Nunzio. He's got him in the last ride position for about 10 seconds, just got him hoisted up in the air, and we have Nunzio crossing himself before he hits the mat, and I thought it was really funny, and I liked that.
Brilliant, man. And when was the last time?
One of the best last rides, I think, of all time.
I agree with that. When was the last time managers on the outside actually felt integral to the match? Like, were included in numerous spots. See today, man, it's just tragic.
Yeah, you look at Paul Heyman, he's just kind of there to be the mouthpiece of it. He never really gets involved.
No, I'm not talking about someone lifting like Nunzio's leg here and putting on the rope. I'm talking about like the actual like psychology that goes into
these.
But
you're right.
They're involved in numerous spots,
and they felt like they could be a difference maker. They felt like they were important.
Yeah, but no, it did, man. But post match, the beat down is all on the Undertaker. He's getting the shit kicked out of him. But the APA return.
Down out. APA, Bradshaw and Farouk coming down. Look a wee bit outdated in 2003, don't they? But they come down to save Undertaker.
Bradshaw got the blonde highlights.
And we actually get announced that it's going to be a 6-man tag match next week. FBI versus Taker and the APA. Here, that's a good match. I'm looking forward to that.
Damn right. And
the FBI is entertaining. It's a good... I don't know what... I know this faction doesn't go far. And actually, I don't know how much longer it's going to go, to be honest. But I wonder why. Because I'm digging the FBI.
Maybe Tony Soprano gave him a wee ring.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Gabagool. Sack Gang goes to Steph McMahon's office. It was Bill DeMott and Brian Kendrick outside. Was he wearing a Hurricane shirt? No, I think that was Al Snow on Raw.
I think it was no bad blood or...
Nah, it was some bad blood, shite shirt.
Velocity or something?
Sable opens the door and he's like, right, I'll wait out here. She's like, no, you'll wait in here. Where will this go? We then got a clip of Heyman helping Lesnar at Survivor Series. Oh no, well, he turned on him, sorry. Numerous times, like, I feel like this is the last thing we needed to see. All the highlights of these two against each other.
Yeah, listen, I get it, but we've seen a lot of it. Let's just move on. But yeah, throughout the night, we got multiple moments for Big Show and Brock, so there you go.
Right, Benoit and Rhino come out. Stephanie comes out, right, let's make a US title tournament here. Brings out the belt. Belt looks good. I like this US belt. I think when Cena put the spinner on it, it looked alright as well. But the final will take place in July at Vengeance. So 2 tag team partners going toe to toe here.
Yeah, Rhino and Benoit, they're waiting on a tag team match. Stephanie comes out and says, well, you ain't going to be in a tag team match because you're going to start off the US title tournament. I would have liked to have seen a bracket, but we don't get to see a bracket.
Probably because they've no idea who's going to be in it.
Yeah, Benoit beats Rhino in a pretty good match. Makes him tap out. Hard-hitting match, it's what do you expect. Benoit with his chops and, you'd Rhino in there. He's a pretty aggressive guy as well. Benoit beats Rhino with the crossface. Rhino taps out. Benoit holds the crossface on for a wee bit longer than he should have, to be fair. Ref kind of had to almost pull him off. And then after the match, Benoit wants to shake hands with Rhino, and Rhino's not having it. And it's like, I can see where Rhino's coming from. These two guys are supposed to be friends, tag team partners, and Benoit decided not to let go of the crossface.
It's a very heel manoeuvre, but at the same time, I think it works.
With Benoit because of how aggressive he is.
Yes, but it doesn't work on your tag team partner.
It's a 10-10. Yeah, well, I guess this just goes to show that Benoit maybe can't be trusted.
Yeah, I think Rhino's more than right. Then Benoit's looking at him like, well, I didn't do anything, mate. You locked him in the crossface, which we know is a deadly manoeuvre.
Especially when he applies it.
Aye, so I don't...
Right, so Benoit wins. I'm assuming he's into the semi-finals. I think it will be an 8-man tournament. I doubt we're going to get 16.
It's too big for 16, isn't it? But
So,
it was a good match.
Yeah, it was a good match. Good way to start it.
I liked it, Mara.
Right, we then get Sable backstage with Zach Gowen, and she is beginning to take the strap off her top, and she places Zach Gowen's. He might only have one leg, but he's got 2 hands, and she places them on her breasts. And at this moment, Zach Gowen's looking like he...
There's just some words getting fired that the McMahon would say.
Yeah, it's McMahon just feeding the lines. Sable must have some sort of little earpiece in, and she's just been fed these lines from McMahon. But yeah, Zach Gowen, he might not have a WWE contract, but he's probably got the next best thing. He's getting to touch up Sable.
Damn right.
Man, we know what King would... I think King would happily...
He'd rip up the contract. Tape shows on Thursdays, get to feel Sable. Fucking come on. I've always been a blue guy.
We then get a little promotion for Ultimo Dragon. And that's it, really. So Ultimo Dragon next week, he's going to be here. Then we get Rey Mysterio versus Canyon. No one better than Canyon.
First match on a main show since October 2001.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't quite understand why Canyon was here. I'm not going to complain.
I mean, like 20 months, essentially.
Now, we don't know what Canyon's been doing. I mean, has he been working maybe in FCW or Sunday Night Heat or... Not too sure. I don't think Velocity has started yet, so he's not doing that, but it just felt a bit weird, Canyon.
No, Velocity has started at this point. Velocity's been going over a year.
Oh, there you go. Well, Canyon's probably been wrestling on that, but I just thought it was a bit weird that Canyon came here just to take on Rey Mysterio.
Yeah, and then obviously Rey wins, and... I mean, it was a decent match. I just think at this point, Canyon is just wasted. I remember he came out the closet a couple of months ago.
Aye, with Undertaker,
Aye, so... I mean, that was literally it. Was a recap of Lesnar costing Big Show the title at Armageddon. Brilliant, right? Out comes Kurt Angle. Down, 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 down.
Right, Charlie Haas and Benjamin, they're like, next week, Kurt, we're gonna get you. Kurt comes out, what are you on about? Next week's for pussies. Next week's for wimps.
It's all about this week.
Right here, right now.
But see, if this was today, Kurt would be like, forget next week. Do 2 weeks.
3 weeks, 4 weeks, next year.
Anything but now.
So yeah, we get the match, Kurt Angle versus Charlie Haas. Pretty good match. I just don't think Charlie Haas...
It's always going to be a bad match. Well, it's always going to be a good match.
I just don't know if Charlie Haas should be taking Kurt Angle this deep. But here, maybe they're trying to put over Charlie Haas.
I agree. I feel like face Kurt Angle, it's weird. It's almost like he's willing to, like... It feels weird. It's almost like he's willing to drag out the match to like put on a good show in a weird way.
But it's also Charlie Haas. Like he's wrestling as a singles guy when he's a tag team. So therefore, I think that's even more reason why he shouldn't.
I think what it's leading to is essentially a 2-on-1 match, which I have no issue with. But I
think it could maybe lead to a 6-man next week.
Well, yeah, forgot about that. But
anyway,
my point is, I would expect it to go long 2-on-1. Not 1-on-1.
Yeah, after the match, Benjamin gets in and they start beating down Angle. Brock comes out to make the save because I guess Brock and Angle have some sort of common respect for each other, so we get that. Then we see on Halloween, Big Show chokeslammed Lesnar through the announce table. I just don't think we really need to see these clips over and over and over again, but that's what we're getting. We then get Sable kissing Zach Gowen on Stephanie's desk, and she's all over him, and McMahon comes in, and he's like, "What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing to Sable?"
Yeah, and basically tells this freak to get the hell out of there. And
just demeaning the guy, making fun of him, the fact he's a cripple. She's like, "The ain't guy would ever be with a cripple like you," and just burying the poor bastard, man.
Yeah, Zach Gowen didn't have a leg to stand on here. And then Vince and Sable, they're laughing. Vince says, "Sable, you were great." And hi, but we'll see more of this later on tonight. Right, then we get Billy Gunn versus Jamie. I'm an ass man. Don't. So it was Noble versus Gunn. Gunn beats Noble in pretty quick time. Billy Gunn, looking in good physical condition. Still looks good today.
He does, but I don't know. I feel like by 2003, Billy Gunn, it's like, if you want to treat him serious, I think we need to go on the ass gimmick. Would you agree with that?
The ass gimmick?
Like his song, it's a bit goofy. Like, I think Billy Gunn could be treated as like a serious contender for like an IC or a US title, but...
Well, will he be in this US tournament? We'll have to wait and see.
I think he will be.
He's defeated Jamie Noble. Him and Tori seems to be on-screen lovers right now. We'll have to wait and see. We get another video highlight here of Lesnar beating Big Show on the stretcher match. Then we get Eddie Guerrero versus Sean O'Haire. And surprisingly, Sean O'Haire defeats Eddie Guerrero. We had Piper at ringside drinking some tequila. He got involved, spat the tequila all over Tajiri, getting revenge last week. And then we get Sean O'Haire finishing Eddie with the
Prophecy, which was a good ass name.
A good name, good finisher. Sean O'Haire, his theme's a bit weak. I don't really like his theme, but the match was alright. Sean O'Haire, it'll be interesting to see where they go.
See, with Piper as his mouthpiece, guys should get pushed a lot more.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe instead of a tag team, they should just be a singles run.
Like, this is a guy who could win the US title. Easily.
Yeah, why not? Give him a chance. Right, we then get Vince and Sable backstage, and Vince is like, "Oh, how can I repay you? How can I say thanks?" We then see Vince and Sable, they start kissing, and Vince is like pushed back on the table, and Sable's literally on top of him.
And he's like, "Oh, help me. He's pretending to be sat going, my leg, which is just brilliant. But then at which point, Stephanie comes in, right, and then this is where things just, Sable fucks off, right?
Stephanie orders Sable to get out, then...
"I'm not gonna let you do the set gown what you did to me, all those business deals when I was underage.
I was 17, you made those men promises." I mean, basically insinuating that McMahon was pimping out his daughter here at the age of 17.
But you know what the problem is for me here, right?
These things don't age well.
No, they don't age well, but at the same time, this is a story. Like, people take this as gospel. Like, see what she said here about McMahon.
And people want to use this in a court of law. It's like
people actually use this as a way to bash them. Oh, look, he made his daughter sleep with people who were, whatever.
You can tell he didn't, because look how fucking pissed he was at Randy Savage.
Well, that's what I was about to say, right?
So, I mean...
There is no way McMahon did this.
Yeah.
When that whole situation with Savage happened, whether you believed it or you don't, right? The fact of the matter
Well, McMahon obviously must believe it to an extent, and we can see, how the relationship between him and Savage completely broke down. So
yeah.
I think it's fair. But yeah, she storms out, refusing to let McMahon ruin Sack's life like he ruined hers. And I mean, McMahon looked at this point like pretty upset, didn't he?
See, to me, like, do you not think it's a disgrace though? The fact if Macho Man did sleep with an underage Stephanie McMahon, nothing even gets said about that. But Hulk Hogan says a word and he's treated as the fucking devil.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Macho Man, but that's no fucking right if he did that.
No, I guess, but I mean, we don't know if it happened or not.
That's the problem though. But like you said, I doubt McMahon. It's a weird situation. Either or, right? This is a storyline. See the McMahon storylines. They're always funny and entertaining. It's like the one, I think McMahon also wanted a storyline where he was the father of Stephanie's baby, and she's like, "No, that's too far."
Yeah, that would have been interesting to see. I don't know how that would have played out. I imagine if I think if McMahon had proof, I don't think he'd have went to the police about it. I think he'd have just said to Macho Man, "Right, me and you fist fight."
I know, but McMahon back then wasn't really the McMahon we know.
I suppose. Nah, but come on, you think McMahon would have just fucking cut his tail and tucked his tail and run.
What I'm saying is, I think the saliva for Bret Hart has mutated Vince McMahon into this like generic jackhammer.
I don't know. I think we defending his.
See Bret Hart's spit. It must have been like all the bitter. Well, no, it must have been like all the goodness that landed on McMahon.
Yeah, but like I mean, we can all say what we want about Savage as well, but what about Stephanie? Because she always comes across, this little innocent, like little daughter of Vince McMahon. I'm sure she. I'm sure it was a willing thing, as wrong as Savage was for it. It's like. I'm sure she was willingly knowing what she was doing as well. Bit weird. Because you kind of always believed that she was this... virgin or whatever, like, but you kind of believe she was this, like, goody
Take
too.
me to the son of a bitch.
You kind of... You're supposed to believe she was this... At least when you seen her character in WWE for the first time, they kind of portrayed her as, this, like, innocent little flower of Vince McMahon.
I know, but look at the amount of characters we've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, Kane was portrayed as a fucking demon, and he's like...
But when you see her as the $1 billion princess... I think it's more, you could be like, you could imagine she was sleeping her way around at a young age. But when you see her, when the character they first bring her in as, you always just assume, she's probably saving herself for marriage. So that's pretty weird.
Well, Triple H did drug her and he did marry her. Anyway, Brock Lesnar versus The Big Show. World title match, right. This match was good. Or was it? I mean, it was alright.
It's as good as a Big Show and Brock Lesnar match can be, let's just be honest.
It's always impressive seeing Brock fucking just manhandle a guy the Big Show's size. I'll always enjoy that. So what happens is, he goes for the F5, Big Show grabs the ropes, out come Charlie, Haas and Benjamin. You think at this point, right, what the fuck is going on? And then you've got Kurt Angle coming out there, and then out of fucking nowhere comes Mr. America. And this was just essentially... Big Show just buddies the three of them.
Yeah, Big Show, I mean, it didn't even look like he needed Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin's help. He just takes down Lesnar, takes down Angle, and he takes down Hogan. We did see a pretty good Angle slam for Angle on Big Show, but Big Show just kind of got up and no sold it. The choke slam on Hogan wasn't great, but when's Hogan ever taken a good choke slam?
Hogan must be away soon.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no way Hogan would have looked this week without having like some kind of promise.
You're going to win the US title tournament, Mr. America.
I think the US... talk about a great moment for a guy called Mr. America. That seems like the writing was on the wall there. But that is where the show ended. I mean, kind of all over the place in parts, but entertaining.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think we could be looking at another 6-man tag match for next week. So, yeah, I mean, it was a decent show. I am going to give it... I think I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
I will give it I'll agree with a 6 out of 10. Just much more consistent than Raw these days. But no, it helps it. It's got McMahon every week.
Yeah.
McMahon
definitely.
every week is a difference maker. As great as Bischoff is, I think...
McMahon's McMahon, isn't he?
Yeah, McMahon's McMahon. Live from the Big Apple inside MSG, we've got Title versus Mask, a Mick Foley celebration, and the return of Vincent Kennedy McMahon to Monday Night Raw. Welcome back to Fog Wrestling, June 23rd, 2003. It was a weird one. It was a bit of a iconic moment one for the Kanester, man. What you gonna do when the Canaanites run wild on you? After 5 years, 6 years actually of wearing the mask, he took it off and... Did it hit as deep as you thought it would hit?
Aye, Kane reveals the true monster underneath that mask. The big red machine, the big burnt face, a wee bit of black mascara on, and yeah,
they could have done a bit more.
Yeah, not looking as bad as we thought it would. So maybe those scars that Kane's talking about, maybe they're more mental than physical. But yeah, Kane loses to Triple H. Beginning of a new era for Kane. A new path for the big red machine. We're going to get unmasked Kane, and for me, this will definitely help his career. This will give him this boost, I think, because, I mean, Kane, yeah, he's had some okay matches and okay moments and some wee comedy stuff with RVD and Hurricane, and he did the whole Hulkamania pose with The Rock and shit like this, but... I mean, in all honesty, I think the last couple of years Kane's been a shell of his former self, and this mask reveal face is coming at the right time.
Definitely, folks. Can't fault it. It was the correct time to do it. A lot of people bashed this, but for me, it's like, even if you... I mean, they could have put more scars on him, right? They could have made him look more fucked up, but then where does that go going forward? Does that mean he has to wear that makeup every night? And that's where it becomes a problem. I understand, yes, he could have looked a little bit more crazy. But...
Yeah, but when you get that, with hindsight, it makes sense because there was nothing wrong with him.
No, absolutely, yeah. It was all psychological. It wasn't actually physical. But speaking of physical, we've got Scott Studd taking on Testing Christian with the help of Booker T. Dun, 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 dun. What a mid-card you've got here. WCW taking on Testing Christian. Decent match, but Test essentially boots Steiner in the face after Christian runs in with the belt. Booker T deals with him. Steiner's distracted, and then Test. Big boot. And this is when big impactful moves just beat people 1, 2, 3. I miss these days.
Yeah, Test, big boot to the face, and that's enough for the 1, 2, 3. And I mean, see when Test is doing a big boot, you fucking can believe it can finish a match. See when you see like a Sami Zayn doing a haluva kick.
Big Andrew Martin, man.
What a man. Who's that beating? Nobody.
He's a fucking loser. We don't speak about him on this channel.
Sami Zayn is wee fucking size 3 Palestine fucking, you know what I mean, gut boots.
The mic just went, fuck Sami Zayn. I'm dying.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Anyway, Kane looks around a mirror as it shows you his 97 debut, and it cuts back and he's like licking the mirror. It was weird, right? Terry Long, Christopher Nowinski, they came out. This cracker, he's been discriminated due to his intelligence. Not because he's black, but because he's intelligent.
Education.
The only time he didn't win tough enough, baby. He's fucking and bugging. Let's go. It's Maven versus Christopher Nowinski. I tell you what, he defeats.
Yeah. Now Terry Long says that he lost tough enough to a light skinned black man.
Aye.
So aye.
So what's Rodney Mack then?
Aye, because Maven's fucking darker than him.
Aye. So what's Rodney Mack? I mean, honestly, like what is he? But Nowinski loses this match, and I am fairly certain this is like his last match of his career. He retires.
Sad, because I actually think Christopher Nowinski's alright.
He is? No, you cannot fault
Christopher Nowinski, I think, in terms of his work rate and his promo ability and his character, I mean, Christopher Nowinski for me would be a top guy in 2025. I think he'd be a world champion.
Yeah, I mean,
if fucking Damian Priest can be a world champion.
You can look around most of this card and you can make the case for anybody being a world champion, to be honest, today. But it's the highlight reel. The highlight of the night. The delight. It's Chris Jericho. He brings out Lance Storm. He says Austin's treatment of him last week was downright disgusting. And here tonight, Lance Storm is going to prove that he's not boring. But the crowd are chanting, boring. Austin's like, you're boring Madison Square Garden to death. So they take down all the equipment of the highlight reel, and Austin's
the
like,
highlight reel gets cancelled basically because of Lance Storm.
Nay fucking what? But see, this is the best Lance Storm's been. Who are we going to kid on here saying it's not? This is exactly what he needs to be.
Yeah, but the reality is, see in 2025, you could do this for everybody.
Yeah. No, of course you
Outside of Brock and Cena.
But at least Lance Storm, right? Even though he's mentally fucked in the head in 2025, at least 2003 Lance Storm accepted who he was. A boring bastard.
Yeah, now see if they tried to do this to like a Sami Zayn, people would be going, oh, they buried Sami, oh, that's horrible. Or Sami would be back, oh no, you can't do that to me, you're making me look shit here, or you're burying my character. You don't have a fucking character. You buried yourself by being so shite.
Exactly. No, what is? Oh, the underdog. The underdog. Get him fired in the bin. Fucking jobber. The Canadians, though, they jumped the Dudleys, back and forth match, but I mean, you could have bet your life on the Dudleys hitting a 3D to Lance Storm and picking up the victory. And guess what? You would still be alive because they hit it 1, 2, 3. Lance Storm couldn't kick out. This is when people just didn't kick out the 3D.
Well, nobody kicked out the 3D until Saban did it, so.
I don't understand why they did that, TNA. I think the writing was on the wall there. We cut back to Evolution and a flashback because they've stole Kane's mask from about 5 months ago, and Kane's still looking in the mirror. I mean, he literally spent the 80 minutes prior to the match just looking in this mirror. Randy Orton and Rick Flair are there. They're mocking Mick Foley. They're like, your book, you fucking suck, Mick. Our goal, don't worry about Mick Foley giving cheap plugs for his book, because tonight we have to make sure Triple H retains the title. Evolution. Randy Orton, they're beginning to push Randy Orton. It's going to be Randy Orton and Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash tonight. Just announced on the fly. What a match.
Yep, no build up, no PLE, pay-per-view, no 4-week fucking waiting time. Just tonight, here we go, big tag team match. This is how good you had it back in the day.
But before we get that big tag team match, we've got another one. La Resistance taking on Sergeant Slaughter in the Hurricane. Sergeant Slaughter looked fucked in 1991. So what did he look in 2003? Fucked.
Yeah, he wasn't looking too good, and surprisingly to nobody, he lost this match.
Yeah, this was Sergeant Slaughter, man. Is he got a case for being like one of the most overrated of all time?
You're mad. Maybe I.
Like, to me, the moments I remember with Sergeant Slaughter are when he's getting buried.
By DX?
Aye, by DX, I make fun of his chin, and they're wearing like the face protectors. I mean, that's all pretty good. Then also you had, well, I mean, I guess when he joined the Iraqis right at the beginning of the Gulf War, that was heat. He needed like security guards going into arenas. So I mean, that was some real heat. Speaking of some real heat, I thought this segment was very weird. Austin comes out, announces that Mania 20 is in MSG, and then he basically just spends the next 15 minutes putting over Foley. Foley's like, oh, I almost forgot how good I was. I mean, the package was good, but
He even gives him a hug.
yeah, he gives him a hug.
Then a bunch of jobbers come out.
Yeah, the Al Snows, the Tommy Dream. I mean, basically the ECW contingent here, and they're all celebrating.
Even Mick Foley buried Al Snow.
He's like, oh, I've got a bunch of great guys here, and then Al Snow. Cheap Pop. Then Rick McMahon. McMahon comes out and it's like, what? McMahon is coming out here? So they hug. Then Mick Foley's like, ever since I watched Snooker versus Morocco, I knew I wanted to do for the rest of my life. Send the fans home happy. Be a professional wrestler. Mick Foley did that on more than one occasion. He's like, I'll say goodbye, but don't you cry. I'll be back again someday. I mean, it was a nice wee segment, but it was... Do you not think it was weird? There was something like off about it.
It just... It did feel strange.
Like, Austin has felt weird for about a month.
Yeah, Austin out here, McMahon out here. It's just not really... You wouldn't expect to see the two of these guys sharing a ring with Tommy Dreamer and Al Snow.
Tommy Dreamer wearing like a... What was he wearing? He was wearing like an Insurrection t-shirt, man.
Like it was very strange. Seeing Mankind out of Mr. McMahon out of nowhere, just almost breaking character, coming out to hug Foley.
Just for it to go out the window later on, which was weird. Anyway, Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash taking on Ric Flair and Randy Orton. Kevin Nash can't work, but thankfully you've got Shawn Michaels as your tag team partner. So, I mean, Kevin Nash can do his 2 moves and then tag in Shawn Michaels. Can't ask for much more there.
Or Shawn Michaels could start and tag in Kevin Nash for the hot moves, or the hot move even.
And he goes for the hot move. He goes for the jackknife. Flair then saves Orton from it. He would then have a double clothesline. Evolution are down, man. They're down. So Nash gets back to Michaels, tunes up the band, sweet chin music to Ric Flair. 1, 2, 3, and they win. Evolution suffer a defeat here. Kevin Nash, I mean, he's not been buried, but Kevin Nash is definitely on the decline by this point.
Oh, absolutely.
No, I'm not talking in terms of like wrestling ability, but he will be gone and he won't be back till like 2011, which is bizarre to think, isn't it?
True, but that tends to happen with the WCW people. They take on Triple H and then they just go down to the mid card.
Yep. I mean, Scott Steiner absolutely snookered Booker T. Booker T's really like the only guy that
Managed to come back.
Yeah. I mean, I know Goldberg did.
But he did go down to the mid card for a while, like.
No, he did. Well, I was going to say Goldberg. Goldberg actually beat Triple H. That's the key difference, I guess. But then had a fan poll come in. 56 think Kane will win the title. 44% think he will be unmasked tonight. JR surprised by this. He's like, but King, Evolution's going to be there. The game, he's going to win. Foley then signed a book to Vince McMahon, but then Evolution battered him. And what we see here is that McMahon never really cared about Foley at any point in his life because Randy Orton and Ric Flair just battered the fuck out of him and throw him down the
Orton
stairs.
punched him down the stairs.
A really cool
And
moment.
then McMahon just pops his head round and goes, "Oh, someone get a janitor. There's a spillage. There's a spillage of piss down the stairs." So and JR's not happy. We need a doctor, not a janitor. So yeah, but you know, McMahon obviously doesn't really care about Mick Foley and his lifeless body at the bottom of the stairs. He just wants someone to come up and clean this mess. So, McMahon showing his true self here. It was a good wee segment.
Up next, we got a Jew Boy challenge. It's Goldberg versus Rodney Mack. Rodney Mack thought he was getting it easy tonight, but no, he gets the biggest Jew in the yard. It's Goldberg. And
Meets him up the ramp for a very dodgy looking spear, by the way.
Yeah. It was weird, wasn't it? It was like to the fucking it was very high up, but he wins in like 3 seconds. We're not really surprised here. Rob Van Dam then gives Kane a wee pep talk. Kane then breaks the mirror.
Is this the right way to end the White Boy challenge? Was it better just to have Goldberg come out and destroy it? Or could they have actually had a White Boy win the challenge? Or at least last 5 minutes? Could they maybe built up someone?
I think the writing was on the wall when Spike Dudley took him to within like 2 seconds of losing it. At that point. Anyway, right, it is the world title time. It's Triple H versus Kane. It's Mask versus title. I mean, for me, the match never got going, but then it did get going, and then Kane ends up losing, and we're not really surprised by it. Well, I mean, of course not.
It wasn't a great match. It was very sloppy. The neck breaker, the spine buster, all the move. I think that Kane and Triple H I don't think they've got good chemistry with each other. I think a lot of their matches have been pretty damn poor. To me,
I think their best work is probably 2001.
There's 2 guys that just don't really mesh well.
No, they don't. They don't. Any other 2 great wrestlers that can produce great matches, but I think it's safe to say that when you look at Triple H and you look at like Kane, they both they do tend to need a better opponent.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And that's the problem here. Like I would give Triple H the nod over Kane in terms of being like the better wrestler, but
of course. But if you look at Triple H, I think it's fair to say all Triple H's best matches come against someone who is better than him.
Yeah.
When Triple H is taking on someone who is not better than him, he doesn't tend to deliver great. Now here you could say, well, he's taking on Kevin Nash, he's taking on that, but yeah, no, I just look at Triple H, and when he's taking on the likes of Kane or a Nash or a Steiner or a Booker T, it's just not great. But when he takes on Michaels, it's great.
Yeah.
Now you could turn around and say, well, if Michaels took on all those guys, it wouldn't be great, but
I disagree.
Damn
right you disagree.
Or it would at least be better than Triple H taking on these guys.
Yeah, like there's no guarantee it'll be great, but Evolution essentially battered the fuck out of Kane, right? They get the upper hand. That's what causes them to lose. And the real question, like, where the fuck was Van Dam? Like, where was Van Dam throughout that? He could have helped them. Post match though, Bischoff comes out. You gotta
well,
have
it's for
this
the
now.
title, so he probably doesn't want to come out and.
Well, even the odds a wee bit. It's fucking 3-on-1. You could do that, but Kane, you gotta have mask. That was the rules. He then goes to the chin strap, but then Triple H batters him. Then Van Dam comes down. Then you get that like moment where Van Dam's like sitting on his arse, like McMahon in 2005 Rumble.
Must have done both his quads.
Yep. Kane then rips off the mask. His hair comes off. Wait, well, about half of his hair. So half of his hair is like still like stuck to the side of his head. It's Burns. He's ugly. He's fucking hideous. JR, we're gonna get cancelled off the air.
Yeah, Kane turns round looking fucking angry and demented and his face all warped. He grabs RVD by the throat, has a choke slam. Then he does his whole fire thing, and you've got JR. Is that a human?
What is that?
Is that a human? So is it a human? Is it a monster? We don't know. We'll have to tune in next week to find out. But yeah, brand new era for Kane, the unmasked era of Kane, and I think he needed this because it just turned into a big fucking softie. I mean, I know Austin is it's character work and all that, but I mean, when Austin was like, "What's happened to you, Kane?" and I did feel like there was a bit of truth to it.
No, absolutely, because I mean, the guy has literally been. I think once Kane is doing like spinneroonies and talking about Canaanites and all that shit, you do need to take the mask off him. Correct decision, but did it save Raw in Madison Square Garden? I mean, it was a big Raw. There was some big moments, some big matches, but there was nothing really great.
Yeah, I'll give it a 6.
I'll give it a 6.
I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I'll get a 7 out of
A wee
10.
6.5 out of 10, folks. Anyway, up next will be SmackDown. Till then, peace.
We had the return of the APA to the ring. 2 debuts in Orlando Jordan and Ultimo Dragon. We had a WWE Tag Team Championship match. The Undertaker in action. A huge 6-man tag match in the main event featuring Kurt Angle, Hulk Hogan, Brock Lesnar and The Big Show with 2 jobbers in his team. And we also had a first round United States title tournament. And this is just a throwaway edition of SmackDown. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Wrestling. And that right there, what I just summed up was a WrestleMania level card by today's standards.
Damn
A
right.
Super Saudi WrestleMania card.
Can't fault it. I mean, it is that period of SmackDown where they would just stick any 2 with Big Show to try and make him feel better than what he is. But nonetheless, it's Madison Square Garden. It's MSG, boy.
Hold on, stick to any 2. You think that they're sticking the world's greatest tag team with the Big Show to try and make the Big Show look good?
No, I think they are. I think they do it to a degree to make Big Show like better than what he is.
No, I think it's a case of here, Big Show's the Big Show and we can stick anybody and his team's got a chance.
I know, but like you clearly see.
Well,
Like,
no, but if the Big Show's not in that team, you're not taking that team seriously.
it's a bit of both, isn't it? Though at the end of the day, because Brock Lesnar,
I think
Big
you
Show's
blocked
like
your lines.
no, because Big Show, Brock Lesnar's an even match, but with this 3-on-3, it's like you stick these to him, but then Big Show's battering like Brock, Hogan, and Angle last week 3-on-1. It's almost like Big Show's been elevated by being with these 2.
No, it's Big Show's elevating these
No,
two.
but it's the era. Yes, I know these 2 are jobbers, just like when Big Show teamed with fucking Luther Reigns and Mark Jindrak and that other guy, Matt Moore. The blueprint. Anyway, I've got a blueprint for a successful review, and it's talking about it right here, right now. Alright, let's not talk about the Big Show and his size 20 boots.
Yeah, but before we get into the actual
Right.
review, just look at the matches on this card, right? And the people. Right, John Cena versus the debut in Orlando Jordan. Alright, whatever.
Lollipop.
You got the APA teaming up. Farouk and Bradshaw teaming up with The Undertaker to take on the FBI.
3 real men.
In a throwaway 6-man tag.
Yep.
Rikishi, Matt Hardy. United States title tournament. Ultimo Dragon take his debut against Shannon Moore. The tag team titles on the line. Eddie and Tajiri taking on Piper and Sean O'Hare. In a huge main event with all the WWE Championship contenders, including Hulk Hogan, added to the mix. And we also have a McMahon kiss my ass segment. I mean, holy shit. The levels.
What's not to love about it? I mean, it's fantastic. But we get the opening sequence. Cena comes out, brags about how good his rookie year's been.
1 year to the day.
Not quite as good as Brock's rookie year, though. I
No,
know
it's-
Brock's rookie year began a wee bit earlier, but I'd say Cena's firmly in second place at this point.
Well, who's he in battle with?
Evolution. Batista and... I'd say it's Brock, Cena, Orton, Batista.
I suppose. What do you make?
Based off Orton's last couple of weeks.
What do you make of Maven's debut year? Even though it's about 2 years now since he's been in the company.
I'm not counting Maven.
A year and a
I
half.
mean, I guess you can count Benjamin. He was part of that OVW
What
class.
about Charlie Haas?
Don't think he was OVW, was he?
Oh no, why does it have to be OVW? What about
The other 4 were?
what about Christopher Nowinski? No, we're talking about debut years here.
I like Christopher. But I'm talking about the big stars, for fuck's sake, man.
Rodney Mack.
How far? Anyway, right,
Mac Attack.
This is a Black Boy challenge because John Cena's taking on Orlando Jordan, looking very green, looking very weird. I mean, at least, well, I say looking very weird. At least he's not coming up with hazard tape.
No, listen, it's a short match. Orlando Jordan gets all his offense in. Cena basically beats him with a roll up for a crossbody. 1, 2, 3. Cena after the match hits the FU. Orlando Jordan then gets helped by Taker. Taker comes down. Cena runs off. Cena's like, what the fuck's going on here? I guess this is paying homage to Taker helping Cena after his match, paying respect. So he comes out and he pays respects to Orlando Jordan. And Taker's going to stay out here because he's teaming up with the APA next. We get a 6-man tag. Taker in the APA. Giving you Ministry of Darkness vibes, but all three guys looking a lot different from what they looked like back then.
And I think this just highlights how good wrestling was back in the day. McMahon was a master of reinventing people.
You wouldn't think these are the same three people.
Yeah. I said to you when we were watching it, look at Sami Zayn and the Usos. They're the exact same three that were in the Bloodline a couple of years ago. So, the Usos, right? Maybe they're a bit... But look at Sami Zayn. Like, Sami Zayn, right, was just some ginger Canadian Muslim from Syria, right? Then he joins the Bloodline, and then he leaves the Bloodline. No look change. Just put a different t-shirt on.
Yeah, haircut might have slightly changed over the years, but...
Aye, but I'm talking about the Bloodline. I mean, Sami Zayn used to have short hair, but any time with the Bloodline, it was just that fucking shitey ponytail. Look at me, I'm a greasy rat bastard that works in Blockbuster kind of look. Anyway, moving on from him, fuck him. He's a jabroni, damn it. Clothesline from hell to Stamboli. Took his dome off.
Down out.
My name's Jamie Noble. $827,000 getting put in Jamie Noble's bank account.
Aye, so Jamie Noble's auntie passed away. He didn't want to know her until he found out how much she was worth, and then all of a sudden, he wants to know her, alright. He tells Nydia to give the guy a special kiss, and she tries to take his pants off. He's like, no, not that special. So Jamie Noble looks like he could be rich again, like he was when he had the Cruiserweight Championship.
Tell you this, do you know think this is a very American gimmick where someone's like a strange family member dies and they just get left a fortune?
Yeah.
Does this actually happen in the real world?
Does Fog Wrestling have a strange family member that could maybe give us some money?
And I'm not talking about a super chat there. PayPal. Because YouTube take 40%. That's not nice. Really not nice. Right, up next, Sable tries to seduce Vince, but he actually turns it down. He's like, no.
Not tonight, Sable.
I've got some business to take care of. Right, Matt Hardy versus Rikishi. Oh yeah, Matt Hardy's at the Cruiserweight division. He's put on the pounds.
Yeah, he now weighs 222 pounds, so he's put on 2 pounds.
How great's that?
He's 2 pounds over the Cruiserweight limit.
Taz makes a promise that Rikishi will never be Cruiserweight limit.
Maybe one of his arse cheeks could make the Cruiserweight division, but that's probably about it.
Potentially, but this was a good match, man. Matt Hardy using the turnbuckle to his advantage. Twist of fate. 1, 2, 3. Lovely jubbly.
Matt Hardy advances into the I believe it's the semi-finals.
It must be, but Taz and Michael Cole throughout the night.
Still yet to see a bracket, by the way, which is disappointing.
That is disappointing, but yeah, Taz and Michael Cole, I'd trust them to put a bracket up on the wall. These two guys were loving this show. Hyped, enthusiastic.
You know what? See people that say, oh, Michael Cole's loving what he does now, you can tell.
He hates it.
No, look at Michael Cole during this era and look at him now. You can't possibly tell me that Michael Cole has more fun today than he did back here.
Yeah. He is just a paid shill today.
Unless he's like the greatest actor of all time.
No, but see back in this day, right? See when they were doing the ads, like sponsored by Skittles, or Subway, eat fresh, right? It would last like 10 seconds. See now?
Yeah,
it takes up like 15, 20 minutes to show.
It was almost like they didn't give a shit about the ads. They were trying to run through it. It's quite, here's Skittles and Mars bars. Oh, you can get your Greyhounds journey.
Of the week.
Right, till next time. And then they'd move on. But now it's like, fuck me, the ads are sponsored. They plaster all over the ring.
Yeah. Some good shit, pal. Right, Billy Kidman's in the crowd with 2 women.
Who too hot tomatoes, as Taz would call them.
Don't know what Billy Kidman's doing though.
Looking like some sort of movie star in the front row.
How can Billy Kidman look like The Rock?
Don't know, maybe Billy Kidman's going for it. I think it was this era, wasn't it? McMahon could make anyone look good.
Is not the proof in the pudding though, right? Billy Kidman wrestles like, he just looks like a generic guy, but when he sits in the crowd he looks like someone. Look at when they did the Netflix stuff, when Cody Rhodes or Tiffany Stratton or whatever would appear in the crowd. They just sit in a wrestling attire. Like a goofball?
Yeah, but it's because Billy Kidman was sitting there, and he was wearing like maybe like smart street clothes that you'd wear, and like Taz said, he's sitting beside 2 hot tomatoes, and that just makes him look the part. You're thinking, well, he's got 2 hot women either side of him. He must be important. See if he was sitting next to 2 fucking fat neckbeards that were chanting, "This is awesome." I mean, I'm sure Billy Kidman's aura would have took a hit or two.
His glasses were steamed up with the smell of
Well,
pish.
look at McMahon. See, like, what is McMahon going to look better walking down to the ring with Sable on his arm, or walking down to the ring with the blue meanie holding his hand? I know, but I mean, come on. Do you know, like,
I can't pay money for him for the blue mini like.
but you know what I mean? It's like, obviously, there's just little perks and wee things that you can add to make someone look a lot better than they are.
Right,
But yeah, Billy Kidman's got a win over Hogan, so let's not.
and that's all that matters. Right,
More than Sami Zayn could ever fucking wish to have.
tag titles: Roddy Piper and Sean O'Hare lose the Guerrero and Tajiri. Missed to Piper, frog splash to Piper. 1, 2, 3. Not looking as out of shape as he has.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in slightly better shape, but the ring attire still does absolutely nothing for him. Just looks like an old guy at this moment. Looks like someone's old. He's not even that old, but he just looks like someone's grandpa, doesn't he? That's got drunk and is trying to fight people that he realistically wouldn't have a chance against.
Now, this is actually the last time Piper would be in WWE. This is, well, not ever, but in terms of this run. Apparently, it was due to some comments he made in an interview with HBO. Not too sure what he said. Probably would have had to have been bad in 2003.
Would it have been bad in terms of McMahon didn't like it and McMahon got rid of him, or would it have been bad in terms of someone else didn't like it and McMahon was forced to get rid of him? Well, maybe do a wee deep dive into this.
I don't know. Piper was...
That time when? It's been a while since you did one of them.
Nah, that time when
Piper disappeared in 2003.
and joined HBO.
What happened there?
What happened there?
Anyway,
Whatever
Tajiri.
happened there?
Did you notice that mist that Asuka done, by the way, on Rhea Ripley? Like, why did it turn her blue? Like, what was this? Some sort of fake liquid that they pumped into her?
Probably.
No, but did you see it?
Yeah,
Like,
it was like all over. Aye, it looked funny.
It looked shit. This was like a
Everything
proper
looks
mist.
shit. Wrestling's dead, folks. It's fucking... I'm talking about Roddy Piper and you're bringing up Asuka and Rhea Ripley. Fucking no.
Yeah, but I'm just talking
What's
about
that?
it because of the mist.
Who are
you
those
know? Two jobbers. Anyway, it's a win for Eddie and Tajiri. Vince McMahon comes out to the ring next and he wants to welcome Stephanie and Zach Gowen. Then I'm all grown up now. Zach Gowen comes out with Stephanie to get into the ring, and McMahon apologises. He's like, I know I didn't do it, but it felt like I personally deflowered you. And I think only McMahon could say that about his own daughter. Like,
See the people bashing this man. It's like he's in character, for fuck's sake.
but yeah, leading to the
No,
whole...
these people are actually fucking wired to the moon.
Yeah, does anybody seriously think that McMahon was pimping out his daughter at 17 to secure business deals? Maybe Mr. McMahon the character, yes. Vince McMahon the dad, no.
Aye,
We need to separate Vincent Kennedy McMahon, the human being, from Mr. McMahon, the the wrestling
this
character.
is like, how can people not just see this as they get heat? And it got heat. Oh, come on. Fucking ridiculous, but he wants to
Could
give...
you imagine if they actually went with that storyline where he impregnated Steph?
I
I
don't
think
know.
people would be losing their shit.
My character. Right, he apologises, Sack guy. Do you accept it, Sack? No. He doesn't accept it. Vince is like, well, you know what? No, not fuck you, actually.
I'm not asking you to accept it, I'm demanding you accept it.
Then he says, right, you'll get your contract. You want to earn it, Sack. You don't want to be an invalid. You don't want to collect DLA. You want to earn it. So, that's what you've got
Zach
to do.
calls him a son of a bitch as well.
He did call him that, McMahon. McMahon took it pretty well. He took it on the chin, but he knew he'd get the last laugh. 'cause
Stephanie McMahon took it alright, considering he was technically insulting her grandmother.
Damn. And then what did he do? McMahon. Been a while since we've seen the Kiss by Ass Club's brilliant. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, McMahon.
Some of the funniest segments you'll ever see.
My ass can do tricks. So McMahon pulls his pants down. Some people in the front row are excited. Zach Gowen takes a while to drop to his knees, I guess because he's got a dodgy leg. Take a knee. I mean, maybe he took an arrow to the knee. It certainly looked that way. But then he hits McMahon with a low blow, and he decides he's not going to kiss his ass. McMahon then is laying on the flare, trying to pull his pants back up, and this just pisses McMahon off. He looks at Zach Gowen, and you know that McMahon's not going to be done here. McMahon's going to get his revenge.
It was good though. It was great. McMahon. I like Sack Gowen, man. Sack Gowen's better than Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes.
Absolutely.
Just because the segments he's involved with.
No, of course. I mean, this run that Zach Gowen's on surpasses him.
And we have. I don't even think we've had the best yet.
Probably not.
Wait, the Brock Lesnar's killing him, and all that good stuff.
F5 with the one leg into the post.
Great shit.
Right, up next we had the Ultimo Dragon versus Shannon Moore. Ultimo Dragon made his debut. Again, we've got Billy Kidman, as we said, he's in the front row. He was seen multiple times tonight looking on. Rey Mysterio come down to do commentary. I thought the match probably lasted a wee bit longer than it needed to, and I wasn't that impressed with Ultimo Dragon's offense, but it is what it is. He hits the...
You know what, they went out with pyro, they went out with the promo packages.
It felt like a big deal.
No,
I just think the match could have been... I would have just had Ultimo Dragon squash Shannon Moore in 2 minutes.
I agree. Shannon Moore at this point is a jobber. Like, I get it, my attitude feels like it's been completely pushed to the side, but at the same time, Ultimo Dragon, it's a weird one. He's alright, but he's no fucking Rey Mysterio. He's nowhere near Rey Mysterio.
No. I mean, maybe he will impress us in his run in WWE, but I know it doesn't last that long.
Aye. So he shakes hands with Ray, and that's about it. And up next, we got Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, Mr. America versus Charlie Haas, Shelton Benjamin, and the Big Show.
I think it's disgusting that we could never hope for this nowadays. This level of match, like you're just never going to get this on a throwaway SmackDown or Raw now.
It's impossible. It actually cannot happen. Even if they went all out, they couldn't get it.
This could only ever happen on a PLE now.
Yeah.
But back in the good old days, we got this all the time.
No, but you say, who could doubt? What could be the best 6-man tag at WWE could even produce right now?
Across both brands?
Aye. It'd still be shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think.
Wait, like CM Punk and Cena against and someone else against like Rollins, fucking
maybe Rollins, Brock, and someone against, I don't know.
Yeah, but you look at this
Punk,
match.
Cena, and Roman or some shit.
Look at like the masculinity involved in this match. The pythons, Kurt and Brock look like they're fucking wired to the moon in a good way. I mean, suplex machines, real fucking men.
Yep. Anyway, it was a good match. Hogan's going to go for the big boot on Big Show, but Big Show manages to hold on to the ropes. Then the Great Worlds get his tag team come in, but Lesnar and Angle, they pull Big Show to the outside. Hogan takes care of Benjamin and Haas. Big Show then, I think, beats up Angle and Brock 2-on-1 on the outside. Big Show gets back into the ring. Hogan is going to set him up for the big boot again. Will he connect this time? Maybe. But then McMahon drags Zach Gowen out. He's like, how about it, Zach? And he just keeps whipping Zach Gowen's ass and he's punching Zach Gowen.
I like this mustard.
Yeah. Put a little smackdown on it. I mean, these strikes from McMahon look great.
Yeah, McMahon hitting like some real ass fucking punches here.
Stephanie comes out to try and stop him. Big Show then hits the chokeslam on a distracted Hogan. Big Show picks up the win, and then McMahon's like, you don't want to just, you want to earn your contract sack, don't you? So next week you're going to have a tag team partner. It's going to be you and Stephanie McMahon taking on the Big Show. So McMahon books it next week. Handicap match. Who's got the handicap though?
But see,
Zach Gowen.
Yeah, he is. But this is wrestling at its near best for me, right? If you can't get a match that's like star power, I want a circus match. It's why Omos for that wee midget man worked, right? And that wee Mexican rumble. And that's why this works, because you've got an invalid and a woman taking on a guy at 7 foot and 500 pounds.
No, I think that's a great match, but I know the wrestling fans are like, oh, why Big Show sucks? Why are they putting Stephanie and a guy that with one leg? And this is a disaster. No, this is great because it's Zach Gowen fighting for a contract, and it's the evil Mr. McMahon that's put this handicapped guy and his own fucking daughter in the ring with a 500-pound, 7 foot tall giant.
Like, see the day, man. This would be like the equivalent of almost taking on that deaf guy, but making him wear a blindfold and making him wrestle with fucking like Alexa Bliss, who's 5 foot, against Omos.
With the careers on the line, I'd be like, fuck, that's actually pretty good.
Fuck, I'll tune in.
But I thought it was a good SmackDown. Star-studded SmackDown. The matches weren't overly long, but I think there was that many matches that I guess they couldn't really.
SmackDown's better than Raw, folks. I'll admit that.
Yeah, I'm going to give this an 8.
I'll give it an 8 as well. last SmackDown of Roddy Piper, but the SmackDown scene is good, and you're also getting John Cena and Undertaker entering a feud, and that can't really fail, can it?
No.
Till then, though.
I'm looking forward to Vengeance.
Damn right. Looking forward to it. 8 out of 10.
Is on the injury shelf and Eric Bischoff is off this stage. Welcome back to Fog Wrestling, 30th of June. 2003 edition of Raw, the last show of the year. What do you make of the first half of, the last show of the first half of the year? What do you make of 2003 so far?
It's been good, but I think it's going to get better.
I agree with that.
I think the second half of 2003, especially on the Raw side, is going to get better. But we've also got a lot of good shit, I think, going to happen on SmackDown. Angle's back, we're going to get a Brock heel turn, we're going to get McMahon, I think, getting even fucking more crazier.
We got Kane.
On the blue brand, yeah, Kane on Raw. You mentioned Jazz on the injury list. I mean, not only was she on the injury list, but you also had Stone Cold Steve Austin, who had some food poisoning this week, and he wasn't on the show. I'm going to assume that maybe Bischoff won't be on next week's show, and maybe because Bischoff kind of ran things the way he wanted to tonight, next week it could be Austin basically paying everybody back. So all the heels that got away with shit, I think, this week might be getting their comeuppance next week.
Well, that's for July. This is June. We kick off with a highlight reel. We've got Stacey Keebler, we've got Scott Steiner out there. Jericho's not very happy that Scott Steiner is out there. He wanted it between him and Stacey. Don't blame the guy. But then she buries him and says, the only legend I've heard about you is how small your penis is. And that's enough for Jericho. He's like, whoa, the Rock and told her rock and roll. He showed some of her pictures on the Jeritron, which he said was worth more combined than everyone's salary in the arena. You know what, though? Back then, that might have been true. See, in 2025, see the fucking salary you need? You're on more than the wrestlers.
Yeah, you need to be on the big bucks to be going to WWE shows. But I thought it was a good opening segment. Jericho not happy that Steiner was here. Jericho wanted Stacey all for himself. But yeah, since Steiner was here, Jericho introduces us to his next guest, which of course is Test. Jericho then attacks Steiner from behind. Steiner though gets the upper hand. Test and Jericho retreat. Bischoff then comes out and says, well, what do we have here? And in good old Feeder Long, he books a tag team match. Good old Feeder Long fashion.
A tag team match, player.
Well, a mixed tag team. Well, I say mixed. It's like a quarter mixed because obviously you get Steiner and Stacey versus Test and Jericho. Right, out comes Lance Storm. He says he's not boring. I've got the dictionary definition to prove it. But then some music cuts him off. And whose music? Who's next? It's Goldberg. He comes out. And we're thinking, right, Goldberg's going to kill Lance Storm here. But what happens? Rodney Mack jumps Goldberg from behind. And then he spears Rodney Mack in half. And Terry Long just is like, what the fuck? And Lance Storm runs away. A bit of a weird segment. But
you know what? Rodney Mack got about a decent 10-15 second offense in on Bill Goldberg. And that's more than I'm used to seeing.
Like, see, at this point, you're not worried for Goldberg. He's not doing much. I know, right, hindsight, yada yada. But if you were watching this in 2003, seeing Goldberg feud with Lance Storm and Rodney Mack, you'd be like, what the fuck are they doing?
Well, we'll see what happens next week, but maybe they're waiting on an opening, I don't know.
Right, Bischoff's backstage pleading with Kane. He's like, oh, don't worry about it.
No, but also, I kind of believe that is because of the brand exclusive pay-per-views now. I mean, the next Raw pay-per-view is not for, 6-7 weeks.
I think they're next Raw on SummerSlam.
Well, either way, I don't think there's any rush with Goldberg.
Variant, but
it makes sense.
He'll be in the Chamber. I'm looking forward to the qualifying matches for the Chamber. If they do it, I believe they will.
Goldberg and the white boy.
The white boy challenge. The black white boy. Right, Bischoff tells Kane that here, none of this is my fault. It's all Rob Van Dam. He's the one that fucked you. But guess what? If you don't want the title shot tonight, then Rob Van Dam is going to get the title shot tonight. He's like, if you don't go out into the arena, you'll be fired, though. Right, up next, we've got a women's title battle royal. Obviously, our champion here is Jazz. We've got a debut in Gail Kim.
Crowd was a bit dead.
Yeah, now, we could say...
Yeah, nobody knows who Gail Kim is. Jim Ross kept putting up with the fact that she's Asian Canadian.
Asian Canadian.
And he mentioned that multiple times.
That's a Finch gimmick.
Which is...
God damn it, put it over.
Makes me believe that, That's what they want us. They want us to know that, you know. They don't want us to.
It's not just a random throwaway thing.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, she's Canadian or she's from Japan. They want us to know that she's an Asian Canadian for whatever reason. Jazz gets kicked by Victoria. Didn't look that bad, but then we've seen Jazz basically roll to the side of the ring, and she was limp and her leg was hanging off. And then we've seen her get carried to the back, similar to Rey Mysterio from a few weeks ago on SmackDown. But when Rey got carried, it was simply a case of his legs were fucked and he couldn't walk and he knew where he was. But when Jazz was getting carried, it literally looked like she was knocked out, like she was sleeping.
Yeah, now, Scott's blog of doom is noting that she would be out to December with a shoulder injury, but also saying that it was a battle royal because of this reason instead of a regular match. But that doesn't work because she got injured during the match. So I don't honestly see these people, right, that write blogs about wrestling and like do these retro reviews. They don't have a fucking clue what they're on about.
Unless he's trying to suggest that she was already injured before the match.
Yeah, but this kick dislocated her shoulder and put her out until December. Which,
Yeah, but unless he's trying to suggest it wasn't the kick. Maybe she had a pre-existing injury.
Well, right,
I disagree. The way she got carried out tells me she was legitimately hurt in that match.
We watched the match.
Yeah.
Right, that was not... She
didn't selling.
Well, what I would say is that she didn't sell it like it was a dislocated shoulder.
No, she sold it like she was fucked.
Like, I thought concussion.
Paralyzed or something.
Like, she looked... The crowd died because they thought she died.
Yeah, Jazz didn't look... She didn't get carried out like someone who was going to return to the ring next week. Let's put it that way. Gail Kim wins, pretty quiet. 4-minute match. She ends up beating Victoria.
But see...
Head scissors over the top. But I thought it was alright for what it was.
Audible or not, right? But is this not Exhibit A why you just push new people? In the door, 10 seconds.
New champion. I mean, they could have gave it back to Trish. Could have gave it to Victoria. I mean, could have went with a left wing option and gave it to like Ivory or fucking what's her name, Jacqueline. But
look at the modern day, man.
I think this was the correct call.
Javon Evans answers Sami Zayn's open challenge and he loses. Like, why can't he beat him for the fucking mid card belt?
Anyway, Gail Kim won. Nobody knew who she was.
No.
And I don't know if she was wrestling on heat. We did get the vignettes over the past couple of weeks, and I just don't think the vignettes really lived up to their hype, did they?
You're messing with the real Brown now. No, they didn't really. But anyway, Booker T versus...
What D'Lo Brown's got to do with the Gail Kim thing.
Good wee film song. Right.
There you go.
This match was a brown down.
Was it that bad?
The atmosphere was dead.
Yeah, the crowd.
Oh yeah, good winner. Weird spot. Well, Mill's a spot.
Right, interesting to see what Gail Kim will do because I don't think she's going to be in the company that long. So we'll see. If,
I'm pretty sure she's in it to 2004, like mid 2004.
That's not long.
Yeah, about a year. No, but people get their wires crossed. See, back in the day, see if you were in a company like a year or two, it was fucking decent period of time.
Nowadays, you can be shite and survive for 10 years.
Yeah.
AKA Sami Zayn.
Right, IC title match: Booker T versus Christian.
Hey, I like this. They're brawling, going to the crowd, going through the fans. Referees have to come out, stop them. We then get the match, and I mean, I thought the match was good. Booker T goes to the top rope. Christian manages to push the ref and into Booker T. We got a lot of finishers here. Booker T then came out and managed to hit a big superplex off the top rope. Oh no, Christian, hit the superplex off the top rope. So Booker T, I think, was going for the Houston Hangover or the missile drop kick. Christian pushes the ref into the ropes. He then gets onto the top, hits a superplex, but Booker T manages to hook Christian's leg. He gets the pin. I thought it looked like a dodgy pin. Booker T's celebrating. Eric Bischoff came in. I'm back and better than ever. And he says, nah, look at the replay. Both shoulders were down. The replay shows that Bischoff's telling the truth. So we've got some VAR here in WWE Raw. And he just ends the match in a draw. And JR's not happy. He's pissed off. A draw in almost 10 minutes. Christian retains. Just seems to be that Booker T cannot beat Christian.
He can't. And will he beat him? I don't think he will. I think the next match is a triple threat actually, and Jericho's involved or some capacity.
Anyway, I think this Christian run's been good.
It has been.
And I'm enjoying Christian Booker T. I think every time they've stepped into the ring, I think they've put on a good match.
No, damn right. I mean, this is just a massively strong mid-card.
Yeah, back when, Intercontinental Champions were worthy.
Right, Rob Van
How do we
Dam.
go for Christian versus Booker T to Sami Zayn versus Javon Evans?
That's sick, man. Right, Kane's sick. Van Dam tries to talk to him. Kane's not having any of it. But Rob's like, I hope you don't hate me, Kane, when I win the title. And then he leaves, and Kane's like, I do hate you, Rob.
Yeah, so Kane's not happy. He's just sitting there feeling sorry for himself. Doesn't want to be seen by the entire world. Right, then we get Chris Jericho and Test versus Stacey and Steiner. Stacey comes out wearing black latex gear.
And JR was fuming with the King.
Yeah, King is looking up him down. He's approving of the attire. He's looking up the legs. And then JR basically scolds him. He's like, would you look at her damn face? She's petrified. And all you care about is those 42-inch legs. And then Jerry Lawler, I thought, actually was a wee bit scared. Steiner pretty much works the entire match 2-on-1. But Bischoff again comes out in the end after the referee signals for the bell after a DQ. And Bischoff makes it a no disqualification match. So he continues the match here. So the DQ's out the window. The match is going to be no DQ. Steiner gets cracked with a chair. Then Test forces Steiner to tag in Stacey. Stacey slaps Test a few times, and he just no sells it, hits the pump handle slam. And JR wasn't happy with this, and King was like, I didn't think he was going to actually do it. I mean, hold on, if he did it to 85-year-old Mae Young, I'm not really surprised that he did it to,
No, damn right.
peak, prime.
Cabler, who's actually got a proper beef with.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no surprise here. I mean, Scott's wee jobber blog of doom give us a rating of an F.
I thought it was great, I liked it.
Bash that he says it's JR's getting annoying and that it's just boring and it never approached entertaining.
I liked it.
Because yesterday a wee beta meal. Can't handle it.
I
Can't
thought
handle
it was
going
good.
fucking right. I'll tell you something that were fucking shite. Rico versus Maven. Well, those are some funny spots where, it was a bit gay and it was kind of funny to laugh at, yes, but fuck me, this match just lasted far too long.
Yeah, Rico going for the pin and he's got his crotch in Maven's face and just fucking weird, and this isn't really what the King is into. He would rather be looking at Tori's crotch, but instead he's having to call Rico molest Maven in the ring. I mean, it is what it is, but this, to me, the crowd were dead, similar to that women's battle royal. Not a lot going on. I don't think we'll see. I mean, that's like back-to-back weeks now where Rico's been wrestling on Raw. First he took on Spike, now he took on Maven. I don't think this Rico...
Like this loser on his blog says, it's a total waste of Rico, and that's quite the shame. What else? No, honestly, right? What else has Rico got but like the gay flamboyant character? Let's not pretend he's a good fucking worker.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is...
Him being the wee bachelorette manager of Billy and Chuck and being gay is as good as it could have got for this guy. I don't really know what else McMahon could have gave him. He's never going to be an IC champion, is he?
Yeah, I think this is probably as good as it gets for Rico.
Well, damn right. Anyway, up next we go Randy Orton versus Tommy Dreamer. Tommy Dreamer coming out with the We the People. I believe the last time they wore this was fucking during 9/11, but here he is anyway. Out here, Randy Orton.
His music played and I had no idea who it was. I don't know if he got new music or whether he's always had this music or... I'm not entirely sure, but either way, Tommy Dreamer...
I tell you what, he needed Ric Flair to beat him. Which is kind of funny, like.
Anyway.
Is this leading to Tommy Dreamer versus Ric Flair? I mean, I'd take
Tommy Dreamer gets hit with the RKO, and he was bleeding after it, so we'll see what happens there.
Then
we get RVD and Eric Bischoff backstage talking about the title match. RVD brings up Kane, and he says that Bischoff's trying to exploit Kane's unmasking for ratings. That's not cool, Eric.
That's not cool.
Bischoff thinks it is Kane, though. And he thinks RVD, instead of being upset at him, he should take his frustration out on Triple H, because Triple H is the one, he's the reason why Kane had to unmask in the first place. So,
Larry sees Dons versus Hurricane and Spike Dudley. Is Spike Dudley really better than Sergeant Slaughter? No.
No, we also had Eric tell Terry that he wants her to talk to Kane, to convince him to show his face. Terry's like, I don't really want to do that, I'm scared. Bischoff's like, I don't give a damn what you want to do. You're going to do it or you'll be fired. So, I mean, Bischoff throwing his weight around. Austin not here tonight, and Bischoff let us know that he's the man in charge.
A lot of assists on to win, and honestly, I think this has to be the Raw. This is probably the show the most we've watched in this period of time with the most matches that don't mean a fucking shit. I think so. This match just felt a bit pish. So did the Rico one.
And then Tommy Dreamer or Randy Orton.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, but at least matches back here, no, at least these like throwaway matches lasted like 3-4 minutes.
Aye.
I mean, nowadays you get throwaway matches lasting 20.
No,
But
absolutely.
not every match on a show's going to mean something.
No,
We're
true.
just going to get throwaway and that's fine.
Terry can't...
But my only problem is we've had 3 back-to-back.
Yeah. Terry can't find Kane, but, like we said, 3 matches back-to-back, they were a bit shite. But... World title match, Triple H versus Van Damme.
I thought it was a very good match.
Yes, Triple H, two weeks in a row, 2 world title matches. This one was obviously better. But you have 2 great endings back to back. Good match. Rules are getting changed throughout. Flair's getting battered. Orton was a bit late for one of the pinfalls on the outside, but even then, he got there. You can see he busted I got to get there.
He made it. RVD, Bischoff comes out and basically says, "No, we're going to have a world title match ended a DQ because of the interference with Flair." He makes it no DQ. Triple H is laying out there on the outside, and Eric Bischoff's like, "What you do?" And this match is now falls count anywhere. So it basically turns into a free-for-all. Evolution are there, and it quickly does become 3-on-1. RVD though kicks ass. He does well. Takes down Flair. Takes down Orton on the ramp. Hits a rolling thunder on Triple H. And then we get more interference, and before we know it, RVD turns around into a chair shot, I believe, and then he gets a DDT on the ramp, and that does it. 1, 2, 3, RVD. Great DDT as well. RVD's always been good at selling like DDTs and like pile drivers and RKOs. Anything that has RVD like landed on his head, he's been good at.
No, he is, and I thought this match booked Van Damme pretty much perfectly because I think sometimes with Triple H, like some of the Nash matches, the Booker T matches, the Steiner matches, like they would just end like rather abruptly without the other guy looking overly strong. But Van Damme looked good here. Then the flames go up, man. The pyro goes up. It looks like Kane's going to batter Evolution. Evolution crawled down the ramp. He's then going to choke slam Van Damme. But then at the last second, grabs Bischoff, choke slams him off the stage into a nasty spot, by the way, because it didn't actually look like...
2 tables, Bischoff only went through 1.
Aye, and he was like folded upside down. Brutal spot. And then it just zooms in on Kane's demented face, and it's like, remember when wrestling actually used to end like with good fucking shit?
Yeah, big cliffhanger here.
Massive title match. Kane comes out and there kills the GM. It's like, what do you get now? Fucking the Kabuki Warriors brawling with Rhea Ripley. Fuck off, man. That's why wrestling's dead anyway. I mean, the show wasn't great, but I'll get a... What are you getting it?
I'm going to get a 7. I liked it. A good
I'll get a 7. Missed Austin and it got lost in the mid-pack, but more than a good enough end, man. That's what you can add.
Good world title match, Harvey. Triple H always works better when he's taking on guys that are like more athletic than him.
And that's why this one worked.
And more mobile. You'll notice, see when Triple H is against like an RVD or a Shawn Michaels or like a Jericho, that's when you get more out of Triple H. See, I think when he's taking on the bigger guys, he tends to
Flop.
be as good.
Just a wee bit shite there,
Well, you
right?
could argue maybe nobody gets a good match out like Kevin Nash. Anyway, guys, that's it. We'll catch you in the next one, 7 out of 10. Till then, peace.